the fastest 8 from practice. So fast 8 will be the ones to compete this afternoon, guaranteed spot. From then, out of 13, we're going to do 2 random pick draws. From there as well, there's going to be a promoter's choice along with a fan favorite pick. So if you want to vote in on who you think you should see in the KA 100 class this afternoon for the shootout, feel free to go on to Kart Chaser onto Facebook. There'll be a couple of links there. Vote in on your favorite driver and who would you like to see right this afternoon in the KA 100 shootout. Lap number 1 coming underway now for your Micro Swift as they make their way through. Looks like it's going to be Parker Ives so far. Going to be up towards on point. Again, this is a little tentative right now. Lap number 1 at the times are going to continue to drop. They all went out on fairly new tires. Some guys went out on stickers for warm-up, and they're going to carry that over to qualifying right now or may have gone on to newer ones. So Parker Ives, first one on point. P2 is going to go to Holden Myers in the second spot. And P number 3 is going to be Royce Vega joining the Fast 3 right now. Again, this is your Micro Swift set for the qualifying run. In total, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be 8 minutes, 8 laps minutes, as it is 1 lap complete so far as they are 2 minutes in. So it's going to be 8 laps in distance. They're going to have just 7 more to try to see if they can't set the qualifying run. There's a good group of 4 making the way across the stripe right now. Nice little 3-pack coming the way too, across the stripe. Marco Samet goes to the top of the board. He is leading that pack right now of 4 out in front. Ashton Woon also up in the mix as well. After Ashton Woon now is going to be P number 2 overall, Bowen Green, and P number 3 with Royce Vega falling back into the 4 spot again here at GoProMotorplex, one of the most beautiful facilities here in the U.S. It is all about the draft. It is a very long track. It's got some longer straightaways, some flat-out points, and a lot of runoff. You saw there at the top of your screen. That was a little bit of a barrier system put out into play to keep guys from taking the entire full runoff. The reason why that was put there because they were tired of the grass getting tore up on the exit of turns number 7 and 8 on the exit of the Bull. As we continue to watch that nice 4-pack out in front, Ashwin up in the mix along with Marco Samet. Bowen Green and Royce Vega all up in that first group as they make their way across the stripe here, Xander.
So the first group out for qualifying, full group of the micros like you said. Ashton Woon is your quickest as they climb the hill up to turn number 3 in that big group of 5. It's a 7-minute timed session for the Micro Swift drivers, and they'll head down the back straight away and start to play musical chairs a little bit in that drafting pack to decide where they want to line up. But Ashton Woon, his good lap already, lap 3 of 53.94, 10th and a half up on Parker Ives in the number 48. Bowen Green, Procunha, Vega, Cade Wolf, and on down for the 18-driver field. Now they'll be one of the many classes, one of the 3 classes that'll have the entire group out for qualifying for the KA Juniors, the KA Seniors, and I believe the Mini Swifts as well. They'll be split in 2 or 3 groups. And, of course, the KA Senior group, especially important today for 2 reasons. Well, number 1, their qualifying groups will then reset, and they'll run a round-robin set of heats to the weekend. Only 40 will transfer into the main event off the 53-driver entry list. On top of that tonight is the CNC Performance Engineering KA Shootout, $4,000 to win. The way that you make it into the show, well, you can vote for your favorite driver on Facebook.com/KartChaserOfficial or through our Instagram page to get to the poll and to vote your favorite driver in. There'll be 1 fan vote. There will be 2 random draw selections after the heat racing is done for today. There will be 2 promoters picks for the kid that was maybe pole or fastest lap that didn't transfer off the primary way you get in, which is the top 8 in heat points. It'd be the top 4 in each of the KA Senior heats at the end of the day today, as there'll be 2 of them, and I believe 3 qualifying groups in total. We're coming now to the final few minutes of this one here. Just 3 minutes to go, or 2 minutes to go, 5 minutes complete, and it's a 7 or 8 car pack here that we're watching coming down the front straightaway headed to turn number 1. Bowen Green leads the group around. He's been okay all in all, as we've got one hard in the outside wall over here coming onto the front stretch. That's the 48 of Parker Ives that has tagged the barriers out of the final corner coming towards turn number 1. Parker Ives right now was sitting 4th in qualifying, and he has made contact with the plastic barriers on the outside of the racetrack.
Yeah, a little bit of a hard impact there for Parker Ives. He isn't right now registered inside the top 5. So unfortunately, that's going to be his qualifying session done for the first group. Another beautiful train of karts we see making their way into the uphill hairpin. Yesterday, if you're watching the mechanics race, that was considered turn 6. Now that is considered turns number 10, if I'm not mistaken, as they make their way up the hill right now. Again, just about another handful of laps to go. They're currently going to be about 6 minutes when they come across the stripe, so roughly about a lap and a half left for these youngos up in the front group. Youngins, I should say, up in the front group. Something to keep our eye on. P number 4, that is going to be Ashton Woon. He's had a good season so far, running in the regional, a little bit of the national series. Finds himself right now in P number 3, and that's going to be about the 4th or 5th spot overall in that train.
Yeah, Ashton Woon going to drop back here. No, now it'll be, it looks like Cade Wolf that I think dropped back. If not, Bowen Green, one of the Timmy Tech comp carts, moving further back down the order as they'll cycle around. Nobody wants to be the leader. Everybody wants to be midway through that pack, hunting down the car in front of them to get the best tow and the best lap altogether. Parker Ives hit his best lap before he made contact with the wall. That 4th place result might hold to the end of this session as they have shuffled so much through the grouping now. Cade Wolf leads it. Looks like Bowen Green's dropped back to 5th in the line. And right in the middle there, Alexander Procuna is 2nd in line. Royce Vega is in the mix there, 4th in line. I think Ashton Woon dropped all the way out of that grouping. No, he might be 3rd in that group as well. We'll see when they come across. I don't think they'll go any better. They will not. The only one that does go a little better was Alex Procuna. Started the lap in 2nd, a little ways back, and then got going pretty good by the end of the session. So 18 drivers for the Micro Swifts. Royce Vega on the Team Benek chassis tops the charts. He was in the middle of that group, got a good lap in early on. Lap number 4, Marco Samet, 2nd, Ashton Woon 3rd. Parker Ives, even with a DNF and a crash, they'll have to repair that kart before the afternoon heat racing gets underway, but he at least will start on the outside of row number 2. It'll be Procuna then in 5th, Bowen Green 6th, Holden Myers in 7th, Cade Wolf 8th, Nicholas Orbezo in 9th. Luke Giglio rounds the top 10 with about an 8/10 of a second spread, half a second to the top 9, as you can see the times there on the left-hand side of your screen with that updated Kart Chaser live timing ticker, and that will cycle on through. So the Micros 18 locked, loaded, and ready for heat number 1. Got some track cleanup to do. We'll send them into the scale line and then get set to go as KA100 Jr., the first of 2 groups, the bottom half from warm-up earlier this afternoon. We'll be heading to the racetrack here shortly. We'll take a commercial break. You're watching the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza live on Kart Chaser. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelandUSA.com. Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati, and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Welcome back to GoProMotorplex for Kart Chasers coverage live from the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. We just wrapped up the Micro Swift division, full 18 drivers for qualifying. Now it's time to send out our KA100 juniors. The group's set by how they ran in the first practice session on the weekend. This is the bottom 18 to 20, 19 drivers on the list that will go out here for the first of the two groups in qualifying. And interesting to see who missed the cut line to go into the fast group and what the strategies will look like for the slower group. If you'll see maybe any fast drivers that had an issue in that first practice session opt to try and go by themselves, or we see the packs packed up a little bit tighter like what we saw in that micro qualifying session. So there goes your counter down. We'll start it here as they cross the line to begin lap number 1. 6 minutes left to go here in the second qualifying session of the afternoon. And they'll head through turn number 1, and we'll start getting ready with more and more angles to come. For those of you that tuned into our live broadcast last night of the Rental Kart Tuner Challenge, where we got the really cool overhead drone shot, that'll be coming back here today. Lots of driver interviews to come as well as we get rocking and rolling here on the afternoon. Keep in mind, again, tonight will be that special edition CNC Performance Engineering KA100 Senior Shootout, and you can vote your favorite driver to transfer in as the 13th man or woman to make up the grid. And that'll be so exciting. A brand new track layout for the KA Seniors. They'll be running the original layout set for the Tuner Challenge before that was modified later on that night. So the KA Seniors have had 0 laps on that alternate layout. This is, of course, the standard GoProMotorplex track circuit, and this is the layout we'll be running today and on Championship Sunday. However, tomorrow for heats 2 and 3 and the warm-up session before that, we'll be running an alternate track layout, a little bit shorter, couple different directions we'll go, and they got 3 practice sessions on it yesterday early afternoon before we got into the night session. So the drivers back on the standard layout that we're used to. Many local talent, local drivers around here with a lot of laps may do a little better in qualifying today and in the main events on Sunday, but an alternate layout that has not been run ever is what's going to be on the table for these guys and girls tomorrow. Let's take a look at where they're all lined up right now. I talked about some quick drivers that may have been a surprise to be in the first of the two groups, the slow group unofficially. One of them is Max Taylor in the 833s. We've got problems, what looks to be for Emma Kate Scarborough. She was 4th on the second lap, but she'll inevitably get bumped back by a couple here, I'd imagine. So Emma Scarborough with a mechanical problem as the leaders head up the hill. Davin Roberts that time by just went to second. Anthony Rivera a little bit quicker on the point right now, but Davin Roberts a good run in the works here as he worked his way by Max Taylor, who has been a top contender all year long in both of the junior divisions. He's in the slow group, was the first one below the cut line from final practice earlier today, and that's what's put him in the slower group for qualifying. You still can fight your way out of it. You can still qualify on the pole in theory, but you're hitting the track first, which means the guys behind you get a little bit more dialed in racetrack with one more session of rubber laid down, and they're all running around what in theory should be the fastest drivers. And in classes like KA100, like Mini and Micro, where the toe does make a pretty substantial difference, that's a big plus. Up the hill here to turn number 3 with 4 laps complete. Davin Roberts now has dropped the pace down to a 50.85. So move Davin Roberts even quicker. Max Taylor second, following him around as Roberts continues to pull away. Alex Mercado has jumped to 3rd. Taylor actually a little bit better than Roberts that time. My mistake at an 8.50, but Alex Mercado moves up into 3rd. Colin Aitken is currently 4th. And we'll pick up a few more heading in to the turn 8 hairpin here with a pass being made. That looks to be one of the Merlin entries. Might be Cash Perkins getting passed into the hairpin and going side by side over to turn number 9. And one more driver we'll identify here in a moment. Lots of new faces and new places here this weekend, it seems. As we come down the front stretch with 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. The two we're following on your screen. Hayden Wise was the driver in the 934 that got by Cash Perkins. Wise currently sits 9th on the boards. Perkins, well, he was 11th. He's been bumped down to 13th as the top of the order has changed hands as well. Santiago Duran is now your fastest driver aboard the 874 OTK. Showed up on a 6x10 private trailer. One of many father-son duos here this week as Davin Roberts, one of those as well, working his way through turn number 8. There's Max Taylor. And there comes the field, while Santiago Duran is your quickest at a 50.557. Taylor second, Davin Roberts in 3rd at a 50.7, so a 1/10 of a second from P1 to P2, another 1/10 back from second to third. Just under 2 minutes to go. Roberts across the line. Lap 6, no improvement. Max Taylor goes a little bit better. Anthony Rivera also finds more speed while Roberts climbs the hill. For Davin Roberts, P4 now as he gets bumped back in the group, and this is only the first half of the group of the kart set on the racetrack. You'd imagine this is fighting for about 15th to 18th outside of a major catastrophe for the fast group to come. But a minute 20 through turn number 6 for those drivers. Here's a look at Max Taylor on the RPG Cosmic. Taylor's one of the many junior drivers that's made a splash all year long, but his age puts him in an option year for 2023. He'll have the option to move up into the senior ranks at a younger age or to stay down in the junior ranks for one more year, as we see Santiago Duran headed over to turn number 9. Quickest driver right now still with that 5th lap that he hit. Here he's in the AR Academy livery OTK, chasing down what looks to be maybe one of the Speed Concepts racing entries. And it is indeed Alex Mercado he is hunting down while Davin Roberts heads for turn number 4. Roberts that time by still no improvement. 5th as Mercado has jumped up to 3rd. And Valentino Garbarino with a good lap here on lap 7. You'd think the tires would start to fall off at this point. But Garbarino making a pass that time on one driver into turn number 4. He's in the middle of that group of 3. The RPM Tony Kart driver to the pole in group number 1 of 2. The Group B K100 Juniors coming to the final few seconds. Who's going to get one more lap around? You'd imagine these drivers here, Santiago Duran, Alex Mercado, I think they will not get another lap on the circuit. I think they will get bit by the buzzer right at it here, and the checkered flag will come with a couple karts in front of them. So Anthony Rivera on his 8th lap, final lap, makes it count, 50.284. Pole for now. Valentino Garbarino bumped back to 2nd. Mercado improves, stays 3rd. Duran 4th. Roberts finds some speed late, gets up into the top 5 as the checker continues to wave. But Davin Roberts, among a handful of others, including Anthony Rivera on the 821 Kart Republic, should get one more lap at it, I believe. Max Taylor might get another one as well. So going out early, giving you the benefit of 9 laps here in this 7-minute qualifying session. And with the checkered waving here, it looks like no, Roberts will come on in. So all the drivers coming to a close for Group B in KA100 Junior. Group A next to go on the grid. That one will be interesting for a number of different reasons, but most importantly, it is all the fast kids from practice today, and it's a couple of BJR Lando Norris karts that will lead your field out to the green for qualifying. And we didn't see a whole lot of shuffling or a whole lot of gamesmanship out of that first group, but this is the group where they were separated by just a couple tenths at the top of the order. They all know that difference is really made up in both a clean lap, but a lap with some drafting help. And so I'd imagine there's going to be a bit of shuffling like we saw in Micro Swift here in Group A for KA100 Junior. But you're watching our coverage here live from GoProMotorplex, and we're just moments away from bringing more onto the circuit. They've got the engines quiet for now, and which gives us the opportunity again to remind everyone about all the events we got coming up here tonight alone. Again, qualifying underway right now, live on YouTube and Facebook. You've got heat number 1 after a dinner break that will come afterwards. And then on top of that, we've also got the CNC Performance Engineering KA100 shootout to come later on tonight under the lights on a brand new track layout and a cool way to qualify. And if you want to ensure your favorite KA senior driver makes it in, you can vote on the fan vote system on our social media pages or Linktree/KartChaser, linktr.ee/KartChaser. Now Cameron, is that Cameron Brinkman, I believe? Indeed, Cameron Brinkman was one of the first ones out. Looked like he was going to try and drop back. They're all packed up pretty tight, headed over through turns 5 and 6. So let's see who wants to go where to start qualifying. The first driver to lead them into the hairpin is going to be Mason Walters in the 816 BJR LN kart. Austin Olds is behind him aboard the MPG Motorsports Will Power kart. Then you go back, you find a couple RPGs, Ernesto Rivera and Caleb Gaffera, headed out of turn number 9. So do you want to get away? Do you want to run in the group? Time will tell. Time is ticking. 6 minutes on the boards. Lap number 1 getting started right now as they head for turn number 1 with this pack led by Brinkman, Rivera, Gaffera in the first 3 of them. And I think we've got 2 more I'll try and identify as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, so as they're now making their way out of turn number 3, coming into the bull right now. Again, there's a nice group of karts, but the thing that you have to keep in mind, you do get a nice little tow when you're running in a pack. However, if someone decides maybe they want to try to get to the front, that is going to completely ruin your lap time. So you have to figure out who you can run with. Some of these kiddos have been running with each other for a very long time in their career, that is overall. So look for maybe a little bit of a hustling and tussling, but everyone trying to find out the one person they're trying to run with here to get a good lap time.
Ernesto Rivera and Caleb Gaferis shuffled Cameron Brinkman back as he let everybody go to find a place in line, and that might be the teamwork you're talking about, Caleb, of these two here at the front of the pack. Because, ooh, little bit hairy coming through the final corner behind them. They were side by side. Brinkman getting passed by Max Garcia, who clipped the curbing. So Max Garcia wanting to get by Cameron Brinkman, and at the cost potentially of the tow. You'd think, again, the two-car tandem working together, that will get you probably a B+ or A- result. The picture-perfect qualifying effort is when you got someone 5 car lengths ahead of you to start your heater lap, and you can close up to them no matter how fast they go. Whether they push or not, you will close that gap. But pushing together, like what Rivera and Gaffaro are doing, that's a solid way to qualify. It'll put you in a decent spot, as Cameron Brinkman is just getting eaten alive here. He's going to get shuffled by 4 or 5 go-karts in this next train, led by Oliver Piatek, and one more. Looks like maybe Elio Meza in the Iron Rock Tony kart.
Yeah, Brinkman may actually be able to work that into his favor now if he's going to fall back. He's got a little bit of what you were saying, that 4 to 5 kart length tow, although now he's still getting shuffled back as you're going to go door to door out of the final corner. Looks like also back into that mix as well. Looks like it's Eli Warren slowly making his way up, and then we have one go through the barriers, 3 around.
No, that was Brinkman, just pounded the wall in turn number 2, and a bad qualifying session goes to worse for Cameron Brinkman. In the LN kart for the BJR MDR camp, he's going to be on the sidelines. He didn't get a single clean lap. He's dead last in the group at a 52.51, and he's going to probably put down in the 30s to start all 3 heat races. So Cameron Brinkman was just trying to find a place to run, and this session has gone just from bad to worse for him. Now let's look back up at the group at the front. Ernesto Rivera, Caleb Gaffaro, they've started to make some serious headway on Austin Olds, and the first kid out in the form of the LN kart of, I believe, Mason Walters. Walters was 6th, now he's down in 8th. Of course, Austin Olds, decent lap, 7th, but Gaffaro and Rivera working together and having that 5-car group in front to hunt down as they take the lead of the pack with 3 minutes to go, put a perfectly put together set of laps, and they are first and second with a 3/10 cushion to Oliver Piatek.
Yeah, look for the driver up in the top 3 now in the 3rd spot of Austin Olds. He's got those 2 in front of him pushing him. Look for him to maybe give a little bit of a push and stay into the tow as well. I think after what happened with Brinkman there the last couple laps, they might try to settle down just a little bit. They got 2 minutes and 50-ish seconds remaining. It is ticking down. So I think they're going to probably get about another 2, possibly 3 laps to make their way across the stripe. Look for these top 2. This is not going to be a good lap for anyone. That top 4 next time by is going to be the big one.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do next time. Now, it was a good lap for Max Garcia as he is starting to latch back onto this group just a couple car lengths away. You see him straggling there, 6th in the group. You got the group of 5. There's Garcia on that MPG Will Power kart just out of frame. If they go side by side, or really at this point when you're 5 karts stacked up, 3rd and 4th and 5th, they're having to brake so early. I don't imagine they're really going to run that good of a lap time. So Garcia is in a prime position to maybe go all the way to the pole. Eli Warren also good lap that time, goes to 3rd. Spencer Conrad 4th, Meza 5th. Gaffaro and Rivera still 1st and 2nd as they head to turn number 9 in the pack and on the leaderboards. But look at Max Garcia. He'll be down to 2 car lengths away. Austin Olds getting shuffled wide. Hopefully it doesn't hurt him. We got contact in the wall up ahead, I think, over out of the final turn. But down the front stretch, Garcia, is it a good enough lap for pole? It is 50.190. Max Garcia puts just a couple hundredths on the field as Spencer Conrad with a good lap of his own, and another group goes up to 2nd.
Austin Olds playing teammate there. He let Garcia go by. As we were saying, when you're running in that 3rd on back spot, when you're running in a pack of 5 or 6, it's a little bit harder to try to get a lap time. So maybe look for Olds to now use his teammate as a tow, making their way through that quick little double left-hander as we go a little bit farther back down through the field. Again, to Garcia up on point. I think that may cost him a little bit. This lap's not going to be good for him. Next one, he's got that gap that he needs for the tow to come into effect. So look for next lap for Garcia to be a little bit quicker.
So Max Garcia, 1 minute to go here in qualifying. He's backed off again, having gone by Austin Olds, like you said. Olds could maybe put something together, but he's not really had a whole lot of pace on his own. He was decent in that group, and now they're going to fight here. This is going to hurt them. It'll hurt Garcia. It'll honestly hurt Austin Olds as well, as he has to pass into turn 3. So I don't think we'll see much out of this group. In fact, the fast group is the group behind them. Eli Warren, Spencer Conrad, they've gone to the top. Garcia bumped back to 3rd, Gaffera 4th, Rivera 5th. It's the second pack that's kind of almost catching up to the lead pack that is now running the quickest times. Here's a look at Eli Warren leading this group here, headed through turn number 6, and that group has been the quickest now. It looks like Cooper Shipman's right behind him there. One more in tow, headed out of turn number 8, getting a little bit of contact and side-by-side action over to 9. They'll find a way to cycle themselves around, but Eli Warren, Spencer Conrad, top of the boards here with 30 seconds, 5 seconds to go in qualifying. Checkered flag already out for most of the field, so that'll do it. And Spencer Conrad, talked to him yesterday. He said, we were missing a 1/10 of a second, but man, I think we're close. We'll figure it out. And now for him and Eli Warren on the final lap. A great result. Spencer Conrad gets bumped to 2nd, and Eli Warren, what a hot streak he's been on these last 3 weeks, put him to the pole on the 897 Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed. Taking you through the rest of your top 10. That'll cycle on the left side of your screen. Eli Warren again wins the pole. Spencer Conrad 2nd, just 16 thousandths off him, but Warren making the pass when he needed to. Ultimately a solid run there and a great final lap through that session for Eli Warren. Max Garcia again, his great lap on lap 6 puts him 3rd. Gaffera and Rivera 4th and 5th. Elio Meza 6th. Piatek 7th. Hudson Schwartz 8th. Carter McMurray aboard that Timmy Tech Comp Kart 9th. Cooper Shipman rounds off the top 10, and we'll go all the way down probably to about 18th for the entire first group. They'll beat the Group B drivers in qualifying for KA Juniors. So everybody except for Cameron Brinkman safely going to transfer on through. We're going to take a commercial break, and when we come back after KA Junior, the X30 Masters will get underway. We'll also have a lot of interviews with our KA Junior top qualifiers and our KA Senior qualifying prospects.
Welcome back here. About to get underway with your X30 Masters. Our very own Kendall Hedge has caught up to your provisional pole sitter for your KA100 Junior Class. Eli Warren. Kendall, take it away. Thank you, Kendall, and congratulations to Eli Warren for putting on a pole position here for your KA100 Junior Class. I know he has a lot of experience running out of the Midwest, coming from Louisville, Kentucky, making the trek all the way out here to beautiful GoPro, North Carolina. We are now getting underway here with your X30 Master Class. A couple of heavy hitters already put it down a fast lap time. Alex Mueller currently went purple so far with the 56.801. Again, that was lap number one of multiple here yet to come. 7 minutes in total is a qualifying session. Right now we have 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining so far, as we now have a live look onto the track right now. I see a couple of master drivers making the way through. The first one out is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, that is Duran Marcus, who is currently running up into that first two groups right now. As we make their way across the start, that's Ben Cooper and Alex Mueller. Alex Mueller running there in that second spot with Ben Cooper just in front of him. And P number 2 so far. Going down through the order now, Max Pappas goes up to P3 with the 48.763. So that is your top 3 running order so far. Again, that is Ben Cooper, who we're watching right now, and that Cosmic making his way through. Gets a little loose there coming into the double right-hander for making the way down the hill. This is a very draft-heavy track indeed. There's some very long straightaways. Some of the corners open up a great passing opportunity, but it's all about trying to find someone to tow with. Typically, what you want to see is maybe 3 or 4 guys who got some decent separation where they could tow off each other, but typically what happens is they all close back up till they go nose to tail. Maybe a little bit of a push here and there when they can. The more horsepower you get and the faster they go, the greater that draft kind of starts to dwindle. So you see here with the X30 Master Class, this is some of the fastest classes that we have. This is 30 age, the requirements for this one, I should say, is about 30 years of age and older. So these guys have a lot of experience, typically a little bit more respect between them. As we continue to watch them going back and forth, Alex Mueller goes to the top of the board. He now sits at a 48.513. Max Pappas goes to P2 with a 48.5. They're a little bit farther back behind. I believe they're in that second group from the top 2 who we see right now. Again, that is both Ben Cooper and Alex Mueller. So Mueller goes to the top of the board. He is enjoying that tow off of the back of Ben Cooper, who now finds himself in P number 3. Cooper does not have much of a push or a tow right now, so that's going to cost him just a little bit. He may be able to make up a tenth or two, but he really needs that draft to come into effect. I say that, and he goes to the top of the board with a 48.421 without a tow. So he is booking it right now. Mueller running in the second spot is enjoying the tow off of Ben Cooper. About .092 seconds is what separates the top 2. Max Pappas not too far back, sits at about 1/10 off of your top 2 in P number 3. Josh Wise sitting in the 4th spot, about 2/10 back from your provisional pole sitter of Ben Cooper. Right after that, rounding out the top 5 is going to be Martin Pierce. There's 9 cars in total going to make up your X30 Master Class, with Darren Marcus sitting in P number 6, Todd Chambo in P7, and Jake Potak in the 8th spot. So still a little bit more time left to go here for qualifying. Just under 3 minutes now. Across the stripe again comes Ben Cooper and Alex Mueller. Both not able to improve on their time, so the tires may be starting to fall just a little bit. Josh Wise comes across the stripe, able to improve his time, goes up to P number 4. Everyone kind of staying just a little bit stagnant. Not a whole lot of shifting in the field, not a whole lot of drafts that are changing, but it does look like Cooper is slowly starting to pull out a little bit from Alex Mueller on track. So Mueller is losing the chance of whatever tow he could get off the back of Cooper. Last time by, as I said, Cooper was not able to open up his gap any more than he did the lap before. As we're going to switch a little bit farther back down. That is Max Pappas running in P number 3. Registered on the board and on track. He makes his way up the hill. Again, he does not have a draft or a push either. There's one trailing just behind him of Darren Marcus. So Marcus enjoying just a little bit of a tow, whatever can be given to him, but not a huge difference as they now come down towards across the stripe. Martin improves his time, goes up to P5. Josh Whites improves his time as well, not able to improve his position. Mac Pappas came across the stripe, also not able to improve. Todd Shambo not able to improve his time as well. So it looks like the times are starting to drop off just a little bit with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. So they're probably going to trail out here the next couple of laps. Right now they're getting some seat time, but not a huge difference going to come into play with lap times unless maybe two decide to go into a tandem style of drafting when you go nose to tail and push each other to get a good lap run. But right now with all the separation on track, I don't foresee that in the future right now with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining through the final corner. On yet another lap comes Ben Cooper. Again, your provisional pole sitter with that 48.422. Let's see what he does across the stripe. Falls off just a little bit. 48.495. His pool time is a 48.421. So the fall off is not great, but it is there as no one's been able to improve their time the past couple laps here, Xander.
Yeah, we would definitely expect that a little bit from the MG yellow tires, which is only used by the X30 Masters and the X30 Pros. Now, we've got a handful of our KA seniors already getting set to go. First up, Group C will be heading onto the racetrack. Let's send it over to Kendall Head. She's caught up with the man who went third quickest in his group in warm-up today, Finnegan Bailiff. Kendall?
I'm here with Finnegan Bailiff, who went third in morning warm-up. Talk to us how this whole weekend has gone for you so far.
Pretty good. We got the car pretty dialed in. Hopefully we can keep it dialed in the rest of the weekend.
What is it like being involved in such a different event than what we normally have going on throughout the year?
Right now it seems pretty similar to the normal event, but I think later when the shootout comes and we're all thrashing, it's going to be crazy.
All right, well, thank you and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, Finnegan Bailiff obviously getting set to go and locked in for qualifying. He's ready. He'll be headed out in the one of the quicker KA senior groups as X30 Masters comes to a close, and no surprise, multi-time world champion, Super Nationals champion Ben Cooper ends on the top of the boards over local hotshot Alex Mueller, former NASCAR driver and sports car driver and car racing extraordinaire Max Pappas, and Mr. MPI is third. Josh Wise is fourth in his first ever karting event. It was a cool bet between himself and Scott Speed, and they had to do one race in each other's world. So Speed went and did a dirt track race over at Millbridge Speedway and a micro sprint, and now he's got Josh Wise coming and running a go-kart race for the very first time. He's had a lot of testing, though, so it's not like he's fully green. Helps pioneer the Chevrolet driver development group that has a lot of the NASCAR drivers and sports car drivers on the Chevrolet ladder come out to GoProMotorplex all the time to put laps in karts, but Josh Wise ending in fourth. Now for KA Senior to come up, again, there's multiple groups that'll be going on the order for KA 100 Senior. Those groups, of course, posted over in the GoProMotorplex lobby, and we'll be talking to more and more of our KA Seniors as they come up to the grid, but the first of them will be getting set to head out here in just a few moments, as the total class number is going to end up at 53. We're at 52 total entries, and then a late last-second entry. Brent Cruz is going to be joining the field as well here tonight, which is going to be fun, as he had zero practice yesterday. Very similar to the dirt racing that he was doing last night. Flew in here this morning or overnight, and any other type of racing that we're used to with only one or two practices. And this is a kid that grew up here, so I'm not going to be surprised to see him put some good ones together. But here's a look at the first group to go out for qualifying in KA 100 Senior. You'll see a number of names you may recognize from the U.S. Pro Kart Series and SCUSA Pro Tour seasons thus far. There's a good shot at the RPM Tony karts on the second row there. Taryn Odom in the 981 has been turning the wrenches a lot this year, and he's got himself back behind the wheel on home turf in Mooresville, North Carolina to get set to go. He'll be the third one to roll out when qualifying gets underway. Behind him, Byron Daly. In front of him, G3 are Guy Rose in that Speed Concepts Racing CRG, and Colin Hayes in the Team Nitro kart number 992. All of these drivers, again, eligible for your votes. Go to our Kart Chaser Facebook or Instagram pages to get the link to vote your favorite KA Senior driver into what Finn said is going to be a little wild here tonight. That CNC Performance Engineering KA 100 shootout with $4,000 on the line. Before there, they've got to qualify, and they've got to hope that they can, if not lead. Oh, big contact here on the opening circuit. And my goodness, wow, that is the last thing you want to do when you start your session is get together into turn number 4.
Yeah, definitely not the greatest of aspects you can have here on the start, especially going to that bull corner. Typically just a little bit faster altogether. But now you can see them try to get their carts off. They may, if they're not bit, they only went to the bumper, they may try to get themselves back on to get a lap in.
That was teammates right there. Andrew Chapman and Taryn Odom warming the tires up, get together at the end of the backstretch on the outlap. And now, unfortunately, they're going to, I think, might get sidelined in qualifying, so they're trying to get dislodged as G3R Gyros has some clear racetrack, and he'll take off the hill here on lap number 1. But teammates together, contact early on in the first group. Chaos on the racetrack. Let's let them get sorted. While we do, let's send it trackside. Kendall's caught up with another here as Tyler Wettengel makes his return to the national scene. Kendall?
I'm here with Tyler Wettengel. You're about to go out for your qualifying session. How are you feeling right now?
Good. The team's put together a great kart. Just need to execute, stay in the top 10, and get a good spot for the heat races. But no, I've been looking forward to this race for a long time. The local guys have been looking forward to it, and no, I'm excited for the weekend.
How has your weekend gone so far from yesterday and morning warm-up?
We've been really good. We had great pace yesterday. We had a couple carb issues, but I think we got that sorted out. But no, we expect to have good speed today and just kind of keep plugging away and be ready for Sunday.
All right, well, sounds good and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Kendall. Tyler Wettengel on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Like he said, lots of local racing action for him this year as he preps for some more sports car racing coming up in 2023. But it's cool to see him back at an event that he was a contender at in 2021. The inaugural edition saw Tyler Wettengel get on the box in the X30 Pro main event with a top 3 result, and on top of that, compete for the lead and the win in the KA100 Senior Shootout that's coming up tonight. So he's looking to go back in that once again with some different colors. So we'll have him on the boards as the field continues to work its way around. 4.5 minutes to go. Mike McAndrews, quickest early here in the first group of 16 drivers. Weston Workman second. That's two pretty quick guys that you would not be surprised to see in the fast group as G3R Gyros goes a little bit better here with 4 minutes to go. We'll keep it going side by side. Let's send it to some face you should be familiar with from KC Broadcasting. Emery Lida's behind the wheel this week. Kendall?
Here with Emery Lida, you were up front for warm-up in Group B, and this is your home track. How are you feeling so far?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, this is a track that I obviously had a lot of laps around. We've got the setup pretty good this weekend. And honestly, it's just great to be back behind the wheel. It's been about 3 months since Road America, and we've been fast all weekend. We were really good in warm-up. With a little bit of changes, I think we'll be up there.
So going into qualifying, what's kind of the strategy you're looking for the rest of the day?
I mean, some of it I can't reveal, but ultimately I think my goal is just to get a good draft. We're around, obviously, a lot of fast people. The top 17 years all so close together. So really, it's just trying to find the right lap, get the tires in the right temperature, and go from there.
All right, sounds good and good luck, Emery.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Kendall. Emery Lida has been one of our top commentators all year long on the KC broadcast, and he is back behind the wheel again, like he said, after a couple months hiatus. Now, Mike McAndrews went back to the top after G3R Gyros threw a heater down. Here's Weston Workman coming across the line. Can he go any better? Lap 4, he will not improve position. In fact, he gets bumped back. Byron Daly has improved. He's moved up to second. 2/10 off Mike McAndrews. Fullerton as we get set to go. Meanwhile, here with 3 minutes to go, let's send it back trackside again. Chase Jones was recently crowned a champion here at the Stars Championship Series just 7 days ago. Not even really, as we're here Friday for the IAME Grand National Championship. He's down with Kendall as well. Kendall?
Here with Chase Jones. Chase, you're up front, and how are you feeling for the rest of the weekend going into qualifying?
I'm pretty happy with the package we have right now. I'm just working on myself. Got to get a little bit better in some corners here and there. It's one of the places that I seem to struggle in. So, if I can put it all together, I think we'll have a shot at putting it in the top 5 in qualifying. So, really happy with the Switch Racing engines and Applegate Seedhouse, MPG Motorsports, and Race Factory machine right now. So, it's time to do my job.
Yeah. Being a team manager, how are you balancing driving and being like a driver coach and doing everything for the MPG team?
Yeah, it's a lot. When I'm here, luckily I have Austin Fairfield being my mechanic this weekend, but I'm always running around helping people out, keep up with the racetrack, and running parts all day. So I have a job on the racetrack and a job running the box truck as well.
All right, sounds good, and good luck, Chase.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Kendall. Chase Jones, like he said, a busy man, ready to get after it in qualifying. Meanwhile, Mike McAndrews with a minute and a half to go still sits on top of the boards here, Caleb.
Yeah, Weston Workman is up into P2 right now, roughly about 0.145 off of your leader right now of McAndrews out in front. Now, remember back to last year, Weston Workman in the X30 Senior Shootout, he got the fan vote by a long shot. So even if he's not quite able to put it into the Fast 8 right now, look for him to be a possible contender for your fan favorite vote.
Yeah, we'll see if he can win that fan vote once again. He's only competing in the KA100 division. I talked to Weston after not seeing him. He'd been on the national circuit all the way through 2021 and had been not doing as many races this year as they focused on the Spec MX-5 Mazda Challenge Series through 2022. And he's obviously home and local here to Mooresville, North Carolina's GoProMotorplex, so wasn't too far down the road to get him to come out here. And he said he'd been running a lot of the club races this season, as many as he could get to, so he still feels pretty fresh. I said, is there any bit of rust on you? He said, nah, man, we're good. Right now, not looking too rusty at all. Second in the group over Byron Daly in the 960 Prodigy Motorsports Maranello. Again, G3R Gyros was the first out onto the racetrack. He has fallen back by a couple. Colin Hayes has gotten by him. Hayes is fourth. Gyros there is fifth. Couple more closing in on him there. The number 4 of Grant Vogel trying to reel him in and get a good lap together. Through this grouping, behind our Gyros in 6th, well, Alex Doncho rounds the top 5. Then it's Travis Varney in the Forward Direction Motorsports Comp Cart. Emerson Reed on that Franklin Motorsports Merlin, as Mike McAndrews, you can see there in the bright white helmet on the Fullerton, into the scale lane with 1 lap to go. He's done. No need for anything more. He'll sit on his laurels there at a 49.82 with the checkered flag coming now here for lap number 8. An improvement for Grant Vogel to the top 5.
Yeah, it's something that we may see a little bit more as the classes go on here, as the track is a little bit hotter. Some guys maybe trying to save their tires, coming in a little bit of a lap early. I think he can improve on his time, so he pulled it into the pits now.
So he'll bring it in with 1 lap prior to go. Checkers in the air as they come down the front stretch for the first group. McAndrews, a 49.82. Where will the second group go in qualifying? This is the middle bunch at the end of warm-up here today. You can see Brooke Nachtman in the 930 Speed Concepts Racing CRG. She was second in to miss the cut line to the fast group. Showed a lot of speed. Talked with her and her father earlier today about last night. He said, well, we were pretty good under the lights. I think we might be able to get there if we can put a good qualifying run together and get through the heat race. Mr. CNC Performance Engineering, Chris Nachtman, a huge supporter of karting. We're happy to have him and his family operation racing and with us for the KA100 shootout. Let's go through the rest of the drivers on your screen. Well, you can see a couple Texans there on the second row. Aiden Rudolph in that GWR AR Academy 979 OTK. We'll be rolling off alongside a kid he's raced against with all year long, Vinny Muskelis, in the number 948 Red Speed. Again, all these drivers looking to beat a 49.822 time. That sets it. You go back behind Muskelis, we'll find Connor Ferris, who last week is looking for a little bit of redemption. We talked about Chase Jones on a hot streak after winning the title on Sunday. 5 days later, Connor Ferris is back behind the wheel. He led the point standings going into that one live on Kart Chaser. Was a weekend to forget, but he got a lot of speed at the very end with an engine change. Drove it all the way up to 6th from dead last on the grid. So he knows the speed's there, knows the kart's good. He's back at a racetrack where he's got a lot of familiarity with. Grown up in the Northeast, but has spent a lot of laps around GoProMotorplex. He's going to be up here in this group to go as well. Along with that, to his inside in the number 943 Rollison Performance Group Cosmic, Gia Cicero has gotten herself into the top 5 on numerous occasions throughout the 2022 national season. Looking properly kitted and ready. Gia could be really good here this weekend. And again, 5th in this group means she was just only 5 below the cut line to the very quick group that'll be going out later on. That puts her about mid-20s in the warm-up session this afternoon, where maybe some drivers went new tires, some went on older rubber. No surprise to see maybe some disparity there. Then let's go back a little bit further. Well, the number 1 calling his shot early, Speed Concepts Racing's newest signee, Frankie Mossman, on a one-off deal here this weekend for the IAME USA Grand National Championship. Will be one of the next ones to head on to the racetrack, and Frankie has had some really good pace. We go back to the Superkarts USA round in Newcastle, and he was up there for a pre-final, was the only non-RPG inside the top 5 in the X30 class that's been dominated by Mike Rollison's awesome group and Ryan Norberg's camp, and it was Norberg versus this standout senior rookie. So the Speed Concepts Racing CRG number 1 here in KA Senior this weekend, looking to put on a show. And here's a showman himself, veteran in the KA100 Senior classes, Josh Holtz in the Holtz Driver Development OTK on his own operation, keeping himself busy. We talked to Chase Jones about what it's like to be a team owner and a driver. Well, the same for Josh Holtz, and you can see just behind him there his teammate Nick Terlecki in this group as well. Both of them have had good runs through, but I think if you ask them of what's been left to be desired in 2022, it's better qualifying runs. runs. They've had some impressive runs through the grid to the top 5, to the top 10 on the national circuit. Can they put some good laps together here in qualifying and get going a little bit forward? There's some cleanup to be done here for your KA seniors, but that's what we're waiting on as we see Terlecki ready to go in the 988 HDD OTK machine. Here's the engines coming to life. It's time to back off, clear the way on the grid, and get set for qualifying Group B. We just had Group C go out. This is the middle half from the session. 49.82 by Mike McAndrews Fullerton, the time to beat.
Making the way on track right now is Group B, as Xander just said before. So there are going to be 3 groups in total for your KA100 senior class. Everyone's going to be trying to improve off the times that happened last time by. Again, you can get your vote in for this afternoon for your fan favorite pick of who you want to see run in the shootout this afternoon. You can go to the Kart Chaser Facebook along with Instagram page. Put in your vote of who you want to see in tonight's show with the chance of $4,000 up for grabs here this afternoon. Lap number 1 is coming to you now live on Kart Chaser. This time across the board, they're going to start the clock for the first group, or the clock has actually already started. Again, 7 minutes in total. First lap is going to be a little bit of a wash as the tires come up to temp. But looking out into the field right now, a little bit of pairing up with some friends and maybe some people you have to work with to get a little bit of a tow. But as of right now, top 5, fairly spaced out as they make their way across the stripe.
Across the line there for the field, over 1,100 votes already in the CNC Performance Engineering KA Shootout fan vote contest. At the moment, the leader, Aiden Levy, in the privateer aboard the Alonzo Kart at 199 votes for him. Chase Hand, 109. Travis Varney, 83. Finnegan Bailiff, 76. And fan favorite from last year, Weston Workman, 50 votes so far. He's 5th in the voting total. And again, it'll be the highest in the fan vote that doesn't transfer in on another way in. Let's go to one driver here who's had a lot of speed over the summer stretch. Hayden Jones is down with Kendall.
Here with Hayden Jones. Hayden, this is your home track. What's it like having this event here?
Oh, it's good because, I can stay at home, get some good sleep, and still, be at a big event.
How has your weekend gone so far?
It's been pretty well. Starting going and qualifying in 11th, not the best. I didn't have a draft and happy hour or warm-up, so, it could have been better then.
So what's your kind of game plan going through the rest of the weekend?
Get a good draft. Alex Stanfield is just so much faster than everyone else, so I'm going to try and get with him.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Hayden.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Interesting to hear that. The GWR Team Felon OTK of Alex Stanfield, recently crowned U.S. Pro Kart Series champion, SCUSA Pro Tour vice champion in his second year in the senior ranks, looking really, really good. 4.5 minutes to go. Let's give you an update of where everybody sits so far in qualifying. Gia Cicero showed her on the grid. Quickest at the moment, Miskelis second, Terlecki third, 50.5 though. That's 7/10 off Mike McAndrews at a 49.82, so more pace to be found. 4 minutes to go. Let's take it trackside as well to hear from the other half of those championship titles on the season. Jeremy Fletcher, your SCUSA Pro Tour KA Senior Champion, is here on the RPM outfit. Kendall?
Here with Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy, how's your weekend going so far?
Pretty good. Didn't have the best happy hour, but we know we have the pace to run up front, so hoping for a good draft.
How was your morning warm-up?
Not the best, but we're definitely going to bounce back.
What's kind of like your strategy going through the rest of the weekend and to make it into the shootout tonight?
Definitely for qualifying, just kind of follow the pack, see what they do, and work off of that, and then keep it clean.
All right, sounds good, and good luck, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Again, key thing he said right there, Caleb, follow the pack, right? You don't want to be in it. You don't want to be the guy pushing. You want to be the guy lagging back, following it. That's where we've seen the pull times come.
Yeah, and I think something else we may see here, too, that we haven't seen so far is when you first go out on track, you see some guys trying to hang back with Scarlett Moore with the National Series stuff in the SCUSA and USPKS. That first 4 or 5 don't want to be leading the draft. We haven't seen that yet, but I think at one point there may be a point of everyone's arguing over who's going to go first across the line.
Well, right now they're going to pass going in. Gia Cicero is going to go by on Aiden Rudolph in this 4-car group. They are no longer the fastest. Connor Ferris, 49.72, put him on the provisional pole. Frankie Mossman second, Josh Holtz third, Miskelis fourth as they head into the hairpin. Let's go trackside here to Paulie Massimino, who's caught up with Kendall.
Here with Paulie Massimino. Paulie, how's your weekend going so far?
So far, pretty good. Keep pushing and see what we got.
This is also your home track like Hayden Jones. What's it like having this event here?
It's a very great event. I only got a few laps here, so I'm still kind of learning the track a little bit. But no, definitely a great event put on by IAME and Kart Chaser and Hutt Brothers and everyone else involved. And yeah.
All right, thank you and good luck, Polly.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Focused and still finds a way to slip in a few jokes there. That's our guy.
I was about to say, I don't know how many, a few laps is here, maybe a couple hundred in his case, but again, new CRG car for him this year when he made the switch over from running on the previous team to going on now to the CRG brand. So maybe that's what he's trying to get figured out, but I think he may be one of the top contenders here this afternoon.
Yeah, he could be super, super quick in the K100 senior division as the final few drivers get set and ready to go here for qualifying. But with 2 minutes to go, let's see more shuffling in that pack. Aiden Rudolph and Brooke Nachman have gotten away. Can they put some good laps together right now? Rudolph is outside the top 10, and Nachman is 9th, so they got some work to do. Meanwhile, Kendall Hedge, who do you got now?
We're here with Connor Zillage. Connor, we haven't seen you in a while. What's it like being back at the go-kart track?
It's a lot of fun. I always enjoy coming back here, so I'm just thankful to be here and excited to see how I do this weekend. It's been good so far, just knocking off the rust, but it's time to start going fast, and hopefully we can qualify well and do well tonight in the shootout, and hopefully have a good rest of the weekend.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Connor.
All right, Connor Zillage already confident that he's going to make it in. We'll see if he does. He's one of the drivers starting towards the front, was one of the fastest ones in final practice, as Aiden Rudolph, with a minute to go, continuing to try and push for more. At the moment right now, 50.1. That's going to put him probably down in the 20s of the drivers who have qualified, not counting the fast group still to go. So he's got work to do as they head up the hill with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman, though, is currently sitting on pole position right now. He's got to hold on for about a lap right now. He is in what appears to be that front pack in the second position. May be able to better his time, but he's going to need to pull something out of the hat. Tires are starting to fall off just a little bit. His last time by was a 49.92. His provisional pole sitting time was a 49.566. So I don't think in the second half of the qualifying run, as we see a pass on him on the inside, I think he's going to now not be able to improve his time whatsoever.
So there we go, 15 seconds to go here. Aiden Rudolph continues to lead the way in the pack. However, he does not lead them on the leaderboard. So it is still Frankie Mossman with a good lap on lap 5, a 49.56. Checkered flag in the air, final time through. Rudolph does not really get much more out of it, unfortunately. So it'll be a rough quali for him at a 50 flat. Nobody else actually really improves on that 8th lap. Frankie Mossman at a 49.566. Connor Ferris second, Josh Oates third, Gia Cicero fourth, Vinny Miskelis rounds out the top 5 for Group B. And now we get set for Group A to qualify. You go back from there, Drayson Upchurch. He and Vinny Miskelis, they'll both be 5th and 6th, but they got beat by Mike McAndrews 49.82. So McAndrews still 5th overall from the slow group. Not a bad quality effort from the Fullerton driver. Grayson Upchurch 6th, Drew James 7th, Nick Terlecki 8th, Brooke Nachman 9th, Trevor Watson rounds out the top 10 in Group B. Let's take a look at who was fastest in final practice today. It's a pair of GWR Tony Karts. Alex Stanfield, a Texas champion, a U.S. Pro Kart Series champion, and chasing a first IAME Grand National Championship here today. Connor Zillage was second in final practice. He looks pretty good, felt pretty good, said he shook the rust off, feels confident. Christian Miles there rolls off third on the BJR MDR Lando Norris kart. And he, of course, was the recipient of the Trackhouse Karting Career Advancement Award last night, presented by Kevin Harvick, NASCAR Cup Series champion, and IMSA president John Doonan, along with Justin Marks from the Trackhouse Racing Team. Super cool program. He's going to get a fully funded test day in a Global MX-5 Cup Series car just down the road, probably over at Carolina Motorsports Park in Kershaw, South Carolina. So for Christian Miles, that's a family, obviously. They're not a big money group. They've got some help that's been able to get them to the national circuit. He's performed, moving up to senior early, and now he's going right up to the man to beat here in 2022, Alex Stanfield, as he's gone by Connor Zillage and is second in line with 6 minutes to go here, coming to put lap 1 on the boards, or to start lap number 1, I should say. Stanfield will take them up the hill. Yeah, Stanfield coming on with so much momentum from last year, again from this year, being crowned the USPKS champion. Is great momentum coming here to the IAME Grand East, presented by Hunt Brothers Pizzas. Makes his way across the board right now. He will set the flying pace as lap number 1 is now in the books. Again, this is not going to count whatsoever, as everyone's going to continue to prove out this time. This includes all the time they take to go out on track, warm the tires up. From lap 2 on is when the times get a little quick, and right now it looks like a top 2 pull away. That's going to be
In P number 2, Connor Zilic is getting a little bit of a tow there from Stanfield out in front. And then coming a little bit farther down back to the field, there's Jeremy Fletcher in P3. Not quite in towing distance, but he also is getting just a little bit of a push there coming off of his back bumper as well. So there's still plenty of time here to prove some laps. Again, it's about 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Probably about this lap and onwards, we're going to see the actual competitive times.
So 5 minutes, 10 seconds. Like you said, we'll see what they hit here. They were getting the first lap just across the pit lane loop. This one really being the first lap at full song. Stanfield will get bumped down to the 5th position at a 50.55. John Burke a 50.43. And again, the time to beat is a 49.5 set by Frankie Mossman in that middle group. Taking a minute to kind of find their footing. Let's see what the packs look like right now as we dial on in. You can see the pair of OTKs working their way through turn number 6. That is the, if I'm not mistaken, that's the RPM Tony Kart of John Burke. So new colors for him. Headed over to turn number 9, and then right behind him, another one of the RPM entries as well in this grouping. So here they go, out of 9, over up the hill. Alex Stanfield and Christian Miles just up the road from them. And down the front straightaway, here we are. Where does everybody stack up? Miles goes good, Stanfield good, Lucas Zabo and John Burke, the RPM teammates, go 3rd and 4th, and Tyler Wettengel and Connor Zillis will go to the top of the boards. 49.63 for Tyler Wettengel. Still, he's not quicker than his teammate Frankie Mossman on the Speed Concepts Racing CRG, but the Speed Concepts CRG is looking good. First in both groups at the moment. 3 laps complete, 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, they're all trying to now work this middle parts of the qualifying run that we've seen is one of the fastest times start to come out. So you have to time it perfectly of when your tires come in and when you can work a draft. If you're going side by side with someone all the way around the track, your times are not going to be competitive at all. So now they're trying to maybe start working the back bumper of someone, maybe back it off a little bit through a couple of corners, get a little bit of a run for the next lap. But right now, let's see if Tyler Wettengel can make it a 1-2 lockout for CRG as he makes his way across the stripe. He will get topped by John Burke. Now goes to the top of the board. Lucas Zabo to P2. Wettengel falls back to 3rd. Fletcher now coming into the mix in P number 4.
And that will knock Frankie Mossman off the top spot as Burke goes to a 49.45. He'll be the first one to beat him. Zabo 2nd. We were watching Finnegan Bailiff get hooked up there with Adam Breckley. Here's a look at Aiden Levy, it looks like, working with I think that might be Wettengel headed down to turn number 4. So a number of packs around. Here's a 4-car pack back at the front. Miles leads. Alex Stanfield out of turn number 8 with Burke and Zabo in tow. Stanfield, we heard he was one of the quicker ones. Well, he hasn't been able to get clear racetrack to put a good lap together. He's 14th. Christian Miles is 13th. Austin Jers and Chase Jones, they're headed through 9. Here's back to Miles and Stanfield trying to push down the front stretch. What does their lap look like this time? Stanfield, a good one. 3rd, make it 4th. Wettengel goes a little better.
So it's still John Burke at the top of the board. He was not able to improve on his last lap. Lucas Zabo still holds on to P2. And as you said, beautiful top 3 karts up here with Christian Miles leading the way. Currently sitting in the 7th spot as it looks like there's one coming up into the distance. Couldn't quite get a name to the kart, but there is going to be, looks like a RPM making the way up to the mix.
Yeah, that's Zabo right there. He's at the end of the grouping, losing a little bit of touch to Burke, the RPM Tony Kart. Stanfield now going to go by Christian Miles. That's actually going to be really good for Christian Miles here. He'll line up behind them 2 car lengths away. 2 minutes to go. He should get 2 laps at it, if not at least just 1 more. So if Christian Miles can put a good lap together, he can get himself up from 7th, maybe a little better. No, Zabo's going to go by him. That might hurt a little bit more because that gap he had was going to be perfect. Now Zabo going by is going to hurt Christian Miles a bit. He's at a 49.65. That puts him about inside the top 10 just barely here at the end of qualifying. Connor Zilish down in 9th. Only 2 tenths off for Connor Zilish and Hayden Jones. They are 9th and 10th. Paulie Massimino and Adam Breckley also 2 1/4 tenths off, 11th and 12th. Finnegan Bailiff is 13th. Austin Jers 14th, and the first one that's not within 2.5 tenths of the leaders. As John Burke's time on lap number 4, a perfectly towed lap around. He's pushing Alex Stanfield to do what they can. Christian Miles went back by on Zabo. He'll try to lead them forward, but the KA senior class so tightly packed when it comes to lap times. Will come up to the line this time. 1 to go, more than likely, with 1 minute left. And 1 more lap around. Can Christian Miles and Lucas Zabo, with that gap they've got to John Burke and Alex Stanfield, put a heater together? They're going to need to really try at it. As Tyler Wettengel throws a good one down, he'll go up to 2nd at a 49.512.
Well, that time across the stripe looks like the only ones able to improve on their time inside the top 10 was Tyler Whitingale. Now moves himself up to the second spot. Chase Hand in P5, and Connor Zilic made up a little bit of time to go to P8, but not enough that needed. Adam Breckley also moved up his time in the 11th position. So I think the tires maybe starting to fall off here just a little bit. No one's quite passing, but there is the draft that's going to come into effect here as make their way across the stripe for the final time.
So Tyler Whitingale aboard. Actually, that looks to be a Speed Concept Racing red speed he's got. Here's Connor Zilic and Hayden Jones. They are just really in purgatory here in this qualifying session. They put good laps together, but they haven't been great for the speed they've got. Zilic got a good lap last time. I don't know what it'll look like this time by. Across the line, Alex Stanfield turning up late when he needs to. 49.43. Burke goes a little slower. Miles of 49.45. He ties John Burke on the boards. But Alex Stanfield on the final lap, buzzer beater qualifying session for him. He puts it on pole by 0.02 of a second. What a heater on the final circuit for Alex Stanfield. John Burke was trailing him for the lap. He must have made a little mistake somewhere through it and gave up time, or he would have went right up there with him. But his fourth lap still good enough to hold on for the off-pole result. And these two now, they won't see each other until, I believe, on Saturday evening in the third heat race for groups A and B. Now they're going for one more. This will be the checkered. Let's see if he goes anything better. Lap 8. Burke goes better, 49.40. Alex Stanfield gets bumped on the final lap, and John Burke back on him. Final time by. The clock had expired. They got a few more laps in, and John Burke takes advantage. He goes to the pole in the RPM Tony Kart. New colors for the kid, and it's a good start for him. Alex Stanfield second, Christian Miles third, Connor Zilic fourth. Gets a good lap on lap 8, moves into the top 5. Whitingale fifth, Zabo sixth, Jones seventh, Chase Hand eighth, Jeremy Fletcher ninth, the kid leading the fan vote. Aiden Levy might not even need it. 10th, although he'll get bumped back to about 9th or bumped back to about 11th or 12th overall, as Frankie Mossman will hold that spot well enough. Here comes your leaders on in. Alex Stanfield towed around the field, put a good lap in on his own, punching his own hole in the air, ends up second. That's going to be very dangerous. But John Burke nodding his head. He's pumped up. Pole position for John Burke. And the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart machine. His teammate Lucas Zabo, 6th. We'll see if we can get a word here with John in just a moment as they go on through the scale line. Christian Miles, 3rd at the end of qualifying. He'll be the pole man for Group C. And then going back to 4th on back there again. A, B, C, D groups will be based off of this qualifying order. And we'll watch them all head to the scales, as now it is time for the minis to take to the racetrack here. 2 groups for the mini Swift drivers onto the circuit at about 13 to 14 apiece. This first one being the bottom half from final practice here today.
Big names that we've seen on the national circuit who find themselves in the second group, along with includes Benham Abernathy, Ethan Tovo, who made some improvements throughout the national season, his brother Jackson Tovo as well. Some big names to look out for. Tyrone Kemper Jr. has been up in that mid-pack, started to make his way up towards the front, but he is also a contender to keep your eye on, as they are now making their first time around the circuit. Look for them to try to warm up the tires as the best they can. Again, we're going to have some interviews coming your way here soon from that KA100 senior qualifying after they got all the times in and have been informed by the mechanics where they're lined up at. First one across the stripe was Ethan Tovo, who is going to be leading the pack overall. He now finds himself P7 for the moment. But again, with 5 minutes and 50 seconds still yet to come here for qualifying, anything can happen. And as we've seen in the previous group with the KA100 senior class, it can come down to the final lap. And making sure you can work the toe correctly, along with managing your tires and equipment, to when you can put in the fastest lap. This time by, is it going to be just a little bit more competitive on the lap times, maybe a little bit more realistic view of what we're going to see here from qualifying. The last time by was about a 1:00.497 for Forrest Adams, who running about mid-pack. He is in a pack of 3 right now, trying to work the toe to the best that he can. So look for these times to be just a little bit more what we're going to be used to here when it comes down to the final lap, as we got 2 nose to tail coming across the stripe. I believe that is going to be Benham Abernathy in the first of 2. Right behind him, just off the distance, was Ethan Tovo as well. And now it is going to be Michael McGahee going up to the point right now at the 54.043. So in one lap, from the first lap out to now, they have dropped 6 seconds. Again, that's typical of what we've seen so far. There's a good shot there from one of the Tovos. It appears to be Ethan Tovo, if I'm not mistaken, making his way through the bull corner. There's a good shot of the entire field, all bunched up nose to tail, coming down to the big one of the bigger passing opportunities here is that turn 6 corner. We're now going to send it down pit lane side to our very own Kendall Hedge, who has caught up with your pole sitter here for the K100 senior class. Kendall?
Here with Alex Danfield, who qualified P2 and K100 senior. Walk us through those last couple of laps between you and John Burke.
Yeah, I mean, I was just out front. Didn't really help me not getting a draft. I feel like we worked together pretty good, so that's good. And maybe for the heat races, we can push away. But for sure, I know I have pace. And yeah, looking pretty good.
All right, sounds good, and good luck, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Kendall. Again, that is Alex Stanfield, who won this championship for the USPK Series, has all sorts of momentum coming in now, and he is going to use it to his best advantage that he can. Going to have pole position here for your KA100 senior class. Along with it tonight, again, is the shootout. We can't say it enough. The fan favorite vote is still going live right now. If you think you know someone who may want to be inside the shootout, we have one fan pick. You can go online and vote on Kart Chaser Instagram and Facebook. Put in who you think is going to be your top driver here this afternoon, who you want to see in the show, up for a chance for $4,000 richer this afternoon. As we continue to watch qualifying across the stripe right now, we got two more coming down to it. Ethan Tovo and Austin Warren have been working fairly closely together. They've been finding themselves, got bumped down just a little bit by Michael McGaughy. He went back up to the point with the 53 flat. Right behind him, he's getting a little bit of help from Jackson Tovo. Goes up to P2 at the 53.098. So these two now going to work each other nose to tail coming down up the hill right now out of the bull corner. They've been going just a little bit faster each time by. They've been trying to get past both Drew Walls, who now finds himself back in P number 5, and then Austin Warren now back into the 6th position. Everyone inside the top 10 has been shuffling back and forth so far, but they're slowly starting to pack back up. It's a 2-pack out in front of both Warren and Tovo are the first two out, and then after that is McGaughy and Jackson Tovo as well. This time by, if I'm not mistaken, it should be one of the two Tovos of Ethan Tovo coming across now on point as he makes his way out of the final corner, coming down to it. See if he's able to improve his time. He does, but not a huge, drastic margin. So Ethan Tovo goes to a 53.261, able to get around his brother, who's currently sitting in P2 with the 53.193. So they're going to continue to go nose to tail. Maybe here they're going to have about possibly another lap or two to go. Just about 2 minutes left in the session, 5 minutes have been complete to make up the 7-minute qualifying run that's going to come here this afternoon. There's a good shot top down from the field right now of both Ethan Tovo, who's giving a little bit of a push. Michael McGaughy still on pole position with the 53 flat. See, this time by, he wasn't able to improve last time. He fell off by about 2/10. Maybe be able to bring it back up, but he doesn't have much of a toe right now or a push. So he's going to have to pull something out of the top hat if he wants to improve on his time. Minute 30 when they come across the board now. Out of the final corner, coming down to the stripe. Let's see if there's any movement. Austin Warren, he improves up to 3rd. McGaughy not able to improve. Tovo not able to improve. Jackson, that is. Ethan does. Maintains a 4th spot. Drew Walls now comes up into the top 10 in P6. Forrest Adams is falling actually back down a little bit the order as Turner Brown has moved up into the 6th spot. Tristan Murphy has cracked the top 10 to go to 53.7. Keith Lewis Jr., is now up into the top 10 in P10. Just outside of it, Roman McCarty in P12. Tyrone Kemper Jr. registered in 13th. Just under a minute yet to go. So there's probably going to be about 2 laps in total in this qualifying run, as there's one of 2 Tovos of Ethan Tovo, who is making up time ever so slightly each lap. Maybe getting a little bit of help this time across the stripe for Say, if he can maybe get just a little bit of a push, makes his way across the stripe, goes all the way down to the bottom of the track. Let's see if he's able to improve his time. Ethan Tovo and Austin Warren do not improve. McGaughy does not improve. Jackson Tovo does not improve, along with Lucas Borchetta. So no one inside the top 5 has improved that last lap. Tristan Murphy improved his time, keeping his position inside the top 10 of P9. So with 1 lap left to go here for the top 2 on track, leading the way so far of Austin Warren and Ethan Tovo. Ethan Warner and Austin Warner and Tovo, both out in front. Getting a little bit of grammatical help here from our very own Xander Clements as we're watching. With about 3 seconds left, checkered flag is going to come out this time by.
So Michael McGoy, Jackson Tovo, Austin Warner, Ethan Tovo, Lucas Brincati, your top 5 here. Checkered flag coming in the air this time by. Final time through. What did the lap time shake out for the first of the 2 groups in the Mini Swift division across the line? Any changes? They will not happen inside the top 4 or the top 5. Lucas Brancati stays 5th. Turner Brown 6th. Drew Waltz, Forrest Adams, Tristan Murphy, Keith Lewis Jr., the top 10. The benchmark, a 53 flat here in the Mini Swift Division Group B. Group A is up next. They're coming up right after the break, live from Mooresville, North Carolina. It's the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati, and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here live for IAME Grand Second Edition, sponsored by Hunt Brothers Pizza. So we're about to go underway through Mini Swift Group A, now making the way out on track. Again, that first lap is going to be a little bit of a throwaway lap, trying to get tires up to temperature. Again, this is the out lap when they come out of the pits. Unlike last time, first group out, huge line of karts. So if you're sitting back in that fourth or fifth position, you're looking for a great tow coming off of that front half of the field. Last time it looked like there was a little bit of a bunch up there. About 2 and 3 kart tandem is what we've seen. Right now, lap number 1 coming your way here. Look for about a 1-minute lap in total. It's going to drop off maybe by about 7 seconds by the end of it. First one across the line is going to be Isaac Malkit, someone who has had a lot of experience running both regionally and nationally, coming from the Ohio area. Finds himself leading that entire pack. He doesn't have anyone right behind him to give him a push. There's a shot of him right now of Isaac Malkit out in front again. No tow and no push. There's the big pack from behind. That is led by Henry Taylor. And P number 2 up in that mix as well as Max Weiland, Travis Pettit, Landon Brewer is your top 5 so far. And they're actually all 5 in line. Lucas Palacio actually, I think, is just outside the 6th spot. Look for him this time by it. He's going to have a fantastic tow off the front 4 in front of him. There's a pass on the inside or attempt of it. That is going to bobble them down just a little bit. So there's going to be a break inside the top 3. But right now, Isaac Malkit out in front. He may be falling back and needing some help here shortly. No tow, no push. May not be the odds in his favor this time across the stripe. Let's see what time he can set by himself. This good indicator comes across the stripe, goes to a 54, and immediately falls down the order. Palacio goes P1. Now goes to Devin Waltz, makes his way to the top of the board. Malkit did a time by himself, finds himself in P6. So he looks back over the shoulder. Maybe he's trying to fall back just a little bit to get a little bit of a push or inside the toe, as they're all going to go into a pack of 4 or 5 just behind him. There's a good shot of it. Malkit out in front by himself. Again, Palacio up in that mix as well, running in the 6th spot, finds himself in P2. Devin Waltz is your provisional pole sitter right now as they make their way into turn number 8.
And disregard that timer there at the top of the screen. This one is only 2.5 minutes in, still with 4.5 minutes to go in the 7-minute qualifying session. Malkut will take it out of the final corner, down and up the hill to turn number 11. Like you said, he's running by himself. Might drop back later in the session. For the moment, he is not. Salvador de la Vecchia leads the next grouping. And it's a big group here coming all the way down to turn number 1. Where do they all shuffle again? Palacio, good lap, 53.080. Henry Taylor second. Pettit third. Weiland fourth. De La Vecchia fifth. To compare the draft difference, if you're going hopefully off just no draft to draft, I'd imagine Malkut's a top-level pace here this weekend, as he has been the last couple of weeks. 9th, 4/10 off. That's the difference of a toe here in the Mini-Swift class to not right now.
So, yeah, that's the rest of the group. Henry Taylor now finds himself in P2. Palacio running in that second group. The third Kart on back finds himself on pole position. So there's a good shot of the rest of the crew there. That's being led by Salvador de la Vecchia in the top. That's now probably about the fourth or fifth crew back. But as we said before, Isaac Malkut, one of the top-level drivers, is still out in front. He keeps looking over his shoulder. He hasn't tried to fall back into a toe just yet. Maybe look for about halfway on. Maybe try to fall back in that group, maybe try to stay away from all that chaos and keep himself in that clean air. Max Weiland is now going to be a provisional pole sitter, goes to the top of the 53.010, so he is about where that first group in Group A was turning some laps. Maybe has to get about a tenth or two lower before he can start trying to get to that provisional pole time. As the rest of the group, as we now have Philippe Benito is up into P3. William Kim finds himself inside the top 5, moves up to P number 4. Henry Taylor is going to be the gatekeeper for the top 5, finding himself in P number 5. Cameron Marshall just outside of P6. Travis Pettit is in the 7th spot. Max Christie, P8. Devin Wallace falls back to P9. And Isaac Malkut, the first Kart out on track, is sitting in the 10th position.
He's closed the gap down to only 2.5 tenths away. It's tightening up here, just like we saw at the end with that fast group in KA Senior. All the heavy hitters in the mini class are here. Salvador de la Vecchia passing, Isaac, was that De La Vecchia going by? I believe it might have been him going by. I know for sure that was Lucas Palacio getting past at the front of the grouping. But Isaac Malkut down the backstretch with about a 7 to 8 car length group back. He's not giving them any toe. He's the rabbit they're chasing. They haven't been able to hunt him down. He's been just good enough that they cannot get there. Unfortunately, even with setting his best lap of the session last time by, 3 tenths to find, he's down in 11th. And they'll head into the infield hairpin. Once again, side by side, this whole pack's going to battle. It's going to cost them what could be their final lap around, or maybe their final 2 if they fight like this. Palacio back to the point of the group. Lucas Palacio is at 5th here at the moment with a 53.080 back on lap 3. He wants to go any higher. I don't think that the place to be would be the front of the pack, but maybe he thinks it is. Across the stripe, a minute and a half to go, and Max Christie with a good lap on lap 5, does not improve on lap 6. He'll remain on the top, and a good run for him after what has been really just a rough year, from March on for Max Christie, the Georgia-based driver, at least back on a track he's a bit more familiar with in the 139. He's on top of the charts at the moment by 400ths over Devin Waltz.
Looking back down, the one who is leading out in front of the entire field of Isaac Malkut, who's been playing rabbit. As Andrew said, he is able to improve his time, was able to chip off just a little bit, moves himself up to P7 overall for this group right now. There's a good shot of the 4-pack. You can see up in the mix, Lucas Palacio, who's been one of the top contenders so far, is about 3rd in that train. Just in front of him is Salvador de la Vecchia, who finds himself in P12. A little side-by-side action for the top 2 across the stride. That's going to hurt their time, making the way through. No checkered flag yet. And it looks like no one in that group was able to improve on their time. Max Christie is able to go fast with 52.688. Devin Wallace holds on to P2. And Philippe Benito is still in the top 3 so far. Max Weiland P4. Isaac Malkut able to do it by himself. Goes to P5. Not quite enough that he needs, but I think he may in the long run play game. Actually, he is now falling himself back to the pack if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's going to drop all the way back. So he hit a decent lap, and now Malkut will fall all the way to the tail of the – or no, that was Cameron Marshall dropping to the tail of the group. Malkut still way up the road. That's how far he is away as they've fought all the way through this session. They're fighting again at the front of the grouping here with Palacio going back and forth with one other. Malkut going to the final turn. Palacio, that entire pack now is about 10 deep. The driver's catching on at the end of it will get a good tow. If they get there right coming to the finish line, could be a good lap for them. Checkers in the air. Where does everybody end up? Lap 8. The only one that improves in the top 10 is William Kim. Down in 8th, doesn't change positions. Cameron Marshall was the driver in the other blacked out nitro car, dropping back in his grid. His first race up in the mini class after being a championship title contender and race winner in the micro division this year. He's 9th in the group at a 53.13. But Max Christie, what a nice turnaround it is here to get the pole in Mooresville, North Carolina. The number 139 Beryl Art out of Buford, Georgia, will lead the field to the green in heat number 1. Devin Waltz second, Felipe Jesus Benito third, Weiland, Malka at the top 5, Palacio 6th, Landon Boer, William Kim, Marcia, and Henry Taylor. What is more impressive, though, really, is Malka doing that lap on his own. 5th by himself in a class like this. That's dangerous, Caleb.
Yeah, they're looking down through the order. They're pretty tight all together for, say, looking at it, not really a second separating from first all the way back to 13th. 7/10 separates the top 13 drivers so far.
4/10 of a second from third back to 13th with a 3/10 gap for the top 2. They got a really good toe on theirs for Waltz and Christie. So good laps for them. Good time for us to take a quick break on the action. X30 Juniors coming up next, live from Mooresville, North Carolina. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the 2nd annual IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Noah Rosser to the scales, please. Noah.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati, and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Welcome back to Mooresville, North Carolina, as the X30 Juniors take to the racetrack here, the second to last group for qualifying. X30 Pro starting to make its way up and onto the grid. One big group for both classes here. X30 Junior Pro at the moment, one lap in. Plenty of time to go for 25 drivers in total. Mason Walters, his outlap quickest. We'll see where they cycle at the end of lap 2. First lap really at full song. Caleb Gaffera, Ernesto Rivera, they work together in their junior qualifying session. They'll work together again here in X30, and they go fourth and actually, it might have been Teddy Mustella with him, 4th and 5th, but a couple RPG Cosmics headed on through. Indeed, that looks to be, no, that's Max Taylor, who goes pole, 49.16.
Yeah, some of the drivers up in the mix right now. Cameron Brinkman, P2. Mason Walters in 3rd spot. Caleb Gaffera in P4. Musella, number 5, and Enzo Vimontian is going to round out the top 5 provisionally. Still plenty of time yet to go. We're only about 2 minutes in so far. Again, so there's going to be about 4 minutes left in the session altogether. But they are the top 2 that we're going to be continuing to watch. That is Musella and Gerfer, if I'm not mistaken, trying to work together. So they're still going to go side by side. That's going to break up those 3 coming down to the stripe in that group right there.
Let's send it down trackside. Kendall Hedge is caught up with the first ever Kart Chaser livery, Kart Chaser suit driver. Dalton Haynes has worked for us behind the camera for a lot this year. He's back in front of it, behind the wheel. Kendall?
Here with Dalton Haynes. Dalton, how's your weekend going so far?
Yeah, it's going great. We've been really consistent all weekend, running the same times all weekend, feeling really quick. I got P8 in warm-up, so I'm really excited to see what I can do in qualifying. We were really close to P1. So, yeah, I'm just going to made a few tweaks in between qualifying, so I'm going to see what I can do.
Yeah. Do you want to show us your new Kart Chaser decal set?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, show it off. You know, if Dalton was smart, he'd go ahead and zip the suit up and really give everybody some good airtime. But, hey, man, you can only ask for so much, I guess. Yeah.
It's too hot out here, Xander. Stop making fun of me. All right. Yeah, I had my brother design these for Kart Chaser. I've been working for him for a full year now. I had a really good time with them, and Rock Vegas was my first time with them. Xander, Trevor, and Kyle all run a great live stream every single race they do. So I'm really excited to see what I can put, what times I can put up for qualifying, see if I can put this thing on pole, make Kart Chaser look good.
All right, sounds good, and thank you, Dalton. Good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Hopefully he can, but I will say Dalton knows better than to think that we'd stop making fun of him. We love Dalton Haynes, though. Good luck to him. He was the privateer standout that made a name for himself 1 year and 3 months ago at the IAME USA Grand National Championships, first edition. He's back for more here this year, looking to try and go to the top step of the podium after getting himself up onto it with a drive from deep in the field. Let's look at the X30 Juniors once again. 5 laps complete so far, 2.5 minutes to go. Gafera and Taylor, quick times for both of them. They are second and first. Max Taylor topping the boards right now, and look at that right there. Caleb Gafera, just like what we've been talking about, Caleb. Breathed the throttle coming out of the bowl, gave himself about 4 or 5 car lengths. He's going to set himself up for one more heater lap right here to try and top his teammate.
Yeah, it's going to be all or nothing when he's going to have to set that toe up perfectly. If he catches up to him too quickly, though, it's going to hurt him. He's going to have to give a little bit of a push to Musella. He will improve his time, but I think it's going to be timed just about perfect this time across the stripe. Let's see where it comes to. Not going to be enough, so next time by, look for it, is going to be the one where he's going to try to set it again. He may have to give a push to Musella.
Well, he was backing off that time, so it'll be this time he's going
correct.
for it.
He is, but I think he may have caught him just a little too soon as he's right at his back bumper heading to the bull.
Yeah, you're right. He got a little bit too close to him. He's going to be quicker than Taylor this time for sure. I just don't know if it'll be good enough. Her teammate, Ernesto Rivera, has jumped up to second, so it's an RPG 1, 2, 3, 4. Enzo Vidmontien, the next best on the Motaz Sport Alonso kart. But the RPG Cosmics rolling. Musella, good lap there on that time by, and Gafera's now gone past Max Taylor, so I think at this point he may have thrown that strategy out the window. He's just going to try and hit one good lap by himself, pulled away enough. It'll be all on his own shoulders if he can pull lap 8 out of the hat. This time by, Gafera making the pass, will not go quicker. Taylor obviously gave way to let him through. Vidmontien finds some speed, and the Motaz Sport driver's going. We'll go side by side with action here as let's send it down to the Mullet Man who's caught up here with Kendall Hedge.
Ryan Norberg. Ryan, how's your weekend going so far?
It's okay. I mean, everybody's, just trying to learn the racetracks and getting comfortable in this, condition that we're in. And so, yeah, everything's going good. We're 4th in the last practice, so hopefully we have a good run in qualifying.
Yeah, your mentees seem to be giving you a run for your money. How are you going to get out in front of them?
Well, obviously, it's just about getting a good lap time in. So, we're going to, obviously, a team, so we're going to work together. And if we're up front all together, it's going to be good for us.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Ryan.
Thank you.
Hold on, hang on to Ryan right there here, Kendall. Wait, I got a question for him. All right, Ryan, that was obviously not a good practice session for you. So if this is a bad weekend, does the mullet go away, or are you going to let it get uglier and uglier and hope that the speed comes?
I think the speed comes with the length of the mullet. So it's like one of those things, like right now it's the shortest, so I can only get more powerful.
Okay, hey, there you hear it, folks. Ryan Norberg looking for the power from the mullet. We'll let you go, buddy. Get all set up as he gets set for more. A good sport, as always, and if you didn't catch him on the Rental Car Tuner broadcast, go back and catch the commentary. He did an awesome job and always does on the air. There's a lot more superstars getting set to go in X30 Pro, but the checkered flag has just come out here in X30 Junior. Time has elapsed for everybody. Ernesto Rivera, final lap at a 48.31, looking good. Where do they hit when the checkered flag flies across the line? Caleb Gaffera by himself. Can he do it? Lap 9, not enough.
So that's going to be Rivera holding on to pole position. Enzo Montian, as of now, is going to be registered P2. Caleb Gaffera, who couldn't figure out that trying to get the fall back and get the toe on the run, finds himself in P number 3. Max Taylor going to be finishing out in P number 4 overall. Cameron Brinkman P5. Teddy Musella P6. Max Garcia moved his way up the board right now in P number 7. Hudson Schwartz into P8. Mason Walters P9. And Anthony Martella is going to be in the top 10 in P10, as they're all going to make their way down to the pit lane now. Is about to go up next with the X30 seniors getting suited up right now and strap themselves on the carts.
The biggest payday on the weekend coming both tomorrow night and on the main show. $5,000 for X30 Pro. I think it's either 5 or 7 for the main event on Sunday afternoon. And like, again, Kendall mentioned, Ryan Norberg's teammates, Hayden Jones, Nate Cicero, quickest in final practice. They'll be the first ones to head onto the racetrack here for qualifying. Splitting up the RPG Cosmics, it's none other than Paulie Massimino on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He was third in the end of the session, 400ths off of just ahead of Norberg as well. Alex Stanfield, his first X30 Pro start in quite some time. He's been the kid to beat, the man to beat in KA Senior. We just saw him tow around John Burke to the pole and go second. Now he's looking to maybe get a little help as he rolls off fifth here in qualifying to go to the pole. Here's Cade Dones, local driver, has spent the entire GoProMotorplex karting challenge, has also made a handful of national starts in 2022. He's with the RPG Cosmic Camp, 6th in final practice. Best running of the Lando Norris karts here in X30 Pro is Justin Ataconis aboard the BJR MDR combination entry. He's going to be 7th after his final practice result and to his outside. 8th to roll onto the racetrack will be the kart chaser livery of Dalton Haynes in the number 14 OTK. You go back behind him, Brian Boley spent a lot of time working on the wrenches and the laptops for the RPG Cosmic Camp here this season. He's back behind the wheel for his home race, and he starts right alongside Jacob Kolar, who's a rookie making his debut, one of the smallest drivers in the field, but he's got some good pace already. In fact, he's beat out some major contenders. Adam Breckley is also one of the younger talents on the grid. He's in the whiteout number 1 OTK, pitting out of their garage trackside. And Connor Zillich, well, he talked about shaking the rust off. Maybe a little more rust here, but he's, rolling off pretty good. It looks like still at least mid-grid and a good place to start here for qualifying. You go back, Julian DaCosta in the number 378 Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart was 13th in final practice. To his outside there, that beautiful blue, yellow, and red Alonso kart of Tyler McIntyre in the Motaz Sport entry. Behind him, another rookie standout and another debut here in the senior class. Aiden Ingrata in the 305 Speed Concepts Racing CRG, his first ever X30 Pro event on American soil. He'll be rolling off pretty good, and he was mid-pack in final practice along with Full Tilt Racing BJR driver Ryan Raffa in the number 353. Jeremy Fletcher run the Ryan Perry Motorsport. Jeremy Fletcher in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart will be rolling off here as the engines come to life. Then to his outside, Santiago Benito in the 364 Red Speed OTK for Speed Concepts Racing. They'll all fire up, fire off. A few more names to kind of keep in mind here. Ashley Rojero Butcher was one of the favorites coming into this weekend. 21st in final practice. Thomas Nevo, 22nd. Braden Eves, 23rd. Kiffin Simpson, 25th. All drivers that were inside the top 5 at different points in the last year at X30 Pro events here at this racetrack. Talking with Ashley's father, Jim, earlier this week, he said, man, it's not a 60 kart field, but the 30 we've got might be one of the most stacked fields he's seen in quite some time. There are a lot of drivers that could realistically win the show here tonight. The X30 Shootout presented by MG Tires, $5,000 to win tomorrow night. They're all trying to put themselves in a good spot to transfer there and see if they can overall win the title come Sunday with the main show in the afternoon. Let's see how they shake out here. Hayden Jones, Nate Cicero, Paulie Massimino, they're going to run together. Ryan Norberg's got a train of 4 on his heels as they come down the front straightaway.
Costa Stripe this first time in, and it looks like they're all going to try to possibly break themselves up. Massimino is going to be the first one to go to the top of the board with a 53.042. And as we saw from the kiddos earlier in the other classes as well, there's a huge drop-off in the first laps when they go on. So look for the times continue to go farther and farther down. But a good start there from Paulie Massimino as opposed to his KA run that he had. I think he's going to be trying to put it all on the table here for the X30 Challenge.
Yeah, what you're seeing right now, this is the out lap when they cross that pit lane loop on the access road onto the racetrack. So this lap by will be the first time that we actually get to see them at full song. Ryan Norberg, he let everybody go to find himself clear racetrack by his lonesome. Meanwhile, his teammates running with Massimino, Cicero, and Jones cross the line. First time, Massimino making a pass, goes to the pole, 47.57. Alex Stanfield goes second. Justin Ataconis third, Cade Downs fourth, Rafa fifth, Jones seventh. I think Cicero was the one who got passed, so he didn't really get a clean lap there. Massimino now going to pass on Hayden Jones, and he'll start to roll. The peak lap typically is lap 3, lap 4. We've seen a lot of drivers today, that said, put some good laps together on laps 7 and 8 with a longer qualifying session than what they're used to all year long. We've seen short qualifying sessions. 7 minutes here is a lot of time. There's a big contact over in turn 6. Tyler McIntyre and one more collected. Connor Zilish, heavy barrier impact out of turn 6, and both of them out of qualifying early.
Disappointing run there from Connor Zilic. You know, the first one back on the scene after what he had a standout year last year. Did some run in some sports cars and almost anything to get his hands on, it seems like. Now he's going to have his work cut out for him for tomorrow if he's going to try to make maybe a run there for the money race. Right now he's probably thinking long term, trying to see what his starting spot for the feature on Sunday.
Tyler McIntyre was rubbing his arm there. Hopefully he is okay. Looks to be all right. Zilish as well. I'm not sure which of the two of them knocked the barrier at turn number 6, but Tyler McIntyre and Connor Zilish will get escorted off to the side of the racetrack, and they will watch this qualifying session from the sidelines. Meanwhile, on the boards, hello, Justin Ataconis in the LN kart for MDR and BJR. He goes pole on lap 3. What does lap 4 look like? He's towing Alex Stanfield around across the front stretch. No draft for Ataconis. Lap 4, 47.14. Norberg goes to a 47 flat, finds a little more speed here on lap number 4.
Tell you one thing is that after that incident that happened there with Connor Zilic, it moved the barrier in between the two double left-handers, so everyone's going to be taking full advantage of that runoff that's available on the outside of the right side, the driver's right side, that is at the track of that concrete patch. Everyone is going to be trying to arc the corner heading into the left-hander before the bull, as you can see right there. There's disappointing Connor Zilic, but everyone going out to that grass there.
Exactly. Good call there, Caleb. They're all going to use that runoff room, so our camera guy was just starting to show it. The runoff room being used over in the outside of turn 6. A little bit of runoff there out of turn number 9. Jones has gone back in front of Massimino. So let's see what their times look like this time by. As the field comes through, where does everybody stack up? Lap 5. Well, nothing really changed except Alex Stanfield went a little bit quicker. He moves to 3rd.
Ataconis falling back into P2 with Ryan Norberg, your pole sitter right now. Alex Stanfield into P3, as was just said before. Brickley into the top 5, goes to P4, with Aiden Ingrata making his debut run in the senior field, finding himself inside the top 5 in P5.
So Adam Brickley, a good run here for really limited seat time compared to everybody else he's around. Ingrata's been active all year. Boley as well, good run in the works. Jacob Kolar 7, Dalton Haynes 8, Nate Cicero 9th, Benito 10th. Big names further back. Thomas Nevo and Massimino 13th and 12th. Ashley Rohero Butcher 14th. Braden Eves down in 20th. Rafa 22nd. Jeremy Fletcher 19th here in qualifying.
So there's a good look at Braden Eves, again set back in the 20th position. I think he may be getting just a little bit of help as he makes his way across the stripe, as he has Laurent Legal, I believe, is right behind him. I could be wrong. But now for Braden Eves, he was able to, he's back in the 23rd spot. He was not able to improve that last lap.
No, nothing good for him. Great shot on the drone coming out of turn number 4. And here's a pass by Justin Ataconis on Paulie Massimino. Last time by, Ataconis did his best lap of the session. Justin Ataconis put it on pole in X30 Junior back in 2021 and was in contention to fight for the win before the juniors started fighting for second. He has had a lot of pace around this racetrack. Feels really good here. He is 2nd right now. Alex Stanfield 3rd, and they're coming to the end of the session. Ryan Norberg already pulled in. He's good with where he's going to be at a 47 flat. I think he's going to sit on that one. Down the back straightaway, Jones and Cicero, they're pushing, trying to go a little more with 2 minutes, or with a minute to go Can they do anything there? A minute remaining here in qualifying for X30 Pro. Ryan Norberg on the pole.
With those two of both Cicero and Jones running out in front, it looks like Anacones maybe trying to enjoy a little bit of a tow that's provided to him as they make their way into the bull corner now. He is closing up to him, so this might be a decent lap for Justin Anacones. A breakout event right now, being up inside the top two so far. There's roughly about 3-ish minutes left. Sorry, 30 seconds remaining, that is right now. So let's see if maybe Justin Anacones can't put up into the top step here across the stripe.
What does it look like? Like you said, great call there. Here's Thomas Neveau going down the hairpin. Anacones does not improve that time. Unfortunately, will not go any bit quicker. Thomas Neveau by himself on the racetrack, running around outside the top 10 in 15th at a 47.52. But Ryan Norberg, a 47.009, still holding, and I think everybody is slowing down at this point in the session. Surprising to see as many stay on the racetrack as they have, but altogether, Norberg, Anacones, Stanfield, Breckley. The only one that really had a good lap late was Jones on lap 7. Stanfield and Anacones, they had good laps early on, and they went matched that on lap number 6, but they haven't gone any better. This time by checkers in the air. Jones will take him across the start-finish line straight, and for Hayden Jones, nothing but 6th here. That's the best he can do. Nate Cicero, his teammate, 7th. So from 1st and 2nd in final practice to 6th and 7th here in qualifying. Justin Anacones, 2nd. Stanfield, 3rd. Breckley, 4th. Ingrata rounds the top 5. So there's your overhead shot here from GoProMotorplex. We'll have some track cleanup to do, and we've got a little break coming ahead. We go back live, what looks to be at 4:30 p.m. Eastern with heat number 1 for the micros. They will kick off our broadcast, but before we fully go away, we're going to talk with a couple of our top qualifiers here in X30 Pro, specifically, of course, Ryan Norberg, but Justin Anacones and Alex Stanfield as well. We'll let them get into the scale lines and cycle to us, take a commercial break. We'll be right back here from GoProMotorplex with post-qualifying interviews. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion, Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Well, welcome back here to GoProMotorplex for the IAME USA Grand National Championship. Ryan Norberg joins me here in the booth. Post-qualifying, now, I gave you a lot of heck. You know, I know I got some last night, but I can't knock anything on that qualifying performance. I mean, that was about as smart as you could do it. You pulled off, fell back, hit the lap, pulled in.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically what it came down to. I could kind of see what was going to go on with the front drivers. We got lined up with our last practice position, so we had to pull out in that order. And I could see that, you know, it wasn't the best situation up there, so I pulled over. And once I pulled over, you know, I had clear track. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to get a draft at all. And I didn't really get a good one, but, you know, I did a 0, and I knew that that was probably good enough based off of the times this week. And I stayed out there to just maybe see if that would, you know, if it wasn't enough, I could do something else, and I really couldn't. So at that point, I was like, all right, let's just pull in, save the tires as much as I can, and then go from there.
And moving on from that now into the heat races here through the rest of the week. What was your take on the alternate layout we ran? We ran it for the shootout last year. Now that's going to be the layout we run tomorrow. How much did you like that running back here for this year?
Well, I like the layout, but obviously I'm 2 for 3 in crashing out in races, that layout. So I got a little PTSD from that track. But hopefully it's not the case. We were quick. We were quick last year on that layout as well. And, hopefully I learn from my mistakes and I don't go out there and crash myself again.
And then for this week, back on the standard layout through the day-to-day, right? Fourth in practice, then pole and quali. Do you have pace for the long run you feel like that's pretty good for Heat 1?
Yeah, we're working on it. I think right now there's a lot of other drivers that are also really quick. We have good pace, obviously, but, it's about, like you said, that long run pace. And I think we're still really strong, but it's hard here. Everybody's pretty fast here. If you looked at last practice, I think it was 4/10 separated the top 20. It's really tight, and so, I could say I have a good kart and I could be, a little bit ahead of everybody, but that little bit is only going to be a few hundredths, and the draft is going to make that up and then some. So it's definitely going to be a tight race. I don't really predict it going to be, one of those things where we're pulling away by a lot. I think it's going to be a very tight battle between everybody.
Well, we expect it to hopefully be a good show for us, but obviously Ryan Norberg would love it if the results stayed the way that they did. Ryan, thanks for chatting with us here, buddy.
Thank you.
We'll go back to the trackside cameras here while we let Ryan Norberg get back to getting ready. It's time for a short dinner break here on the action. When we come back, it'll be Heat 1, so stick with us. We'll keep the live stream going, keep some tunes going for you on the live stream, and we'll come back at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time with Heat 1 for the Micros. USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. And the first heat race of the weekend has been released onto the racetrack. It's about time to play. Boys and girls with the youngest class on the structure. The micros, 7 to 10 years old. First ones out to really break in the ice for the field on the standard layout here at GoProMotorplex, their final session of the day. But what's important about this one that'll be super cool, so there's 13 slots in that CNC Performance Engineering KA shootout tonight. We know that. I got the format a little bit wrong of who's going to transfer in. It'll actually be the top 5 in each heat race for a total of top 10. That'll go in off the heat points from heat number 1, and then it'll be 2 promoters picks and then the fan vote, so no random draw. But all that said, for the shootout, it doesn't just pertain for the seniors in KA or the seniors in X30 Pro tomorrow night. The micros and the minis, the top 13 finishers in their heat races today will all get a vote, or basically get a pick to draft one of the 13 KA shootout competitors. So if the winner here tonight, he'll get the first round pick. He'll get to pick the first of the 13. Second picks the 12 that are left, and so on down till all 13 drivers are picked. And if the micro driver picks the right one, he gets the win. He gets a $500 cash check as well. So it's not just money for the drivers on the racetrack. There's a little bit of extra stakes up for grabs for the micros. It means the goal is to get into the top 13, 18 drivers on the track. And now let's take you through your starting lineup here for the micro division opening heat race. Royce Vega and the Team Benek, number 33, will lead them to the green alongside standout rookie here this year, Marco Samet. And the number 57, Brandon Jarsakrak, Mike Doty Racing entry to the outside of row number 1. Row 2 will be Ashton Woon on the Nitro Kart to the inside of fellow Nitro Kart Parker Ives, who had to make some fixes after pounding the wall on the final corner in qualifying. Still qualified 4th. Alexander Procuna and Bowen Green make up row 3. And Marco Samet and the outside lane got caught sleeping here going down to the green, but they will get the green flag, and Samet and Parker Ives both go wide. Samet goes on the access road, and it's chaos there for the outside groove. One way off there at the end of the turn 2 complex.
Yeah, turn 2 can be just a little bit tricky. It narrows down so much when you're going too wide into the corner. Looks like only had 2 taken out in that incident, but that is going to allow Royce Vega now to pull away in the inside lane. Pulled about 4 or 5 from behind him. I believe Ashton Woon, who's originally started in P number 2, is now going to slot in right behind him as they make their way down to the bull corner for the first time. Here comes Ashton Woon. Look on the inside. Royce Vega is going to defend.
Vega to the bottom, Woon outside, inside here as they all run over to turn number 9. Again, that's most of the inside lane. They got the good start with that great overhead shot headed to turn number 9. Single file, everyone was able to kind of keep it going, but the back half kind of got spread out with a couple drivers that went wide. Here's Ashton Woon, right to the lead into turn number 11. He'll take the spot away as they go down the front stretch, and Ashton Woon will lead the first completed lap. 11 laps to go here at GoPro Motorplex for the micro division. They'll climb the hill to turn number 3.
And third placeman Holden Myers. He is now going to make it a 3-cart tango out in front, try to push away P4 of Nicholas Orbezo. He's enjoying a little draft off the top 3 as they make their way down into the bull corner. Coming up the hill for the first time, it looks like a little bit of separation. Ashton Woon pulling up by 2 car lengths coming to the double left-hander.
So Ashton Woon, car length maybe 2 over Royce Vega and company. They'll hit the kink, head into turn number 8 this time. Single file, and the group has started to spread out to about maybe just 8 at the front. Is there some bottlenecking in the hairpin? Does anyone get caught out of line? Nobody does. Everyone holds position pretty well, and it looks like Bowen Green's made up a couple spots already. If that's the right one in the comp or that we've got there, if not, it's Holden Myers there in 3rd or 4th. So where do they cycle across the line as we start to get a good grasp of who's going to be contenders here this week? Ashton Woon making a statement so far. Holden Myers looking for 2nd. Royce Vega, he does. He gets by, and he will move on up the order. And I think it might be a transponder issue for Cade Wolf showing where he's at, unless he was the one that got knocked off the racetrack. Alex Procuna also not showing as they cross the line into 4, but more battling there back behind as Vega and everybody fights behind race leader Ashton Woon. Procuna, I think, is the one in there along with Holden Myers, but altogether it's still Ashton Woon by half a second.
Goes back and forth for the second on back position has allowed Ashton Woon to pull away even more so that last lap. Continues to pull away as they make their way up the hill, a little back and forth. It looked like Royce Vega got a little bit of help going into the bull corners. There's a beautiful shot there from our drone footage. But like I said, it was Royce Vega got a little loose into the corner, breaks up the field even more. Ashton Woon now is going to extend their lead even more so by holding on by 3/10 so far.
Holden Myers still doing pretty good there in the 3rd spot as they come down the front straightaway. Nico Orbezo still 4th. Bowen Green sets the fastest lap of the session back in the 5th spot in the line. maybe down in 6 as they go through turn number 3. Down the back. Ashton Woon will get a little bit of a shorter lead as they finally hooked up in the pack to hunt him back down. He's not really too far gone, so Ashton Woon in the number 89 through turn 5. Turn 6 pulls away in some of the more technical sections as Vega bottlenecks them up behind him again, headed into the hairpin.
Guys make their way down into that tight hairpin right now. Still Ashwin out in front, holds on to a 3/10 lead out in front. Looks like that second group maybe getting just a little bit calm right now, as we saw the last couple of laps was working 8 laps ago this time by. Still Royce Vega leading group number 2.
Yeah, Vega takes them up the hill to the final corner with the sun starting to go a little bit lower in the sky. We get closer and closer to night racing here for the Hunt Brothers Pizza IAME USA Grand National Championship, as there is Procuna. So Alexander Procuna is actually 4th in line. That time they were able to get him in the correct spot as Ashton Woon leads them down the backstretch. So Procuna having some transponder problems, but he's getting manually scored in 4th. And he runs inside to make it a 6-car grouping inside the top 5. Going back to Bowen Green there in the number 4 Timmy Tech Comp Kart. They'll head through turns 5, turn 6 into the infield. This time, a little better run for Royce Vegas, using all that runoff coming out of turn number 6 to really close the gap to the leader.
They're slowly starting to edge the way back up. Holden Myers doing a great job of falling right behind Royce Vega as well, making the way up the hill. And in a matter of a lap and a half, it looks like Ashton Woon finally has company, closing up that back part of the field. It's about to be a 6-car battle for the lead coming into the final corner.
Yeah, Royce Vega, great run through the second part of that lap that time from turn 6 on. He'll get in the tow down to turn 1, give a little love tap in the braking zone, and we've got them all lined back up once again, although passing at the back of the train, Bowen Green getting by getting by Nico Orbezo, it looked like at the end of the lap. So he takes over 5th, and here comes Royce Vega for the lead. Turn 4, he's through. Ashton Woon all the way back to 4th as Procuna gets into 3rd, and Holden Myers moves up into 2nd. So Royce Vega, Holden Myers, Alexander Procuna at the halfway point here in heat number 1. A 6-driver party at the front in micro.
So Ashton Woon falls back into the 4th spot, has to go straight to the back bumper now. Woon is trying to see if they can't possibly look on the inside, coming up the hill, still trying to get their nose in, falls back into line. So now Ashton Woon went from a huge lead out in front, about 3/10, is now have to slot into that 3rd spot and try to battle his way back up to the front.
Out of the final turn, Royce Vega will put another lap in the books here. 7 down, 6 to go in the Micro Swift opening heat race, and to the bumper. Nearly going to the inside was Holden Myers. He's up 5 spots there from 7th on the grid. Great heat race in the works for the number 36. Again, Marco Salmon had to go way wide on the opening lap. He's down at 11th right now, running with Luke Gilio and Gavin DeKay and Parker Ives, who also, again, was involved in that deal. So they're in the second pack, back from the leaders. It's the leading group of 6. Then you go back, Colton Schniegenberg in no man's land in 7th, and then a group of about 4 there at the top of your screen that has the outside row qualifiers in 2nd and 4th. As here we are passing in turn 8. Myers under fire, Procuna, Woon, both go by. Here comes Bowen Green to the outside. Teammates side by side through turn 9. That'll bottleneck them up a little bit, and it'll give the top 3 a little bit of separation as we come to 5 laps to go this time by, still fighting back behind them.
Made it the mid part of the race so far. They've stayed fairly close together. Now they're starting to separate back out. So out in front now, Royce Vega is opening up the lead as here comes Woon on the inside, makes a clean pass. Count Woon up into P number 2, Procuna falling back into 3rd. All the while, Vega is now starting to open back up a lead, but at the same time, Ashwin is slowly starting to close back up with a little bit of help from Procuna heading into the bowl.
Yeah, he gets a nice push there, drives it in deep into the bowl corner. Turn 4, pulls up to a car length away, and they're all kind of evenly spaced out as we see again. Holden Myers in 4th. Orbezo got back around Bowen Green when they were all shuffling side by side through the final corner last time by. Here comes a change in the lead. Ashton Woon back to the top spot in turn number 8. He'll retake the point as they head for turn number 9.
So now Woon out in front, but that pack is starting to bunch back up again. It's still that 3-pack out in front. Slowly but surely, Holden Myers is making their way back up into it, trying to make a 4-part battle for the lead. All the while, there's the 3 carts hanging out in the back just behind as they continue to close back up. That's Orbezo, Green, and as you said, Colton Schniesenberg hanging back there in the 7th spot. With all this battling happening as Vega goes back up to point, might start to close back up.
Yeah, the 2 of them there. Colton Schniegenberg that time by lost a little bit more. He's been passed by Parker Ives. So the drive back forward for Parker Ives and Marco Samet has reached Colton Schniegenberg. They've gotten both by him at this point, just off screen, and they're now into 7th and 8th on the racetrack, while the leading group of 6, comes back together. Vega leads them into the hairpin. Procuna has yet to lead a lap. Does he want to do it? Well, he's not going to have an option. Woon goes by instead, takes over second. Procuna back to third.
Woon able to hold off to make sure that Myers did not try for a crossover move, as he has now slotted himself back up into P number 2. It is still Royce Vega out in front after originally starting in the first position. Are now leading the way back up into front, but Ashton Woon having a great race so far, leading in the front, falling back into fourth, now trying to see if they can go back up to the front here with 3 laps to go.
Procuna gave a big shot to Ashton Woon at the end of the straightaway, ran them both a little bit wide, and now with more speed, this will be a big run down the backstretch. I think Royce Vega is going to be a sitting duck. Here they go down the inside. Woon, Procuna with help from Holden Myers and or Bowen Green as well, all side by side. Turn 5, they got to get back to single file. It's a tight section there through turn number 6 and over through the infield. Here we go into the hairpin. Procuna second, pushing Ashton Woon. He'll stay behind him as Orbezo goes to work on one of the Timmy Tech comp carts at the back. That was on the number 4 Bowen Green, who's now fallen to 5th. Myers back up into 4th. And they'll exit turn 9. You see again there at the end of the screen, Parker Ives is hunting to get back to the lead group. He's only 2.5 back from the leaders as of last time by. With all the battling, he's been picking off tenths per lap. And now, with 2 laps to go, they start to block. Down to the inside for Ashton Woon and Procuna. Up the hill, big run for Vega. They'll go low to turn 3. Crossover move's going to come here from Vega. Who gets low quickest? The leaders will. Vega goes even lower on Procuna. Forces his way down the inside for second.
3 wide into the bull, and Vega's now up to P2. Woon is getting, now is about to be under attack. They're up to the front. Oh, huge push there from Vega on the back bumper of Woon. Look for Woon to defend, heading into the bull or the hairpin right now. Goes straight to the inside line. Vega trying to roll the outside. It looks like they're going to go 3 wide into the hairpin.
And they all were playing a game of chicken. And look at Nicholas Orbezo to the lead into turn number 9. Crossed over everybody. Here comes Parker Ives into the mix. And they're going to come out of turn 9. It's Orbezo over Woon. And we're trying to see who's all behind him because it's all come shaken out. It is Royce Vega in 3rd, Procuna in 4th. Parker Ives is almost back into the top 5. White flag in the air, 1 to go. Nearly hitting our flag with blocking down the front stretch. And Vega takes over 2nd. He gives Nico Orbezo a nice healthy lead down the back.
Orbezo does not have to defend into 3, but he is going to defend heading into the bull corner now. Way to the inside line goes Vega trying to hold off Woon. That is going to slow up that second group. All point is going to go now to Nicholas Orbezo opening up his lead.
Yeah, Nicholas Orbezo long gone. Got through the skirmish, and they're still fighting for second. Now, he's not been the quickest in the pack. He's been riding 5th or 6th all race long. Just made the ultimate opportunist move, and they block again for second. Vega going low to hold Woon back. It's all a matter of points. They don't need to win every heat, but a win would have helped them for sure. Still side by side. Parker Ives, I think, has gotten his way back to the top 5. Vega's got a block for second. Final time up the hill. Orbezo will take the heat win. Look at this fight for second. Nico Orbezo, your winner, and across the line, they'll drag race. Vega will just barely hold off Ashton Woon by half a tenth. Holden Myers 4th. Procuna gets back around Parker Ives at the stripe for 5th. Ives rebounds to 6th. Marco Samet gets by Bowen Green late. He gets 7th. Green 8th. Luke Giglio 9th. Arrived late on the scene along with Colton Schneegenberg to round off the top 10. My goodness, what a good fight to kick things off. Nico Orbezo, your winner in the first heat race of the weekend. And a great look at the packed house here for the IAME USA Grand National Championship live from GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. That is just a taste of the action to come. Next up, we're set for KA Junior action here in Mooresville.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati, and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
View here of the IAME Grand, sponsored by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Beautiful drone shot we have of the paddock. As Xander said before during the micro race, it is a sold-out house in the pit area. Everyone is coming out to figure out who is the best here on the IAME East. Again, all sponsored by the Hunt Brothers Pizza. As we're about to get going now with KA100 Junior. This is heat 1 of 3 for the weekend. There's going to be 38 drivers taking the green here this afternoon. Your front row is going to be the Midwest hero, Eli Warren from Louisville, Kentucky. He's going to start in pole position next to Spencer Conrad, P number 2. Max Garcia and a Will Power MPG entry is going to start in P number 3. Caleb Gaffera on the Rawlson Performance Group entry is going to start in P number 4 with Ernesto Rivera, another in P number 5. Elio Meza will start in P6 with Oliver Piatek starting in the 7th position. Anthony Rivera will start in P number 8 next to Hudson Schwartz. In the 9th spot, Coder McMurray will start in the top 10 overall. Going down the rest of the order, you got Cooper Shipman 11th, Valentino Gabriano starting in P12, Mason Walters in the 13th, Justin Music 14, Alex Marcado in P15. Cade Yeager will start in the 16th position. Santiago Duran starts in P17. Austin Olds in the 18th spot. James Nelwell in P19. Chase Boschgalia will start in P20. David Roberts in P21. Max Taylor will start in the 22nd position with the rest of the order. Again, 38 karts will take the green here this afternoon for heat race number 1. 14 laps is the distance, with your front row again being Eli Warren and Spencer Conrad taking him down for the green.
Late laps for both Spencer Conrad and Eli Warren. Conrad coming on the second to last lap. Eli Warren a buzzer beater lap at the last second to put it on the pole, but it's just a couple hundreds that separated the two. Couple tenths for the top 10 to Garcia, Gaffera, Rivera, Meza, Piatek, Rivera again, and Hudson Schwartz and Carter McMurray the top 10 for a 40 car. KA Junior Field will be the biggest heat race we see all weekend, as the KA field's a little bigger. It's split in 2 heat races. So here they go. KA Junior in the tram lines, looking for the green flag, down to turn number 1, and we've got it. Green, or no green that time. Yellow flag in the air. I thought we were going to be all right, but you can see the back of the field a little bit out of sorts as they go up the hill to turns 1 and 2. What a cool shot overhead to show you the start. So they'll take the cut through. We'll bring them back around, and we'll try that one again. A little bit too fast and maybe a little bit too out of line for Eli Warren and Spencer Conrad there at the end of turn number 1. But they'll bring them around nice and slow, warm everybody up, and we'll try one more time.
So they're now making their way out of the hairpin, making their way up the hill now into turns 7 and 8. They're going to slow them down, try it again. Again, they have to be inside the tram lines. I think our lead starter maybe did not appreciate how fast they were coming down the line. They did look just a little bit quick. The view that we had was over from the top-down view, so we're going to get a good shot there into turn 1, but this time by, hopefully it's going to be a little bit better. We're about to see some door-to-door action. If you liked anything you saw in the last race, K100, especially in the junior category, is all about drafting and bump drafting. So he's got a good one coming here to the green flag, hopefully this time by, Xander.
Yeah, I think it'll be a pack race just like what we saw with the micros. So here they go out of the final turn. Spencer Conrad on the outside, Eli Warren on the inside. The full field will exit the last corner, head down the front straightaway, and we get set for more. Heat 1, KA100 Junior, 40 cars strong in the tram lines. This start looks a little bit better. It will get the green on attempt number 2, and we're underway down to turn 1. Conrad trying to run the top side, got a little bit wide on the marbles, a couple spins at the back of the field, but a great start for Eli Warren. He'll take him down the back straightaway with Max Garcia in tow down to turn number 4.
Yeah, it looks like already defending is Eli Warren. Everyone goes the inside line, a couple trying to take the top side. Max Garcia with a great start, moving up a couple positions, going up into P2, and there's Caleb Gaffera now slotting into P number 3. Nice train of karts making the way down into turn number 6.
So Conrad slots into 4th as they all kind of fan out to the inside. Garcia didn't go low enough. Gaffera stuffs him in the hairpin. Garcia back to 4th. Conrad follows him through to 3rd. Now Garcia stuffs him back. Gets the backwards momentum back on the back foot for Conrad. He goes back on the offensive himself. Garcia to 3rd. Gaffera to 2nd. Eli Warren will lead lap number 1 in the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed. 1 down, 13 to go here in KA Junior.
Eli Warren opening up a decent lead right now. Gaffera not too far back, about 2 or 3 karts. A little bit of passing there happening at turn 1. An inside line, getting just a little bit of loose there on entry. Everyone makes it through, and there's a good shot of your top 2. Warren leading the way. Gaffera in his back bumper has a peek to the inside line. Clean pass from Gaffera. Warren goes straight to his back bumper.
So Caleb Gaffera to the lead, and we got contact there going further back in the field. One driver with a heavily damaged front nose cone. That'll end their day as Warren now gets to learn a little bit from the RPG Cosmic driver Caleb Gaffera into turn number 8, who leads them out of the hairpin. Garcia trying to go back up to the top 2 as well as they head out of turn number 9.
So a little single file there from the top 5, but now it looks like Gaffera opening up by about 2. Count that 3 kart lengths towards the top of the hill. They're going to burn one more lap into the books. 12 to go this time by. Still plenty of time for that top 10 to get themselves sorted out as they make their way into turn number 1.
So 2 laps, 12 to go. Like you said, up the hill. Garcia getting past that time by Ernesto Rivera for 3rd. Cooper Shipman on the move. 6 spots gained into the top 5. He'll be looking to go next on Max Garcia, and he does there at the back of the screen. So Garcia back to 5th. Cooper Shipman up now, make it 7 spots into 4th. Hello, Cooper Shipman and company, as he is working with Ernesto Rivera to claw their way towards the lead. Spencer Conrad runs at the end of the group there in 6th. Garcia still in 5th as they exit turn 8.
Towards the top of the hill they come through the double right-hander. Not a whole lot's changed there inside the top 3. Still the top 2 of Gaffera and Warren, a little bit of a 2-pack out in front. There's a nice 4-pack from behind. That is Garcia leading it with Rivera, Shipman, and Conrad all in tow coming across the stripe.
3 laps down here and heavy blocking from Ernesto Rivera. That was borderline blocking on reaction there. He drove them all the way down to the grass to get himself clear. Cooper Shipman's long gone, and Max Garcia is trying to fight with him back for the 4th spot, and that's going to give a big gap out front as Rivera continues to block the line in turn 4. Meanwhile, big crash back behind the leaders over in turn number 2 in the back of the field, so that's got the officials running over there, and the leaders will head into the hairpin here. Rivera, look at the gap he's built up back to Garcia and company as big contact with 2 drivers collected over in the turn 2 complex, and that's got some barrier stuff as well.
Yeah, the barriers were laying inside the track. There's a good shot of the rest of the field now. Top 2, still Gaffera and Warren coming down. There's going to be major yellow flags down to turn 1, but now looks like 3rd placement of Cooper Shipman. He went purple last lap, slowly making his way towards the top 2. They work on that toe to his advantage. They go side by side back right behind Garcia. Looks like it's past the inside. That was going to be Conrad getting around Rivera.
Hard to tell where the yellow zone is going to start. I don't know if we're going yellow down on the front stretch. They're definitely yellow from 1 up to 3 that time, with all the drivers kind of taken out of that one. Heavy impact back in the field for the KA Junior drivers. Hopefully everyone's okay. We stay green up front. Caleb Gaffera, Eli Warren, they've got company. Here comes Cooper Shipman. Bumper looking inside. He's got it. 2nd place for Cooper Shipman, and the Texas driver gets up closer to Caleb Gaffera. And a great heat race here for Cooper Shipman in the works. 9 spots gained for him into 2nd and 2 car lengths away from the lead.
Eli Warren goes straight to his back bumper, trying to work his toe and keep him, maybe give him a little bit of a push now. He got around him. Now he's going to have to work with him to catch back up to Caleb Gaffera. Holds out about 2 car length advantage. Through turn number 2 as they make their way up to 3 now. Caleb Gaffera is about to open up a huge window of air and allow both Shipman and Warren to close back up maybe a little bit. Looked like Shipman had a look to the inside, not enough to get around Gaffera.
Out of turn 4 here, 2 car lengths for the gap to him. Caleb Gaffera still holding the lead. Credit to Eli Warren. He still had good pace and just kind of been riding behind them, learning a good bit. This has been Eli Warren's best weekend yet here on the national stage for sure. and he's closing up to Shipman as they go for turn 9 once again. Shipman closing up on Gaffera. They'll tighten up out of it. Good exit for Caleb Gaffera that time, though. He'll pull a car length away still. And with Ernesto Rivera low lining for about a lap and a half, it's opened a gap up now for about a second and a half back to Spencer Conrad and Max Garcia. They were last time even to the leaders as the leaders start to change hands with Shipman going to the lead, Gaffera back to second. But the battling they're going to do, that might give the opportunity for 4th and 5th to get back there as Shipman goes a little bit low into turn 4.
Shipman now up onto point. That is now Gaffera into P2. Warren still maintains P3. Now they're all bumper to bumper, making the way down the hill out of turn 5 now, heading the hairpin of 6. Let's see if Gaffera's going to try to pass back or stay in line. He's going to choose to stay in line. Still Shipman out in front. Warren trailing right there in third. Count that a three-car battle out in front. Spencer Conrad still in that second pack in P number 4. Garcia trailing in tow in P5. Rivera, Piatek, and Marcado rounds out your top 8 in that second and third on pack back.
Yeah, and that group is really big. With all the blocking, it kind of goes all the way back to the end of the top 20. Cameron Brinkman, talked about him in qualifying. He's up 20 positions now to the 18th spot and digging for more. He's working on the rear bumper of Santiago Duran, and he has the second fastest lap of the race. The kid with the faster one, Max Garcia, P5. Him and Spencer Conrad picked off half a second thanks to the battling up ahead of him. 1 or 2 more passes or laps like that, and they will arrive on the scene. They've got some really good pace in those cars as Cooper Shipman takes him into turn 8. Gaffera stays in line. Had a little shimmy there in the braking zone, but I think at this point Caleb Gaffera will work with Cooper Shipman, keep the pack totaled as low as he can, maybe even try to pull away a little bit from Eli Warren. A lot of time left. 6 laps to go, 8 down this time by.
I have a feeling the top 3 probably going to keep it a little bit tame, maybe a pass or 2 if Gaffera thinks that it's necessary to get around. But I think that these 3 are going to be in content with what they're just staying with each other, trying to get away from that second pack, which is both Conrad and Garcia. It's a little bit of a 2-pack, and then the rest of the field followed by Piatek, Marcado, Rivera, and like Xander said before, it's like the top 15 all in that third pack. But right now, can Conrad and Garcia catch back up to the top 3? They're going to need the top 3 to battle back and out here in the last 5.5 laps.
It picked off 2/10 that time by, a 50.4 for Spencer Conrad, a 50.6 for Cooper Shipman. Another 2/10 and maybe another 3 or 4 after that. They'll be in the drafting window off the rear bumper of Eli Warren. So this group of 3 up front is going to have company even if they work together because Garcia and Spencer Conrad are moving. Oliver Piatek is pretty quick, but he's another 2.5 away with Alex Mercado and company. Down the front stretch, Gaffera, bumper to Shipman again. He'll push him down to turn 1. 50.4s for them, a 4.8 for Shipman, a 3.0 for Conrad. That's 2 more tenths off the margin here with 5 laps to go down to turn number 4. It's down to a second from the rear bumper of Eli Warren to the front bumper of Spencer Conrad.
I think here in about 3 or 4 laps on the top 3 to start defending their line, blocking that inside line for both Shipman and Gaffera, trying to see if they can't hold off his. Here comes Gaffera on the inside of Shipman, takes the spot away. He goes straight up to the point, and where's the gap at? Here's a try to crossover move. Shipman trying it up the hill, takes a spot right away, and just like that, into view now comes Conrad and Garcia, just trailing by about 2 kart lengths now, coming down to 4 laps to go across the stripe.
So there we go with that 1 pass. It's now 5 together, 4 to go. Gaffera is going to go back on Shipman, turn 1, takes the spot again. He wants to lead the big group. Cooper Shipman, how does he answer? Does Gaffera block down the backstretch? Down to turn 4, they all stay together. No pass yet from Cooper Shipman. He'll follow him through the bowl.
Just like that, they're all bumper to bumper. The top 5 making the way to the quick chicane to the top. Through 4 and now hit through the final 2 left-handers coming into the hairpin now. Let's see if there's any defensive just yet. They all stay in line. No one tries to pop out. I say that too soon. Looks like Conrad maybe trying to pick up a spot there farther in the back as they make their way up the hill now. 3 laps to go. Look for the top 5 to start defending here soon.
Yeah, there they go out of turn number 9. Caleb Gaffera up the hill to the final corner here. Cooper Shipman continuing to follow. And then again, back in third is Spencer Conrad, who's picked off already Eli Warren, and Max Garcia went with him. With 3 laps remaining, the barriers have moved a little bit in turn 2, opened the speeds up a little more. That means the draft down the back will be even more crucial. Shipman saw them coming. He wants to hop on the train. He does. Gaffera back to 4th as Cooper Shipman takes the lead away.
Just a little bit of a falling off there from Eli Warren that last lap. Closed him back up to the pass into the bowl. 3 laps to go now, 2 to go next, and right now they're defending. There goes Shipman on the inside to defend. It's going to bunch ball back up. Garcia now going to go 3 wide with Grafera up the hill. Eli Warren trailing in 5th.
Oh, man, that's going to get bad there in turn 9, and it does. Warren gets 3rd, Garcia to 4th. Big-time lead for Spencer Conrad. He got by him, getting underneath Shipman, and he triggered a massive fight there. More drivers are on the way as they come to the 2 to go signal. Double sticks in the air. Spencer Conrad with the gift of a century. Just like what we saw in the first heat race with Nico Orbezo. Conrad now out in front by 0.6 of a second. Then it's Shipman who's going to block for P2. Garcia there in 3rd.
They're all defending, heading into the bull corner, making the way up the hill now. They're still 2x2 off into the back. Coming onto the scene now is Piatek and Mercado, if I'm not mistaken. There's a huge train of karts battling out for P2. All the while, Spencer Conrad has set sail and opened up a huge gap. 1 lap to go as they're still defending going down into the hairpin.
Yeah, down the front, or the short chute over to turn 9 here. Shipman trying to hold Garcia back. He's just trying to hold everybody back. Every position matters. Every heat point matters here. Up the hill to the final turn. He'll go low again. Garcia, his hands are tied. He's got to follow him. He opens up. Gafera's going to be right there. The flagman has to get a little bit further down the inside as the leaders went low to 1. Garcia found a hole. Max Garcia up to 2nd. Shipman back to 3rd. Gafera still hanging on for 4th. And as they come down the back straightaway here, Garcia will be the one to go low. All the while, Spencer Conrad way out in front. Shipman gets a little bit of a help from behind. All through the train. Gafera, can he get clear on him? He does. Somehow Caleb Gafera keeps the momentum up, moves up into 3rd. Shipman back to 4th. Your leader headed to turn 8 still is Spencer Conrad as they fight for 2nd with Garcia on the bottom. Gafera following 2x2. This pack is massive here. Gafera now on the outside of turn 9. That's not where you want to be. Eli Warren was out of the picture. He's into 4th. Garcia will have a gap. Gafera will have a gap as well. They'll be fine in the last turn. Gafera goes wide. Conrad cruises to the win. Here's the fight across the line. Garcia, Gafera, Warren, Shipman, Piatek, 6th. Anthony Rivera, 7th. Alex Mercado, 8th. Max Taylor, 9th. Cameron Brinkman, 28 spots gained from dead last to 10th. A great run. The downside is he's got to do it again twice over tomorrow to get a half-decent starting spot for that pre-final. But great run for Spencer Conrad through the field. He gets the win here in KA Junior's opening heat race. The X30 Masters are getting set to go green. Ben Cooper, the man that everybody's been chasing, will lead them off when we come back after this. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
And welcome back here for IAME Grands East. Second edition, sponsored by Hunt Brothers Pizza. We're about to get underway with your X30 Masters as they are now taken to the track for their warm-up lap. In total, there are 9 registered, but I think during the qualifying run earlier today, only 8 find themselves out on track. Your front row is going to be Ryan Kane, start next to Ben Cooper. Alex Mueller is going to start in P number 3 next to Max Pappas. Josh Wise will start in P number 5 next to Darren Marcus. P number 7 goes to Martin Pierce. P number 8 is going to be Todd Shambo. Starting in the 9th spot next to him is going to be Jake Potak. That will make up your 9 drivers for your X30 Master Class here for the second edition of IAME Grands East, sponsored by Hunt Brothers Pizza. We're about to get underway here for a 13-lap pre-final event, or sorry, Heat 1 event.
So Ryan Kane was the driver that was the absent one from qualifying. Ben Cooper will roll off on the point here for this one, so ignoring Ryan Kane on the leaderboard for us, he'll go to the tail. It'll be Ben Cooper and Alex Mueller, Max Pappas and Josh Wise on row number 2. While the X30 Masters take to the racetrack, the first of the 2 groups for KA100 Senior are getting ready to make their way out for heat racing as well, which will be sending our Kendall Hedge down along with our camera crew to give you all the action from there. But for X30 Masters, they'll make their way out here. Ben Cooper, and among many, training for the SuperKarts USA Super Nationals. It's about that time of the year when everyone comes out of the woodwork to race the majors on the season. This is the first of 3 in a stretch that goes to Las Vegas in the month of November. But the IAME USA Grand National Championship quickly becoming a major on its own. It kicked off in style in 2021. It's even more prestigious here this year. Entries up, prize money up, and for the X30 Masters, the important part for them, if they want a chance at that $5 grand X30 shootout, they can do that by being the top X30 Master driver here this week. Ben Cooper in the tram lanes looking good. Green flag. We're underway down to turn number 1, and Ben Cooper will lead them up the hill here as quickly slotting down into line as Alex Mueller. Pappas to 3rd, Josh Wise to 4th, and they'll rock it down the back straightaway for the first time.
So down into the bull, looks like not a whole lot of defensive action there, but there is now going to be an attempt on the inside move from Alex Mueller. He is not going to be able to get around Ben Cooper, who continues to lead out in front as they make their way through the double left-hander for the first time down to the hairpin of turn number 6. Top 3 in a train, and it looks like the rest of the field will follow. No attempts were made, maybe one back there in the field by maybe Todd Shambo getting around Martin Pierce, but relatively they're going to stay in line as our very own Kendall Hedge is caught up with some more of the drivers still yet to come here for your KA100 senior class of all 3 groups. Kendall, take it away.
Here with John Berg. John, we didn't get a chance to talk to you after qualifying, but you're starting P1. How are you feeling headed into the first heat of the day?
Feeling good, just trying to get away and win the race.
Well, only top 5 make it into the shootout. How are you going to keep it out front and not get involved in anything?
I'm hoping the top 3 just get away. It should be that easy.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck tonight, John.
Thank you so much.
Should be that easy. Let's see if it is. Always a little bit easier said than done. The RPM Tony Kart driver, new colors this weekend, same chassis manufacturer, and he's looking pretty good on it here. It's an OTK lockout of the top 3 as Ben Cooper continues to lead the way in the RPG Cosmic over to turn number 9.
And P2, and now under fire is Alex Mueller from Max Pappas, who is right on his back bumper, making the way up the hill, coming down into the final couple of corners now. Burning one more lap into the books. It's going to be 11 to go at the line. Max Pappas had a look to the inside to get around Alex Mueller. Decided better of it. Continues to fall in line. Slowly giving a little bit of a push there to catch back up to your leader, Ben Cooper. Went purple last lap by himself. Had no toe and no help from behind as he continues to lead the way through the bull corner.
Yeah, here they go through turn number 4. Again, Mueller's got Pappas bearing down on him. Hasn't exactly made the move just yet. But here we go with 11 laps to go. Let's go back down side by side. Frankie Mossman is normally known in the pits for having a little bit of a slightly larger than normal mouth. Let's see what he's got to say. He's caught up with Kendall.
Here with Frankie Mossman. We tried to talk to you earlier, but we couldn't find you while you were sitting on the hot seat. But starting 4th, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling strong. The package has been really good. We found something else coming into qualifying, and it just came alive. And I'm excited. We're just going to try to go away with the top 5 and make it into the shootout for tonight, and I'm really excited.
What are you expecting the heat and the shootout to look like tonight?
It's going to look like a big battle. I know we're going to come down and someone's going to want to lead the race and someone else is going to want to stay in the front. And so it's going to be a battle of whoever can stay in the lead and try to defend as much as he can.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. Here, Frankie Mossman, like she said, was on the hot seat for the moment. He was quickest in his group, ended up qualifying inside the top 10 overall, which was relatively impressive, I would say. The X30 Masters continue to roll here with 10 laps to go as they head over to turn number 9, and Ben Cooper continues to pull away.
Making their way down into the final couple of corners. Ben Cooper out in front, opening up a decent-sized lead right now. About a half a second as they make their way across the stripe. I think that may start to dwindle back down. Is that 0.4? Now it's opened up to 0.5. So Ben Cooper starting to stretch out his lead over second placement of Alex Mueller. Max Pappas running in P3. That last time by, Ben Cooper went purple. So he has turned the fastest lap of 48.843. Still top 3 with Cooper out in front and Mueller and Pappas running nose to tail for second and third.
No surprise to see that here. We'll, again, looking back on the grid, Connor Zilish getting set to go. He'll roll off alongside John Burke here in the upcoming KA100 senior heat race. And there's a look at what the front row will look like. Like a lot of what Frankie predicted, I think a lot of that one will be trying to win the argument of who gets to lead the show. And someone's going to have to give way at some point, but sometimes you don't want to be the person to give way because that one gets shuffled backwards and everybody else fights around you. At least in the Masters class, it's much more of just a raw pace match here. They haven't had to battle. The field's obviously a fair bit smaller, but it's only if you've got the pace to run together. Max Pappas has been all over Alex Mueller. He can take his time of depending of when and if he wants to pass him. He's looking now for second, turn number 4. Don't know if he got the pass done on Mueller. It looks like he has. So Max Pappas up into second. Mueller back to third. Cooper continues to lead. 7 to go this time by. And now Max Pappas, after stalking his prey for a couple laps, can take his time and slowly work his way up towards Ben Cooper.
Yes, that's now going to open up the air window, as we say, for Alex Mueller falling into P3. Maybe these two, this different combination, might be able to try to maybe recover a little bit of a pass here on Ben Cooper. Sorry, time they should make up, I should say, is make their way down across the stripe now. So that's now Pappas into P2. Cooper starting to plateau his times a little bit after opening up a 1.2 second lead over both Pappas and Mueller. Last time by, he ran almost identical to his fastest lap. He turned 2 laps previous. Pappas is off by about a tenth, along with Mueller off by about 3.5 tenths. That is your second and third as we continue to watch your leader, Ben Cooper, as he got 7.5 more laps to go before you can see that checker flag.
So there they go, out of turn 4 through 5 and 6 here. 6.5 laps to go for Ben Cooper to continue to show the way. And Max Pappas, like you said, improved that time with the pass. The real question will be what he can do in clean air this lap around, because Ben Cooper has had clean air this entire race. Pappas has been trailing Alex Mueller this entire race as they go out of turn number 9 up the hill to 11. This is the second group on back, led by Martin Pierce, who's gotten around Josh Wise, with Todd Shambo and Darren Marcus in tow. Ben Cooper, right as you call him plateauing, he finds a little more speed, 48.58, 10.5 to 2 tenths better than Max Pappas, who's got Mueller bearing back down on him again through turn number 4.
Yeah, when you open up that window, when you get around, just allows the toe to come into effect. Although out of the bowl of turn 4, looked like Pappas pulled away just a little bit over Mueller as they make their way into the double left-hand corner, coming down into the hairpin now. Looks like they're both going to stay in line. Still the gap out in front as Ben Cooper went purple last lap is sitting at 1.4 seconds. So as the laps continue to tick away with 5 to go this time by, all hopes of Pappas and Mueller being able to catch back up is going out the window.
Up the hill to turn number 11 and down the front stretch here. Again, it'll be tough to see on the weekend if anyone can really get close to Ben Cooper's pace. We're talking about a Super Nationals X30 Pro champion in just a couple of years past. So for Ben Cooper, I mean, this is the first time he's been in a Masters race in North American soil that I know of. I mean, he was running in senior at the Florida Winter Tour earlier this season. So no surprise that he's up and jumping in. And I think if he's the pick to go into the X30 shootout tomorrow night, I mean, he could be one that really could take that 14th man spot and go race for the win. I wouldn't be surprised to see him be able to get it done. But out of the hairpin once again, 4 to go this time by for Pappas and Mueller. They'll just end up shuffling for second if they want to, but for the heat races for the Masters, such a smaller field, is really like test sessions. They can kind of just work each other over, and wherever they start, it's only 1 or 2 spots up or down. It's not exactly a death sentence by any means. The KA seniors, they've got the complete opposite effect with 53 drivers in the division and about 20 that really got pace to run near the front of the field. That's why the fan vote's so crucial, even for drivers that think they might be safe, might be able to safely make it in. That fan vote's going to make a big difference here for those KA 100 seniors.
Yeah, and if you haven't yet, make sure you go onto Facebook or Instagram and put in your fan vote if you want to see in the show this afternoon. Give them a chance at a crack at $4,000 to be won here this afternoon for our first shootout of the year with your KA 100 seniors as we now continue to watch the battle for second in your Masters class of X30 between Max Pappas and Alex Mueller as they make their way up the hill now through the final 2 corners. 3 to go at the stripe. Ben Cooper continues to go purple lap after lap, cranking out the fastest laps. The last time by, he went a little bit slower. He went about 1/10 off of his best of a 48.481. Gap continues to open up now. 3.2 seconds separates your leader, Ben Cooper, between second and third of Max Pappas, followed by Alex Mueller. Through the bull corner and up the hill, it is still Ben Cooper on your screen, followed by the 2-car battle from behind of Pappas and Mueller.
Here they go on through the turn 5-6 complex and down through the infield section with 2.5 to go. I'm curious if Alex Mueller will try a pass attempt or if he'll continue to follow Pappas to the end. He might want to fight for second. He might just want to ride there at third place. Could be a good starting spot as well. He was able to get down from second here in heat number 1 and be solid, but hard to say where he'd want to be for the main event. At least for the moment, he seems happy where he's at. Just riding around, pushing him, learning, trying to go a little bit faster. Nobody's anywhere in Ben Cooper's zip code. He's half a second better than these guys lap after lap. Another level for Ben Cooper, but Alex Mueller, right as we go to the cameraman there at to the flagman at 2 to go, makes the pass finally for second, gets back around Max Pappas, takes over the lead of the duo, second and third right there. And Martin Pierce has been a little bit quicker than them the last couple laps. He's been slowly coming into the frame, a 2.5 away for Martin Pierce. But he's hauling the mail aboard that Kart Republic and might be able to get close enough to challenge on the white flag lap if they battle, but they aren't at the moment. Mueller leads them into 9.
He's going to need just about a pass or two from Mueller on Pappas or Pappas on Mueller as they now switch rotations. Coming up the hill, this time across the stripe, it is the white flag in the air for Ben Cooper. Every other lap he has gone purple, now bring it down to a 48.450. So he has stayed extremely consistent through this 13-lap race. As there is a pass on the inside for seconds. They're still going to go door-to-door up the hill, both Pappas and Mueller. Mueller had out the stripe. Now Pappas is going to have it out of the run for 3, heading into the bull corner of turn 4. Now look for Mueller to be in the toe of Pappas, heading up the hill now.
Flip that. Alex Mueller has the spot out of turn number 4. Max Pappas got crossed up by him. They go into 5 and 6. Martin Pierce still closing in. Would love to get there here. He's going to come up a little bit too late at the moment. 2 to go. Now 1 to go. Now 2 corners to go as Mueller takes him out at turn number 8 and into 9. Pappas is just there enough to apply some pressure. Maybe the last corner will be a little bit hairy. Out of the final turn, Ben Cooper going to cruise to victory here. He'll take it in heat number 1 for X30 Master. Meanwhile, fight coming to the line. Mueller hangs on, holds off Max Pappas along with Martin Pierce in 4th. Darren Marcus ends up in 5th. Todd Shambo 6th. Ryan Kane 7th. Josh Wise 8th. Jake Potak rounds off the field there with 0 laps turned, so he was our no-show for that one. I thought it might have been Ryan Kane with the way the results showed up, but it was actually Jake Potak in it. But Ben Cooper, your winner by nearly 6 seconds here in the Masters opening heat race, making a big statement of him for the rest of the year and to also get a bid into that X30 shootout tomorrow night. Now remember, for the shootout races, they're just for the KA Senior and X30 Pro divisions, but everybody's been a big fan of them and love to stay around at the racetrack during it. So with that, a huge shout out to Tovo Motorsports. They've stepped up, pledged $2,000 up for grabs here, split up over the 2 days, $1,000 up per day and $500 per class. The way it'll work, the top 13 finishers tonight for Mini and Micro get to pick their favorite or who they think will win out of the 13 drivers that go into the KA shootout. Tomorrow, the top 14 in X30 Junior and X30 Master will be able to take a pick of who they think will win the X30 shootout of 14 drivers. And then from there, if their driver that they root for, that they select, wins the race, they get $500. And the pecking order goes in order of the heat points. So today, our micro race winner, Nico Orbezo, he gets first dibs to pick who he thinks will win in KA 100 Senior Shootout presented by CNC Performance Engineering. And then it would go on down the order from there. But KA Senior, Heat 1, this is groups A and D. So pole overall for John Burke, 4th in qualifying for Connor Zilish. We'll put Zilish on the outside lane for all of his 3 heat races. John Burke, on the other hand, gets to start on the inside for all of his heat races. And then Tyler Wettengel, Frankie Mossman will make up row number 2. Chase Hand and Adam Breckley will be row number 3. Paulie Massimino, Finnegan Bailiff, row 4. Chase Jones, Mike McAndrews, row number 5. And on down for the 26. Now, there is no real bubble spot when it comes to the last chance qualifier, but we know it's only the top 5 that'll transfer in to the shootout right now. Chase Hand leads, is one of the leaders on the fan vote standings at the moment. He's 5th in that bubble spot, might be able to make it in without having to fall back on the fan vote, but if he does, he looks pretty good for that, so long as Aiden Levy races his way in as well, because Levy leads the way. We've had over what looks to be 1,500 votes so far on the fan vote, if I'm counting correctly. Again, we had only about 700 votes last year for the X30 fan vote. Today, just today alone, 1,500, nearly 1,600 total votes. Aiden Levy leads the way with 270 or 269. Chase Hand about 100 back. In second, Travis Varney, the Forward Direction Motorsports Comp Kart driver, is third on the fan vote standings. Nick Terlecki is fourth. Terlecki at 114. Varney at 123. That's pretty close. Got 50 votes back to Finnegan Bailiff in fifth. Weston Workman, our fan vote winner from last year, he's sixth on the fan vote standings. Chase Jones is seventh. Vinny Miskelis is up there. Alex Stanfield is up there. But all of them, again, hoping that they make it into the top 5 in their respective heat race so they can transfer in without needing that extra little push. But if you want to give your driver that extra push to make sure that you get to see them competing for $4,000 tonight, go to our Instagram or Facebook pages. Go to the link in our description for our website, and you'll be able to find it. It's the first button there to vote a driver into the CNCPE KA shootout. The track cleaning almost cleared here for KA100 Senior. Went through our top 10. Let's go to the rest of your field. Vinny Miskelis and Drew James will make up row number 6. Nicholas Terlecki, Weston Workman, row 7. Aiden Hatcher, Aiden Rudolph on row number 8. Gavin Griffin and Noah Rosser, row 9. Oliver Calvo with some work to do on the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Looked pretty sporty in practice. Rolls off 19th. Henry Wheeler in 20th. Grant Vogel 21st. Travis Varney 22nd. Again, he'd have a long way to go to race his way in, so he's looking good with that fan vote standing, being 4th overall on the fan vote. Tavian Rogemont in 23rd. Calvin Wetzel 24th. Taryn Odom, Emerson Reed from the tail end of the field after problems in qualifying for both of them. They roll off 25th and 26th on row number 13, but 26 drivers apiece in the heat races here for KA100 Senior. And we'll get the track almost cleared out from the last bit of the X30 Masters and get back into position. The engines come to life. Caleb, this one was going to be a brawl. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. John Burke hoping they can get away. They might get away if they brawl back for 3rd or 4th, but other than that, they're all evenly matched enough. The draft will pack them up. This will be a fight.
Yeah, something else to keep in mind, too. Connor Zilich has not been in a kart on the national level for quite some time. I think Las Vegas at Supernats last year was the last time he was in a competitive kart. He's going to roll off in P number 2. So if he's going to play this one smart and probably the long game, if he gets behind John Burke and starts to push, it might be a game set match point for the top 3 if Whitegale can get with him. But as we all know, K100, anything can go of how close this engine size is.
Anything can happen here. John Burke was about half a lap away from getting a national win in KA Senior here just about 5 months ago for the U.S. Pro Kart Series when he got into it with Paulie Massimino at turn 3 on the final lap. So he's no stranger to running at the front and no stranger to some head-to-head battles that have been good and some that have gone a bit over the edge. Hopefully he can keep everything tame like he said. Pull away, no problem. A simple strategy for him here to try and get the race win as they all make their way out of turn number 8 on the outlap and begin to form up out of turn number 9. And they'll slowly come down the front stretch. Actually, one full warm-up lap to get the tires up to temp. They'll form up on lap number 2. But down the front straightaway here, again, John Burke and Connor Zilich will lead the field to the green. There's a good look at the Speed Concepts Racing CRG of Paulie Massimino. I saw him on the fence with his old buddy Brandon Jarsicrack, now team owner in the BJR MDR camp, going over what they were thinking the racetrack was doing and what to expect out of this first heat race. We'll see if he picked up anything as he rolls off 7th on the grid. Some work to do to get into the shootout here tonight. Paulie Massimino won the KA shootout here 1 year ago. Won the X30 shootout after losing the KA shootout to Connor Zilich. So now Paulie finds himself where he's got to race his way in. He's 7th. Needs to get into the top 5 to get a guaranteed starting spot in that KA shootout tonight, where last year, again, he led it coming to 2 laps to go. So rolls off inside row 4. Ahead of him, Adam Brickley is looking for a way in. Chase Hand, Frankie Mossman, Tyler Wettengel, and again, your front row, last year's shootout winner, Connor Zilich, and John Burke on the pole. Here we go as the field files into the tram lines, headed down to turn number 1. First time for KA Senior. looking good. It's a nice and slow start from John Burke. They'll get on the power late, right in the box, and we're underway down to the first corner. Burke takes him into the first turn here. He'll get the lead. Zilish side by side for a second as they run up the hill to turn 3.
Looks like Zilish now is going to slot into the second spot. They're still trying to get single file. There goes Burke all the way down to the inside line to defend. A couple of guys choose to pop up as we have one go 2 around.
Oh, around goes Adam Breckley from inside the top 5.
So bad news for Adam Breckley. Still another one turned around too. I think that was a CRG, but the sun was reflecting off, but I can't quite tell who it is. And I
might be Oliver Calvo that also got collected there. He started 19th. Up front, here's the battle for the lead. John Burke going back and forth here. It is Zilish, then Wettengel, and I think we've got more on the bumper there. Paulie Massimino, great start, up to 4th, and the top 4 are broken away as they battle for 5th.
These 4 right now are currently locked into the shootout this afternoon. Again, top 5 goes to the second pack. Right now being led by your 5th placeman of Nicholas Terlecki is currently the gatekeeper of who's going to go into the show. He is leading a train behind him of McAndrews, Muskelis, Bailiff, Workman, and company are all trying to battle over that last transfer. Meanwhile, your top 5 continue to pull away, being led by John Burke, Connor Zilish, Wettengel, and Massimino making up your top 4.
Chase Hand was the other driver involved in the crashing on lap number 1. He is down in 22nd. Long road ahead for Chase Hand. He might need to lean on that fan vote to get himself into the show tonight, as through turn number 8, John Burke leads them out of the hairpin over to turn number 9. Zilish 2nd, Wettengel 3rd still, and Massimino 4th, and they are just riding. They're happy to break away more. All of them know, and again, it's good points for them into the total, and they've got plenty of laps to fight if they want to later on, but they're just going to ride at this point. John Burke's plan coming together. He leads them down to turn number 1 here. 2 down, 12 to go. Burke, your leader, up the hill to turn 3.
Yeah, also look for these top 4 to take it easy to save their tires as well. The only thing they have to worry about is for that second group, if maybe Terlecki along with Bailiff decide to work together to catch back up to that top group, that's when they're going to have a problem. So if they can just keep this gap that they have and not get the second group into drafting distance, this top 4 is going to be smooth sailing the rest of the way. As we see Connor Zilish going a little wide there, continue to push on the back bumper of John Burke heading into turn number 6.
So I'm mistaken. I'm looking at the time monitor. It was Frankie Mossman that was the driver collected over in turn number 4. Oliver Calvo's good. He's up 9 spots into 10th. Mossman, his teammate, is the one that got taken out. So Frankie Mossman from 4th, Chase Hand from 5th, both collected in the opening lap carnage and out of it here. That's what's allowed Massimino up into the top 5 and riding there in that 4th spot in line. Mike McAndrews has made up 5 spots here. He's driven through the field. He's a little bit quicker than race leader John Burke as of last time by, inching closer. This will help. Tyler Wettengel going for 2nd. He passes Connor Zilish. Massimino side by side with Zilish. Lets him go, stays back in the 4th spot, and Connor moves into 3rd. But Mike McAndrews on the way on the Fullerton, trying to dig forward. Terrible practice effort for him. Had him down the order in qualifying. Now, as they fight more for the lead with Wettengel going to the point, this is going to help him out here. Burke trying to hang on for 2nd. He does. Zilish back into P3.
The top 4 starting to battle back and forth, and slowly that second group coming up into frame now. McAndrews leading with Bailiff, that second group that is, with Bailiff in tow as well. Bailiff is currently 1 spot out of the transfer. You can see him at the top of the screen. He may think it's in his best interest to catch back up as there's a pass on the inside. That is going to put Massimino up 1 more. Count Connor Zilish now back into P number 4.
So Mike McAndrews, like you mentioned here, he's now lopped off quite a bit that time. 4/10. It was 1.5 seconds. It's now 1.1. And they're going to shuffle Wettengel to the back of the pack. Burke back to the lead. Massimino to 2nd. Zilish into 3rd. And for Mike McAndrews, he's now going to get a little bit of draft off the lead. This will help some more. Put Paulie Massimino to the lead in turn 8. Zilish tried to follow, couldn't do it. Burke hangs on tough through turn 9, and now Tyler Wettengel gets to the inside of Zilish. He gets by him out of 9, and Zilish goes back to 4th.
Just like that, McAndrews has got side of the 4 out in front of him. Now count that as Connor Zilish in P4. This time across the stripe, difference between 4 and 5. Zilish is about 3/10 ahead of now Weston Workman, who's made his way up on point, but Workman's going to go door to door there with McAndrews and Bailiff in tow as well as they make their way out of turn 3 heading into turn number 4.
So headed through into 4 here. Wettengel on the inside, defended a little bit there from Zilish and had a lower line on Burke, but couldn't really get by him. Through turn 6 here, you can see coming in to frame, Weston Workman's right there. Mike McAndrews now is just trying to line back up and hunt that pack back down as they pass again. Burke on Massimino. Wettengel all the way to the outside. He's going to get burned. Zilish goes by. pays the favor back, and here comes Weston Workman. Workman now in, and Wettengel falls back to the bubble spot to go to the shootout, and John Burke blocks the last turn, and they fight for third as Workman goes by. Wettengel now going to go by him. Back and forth we go. P3, Tyler. Oh! More contact down in turn number 1. Wettengel, I think, got together with Connor Zilish.
Yeah, Zilish was already getting shuffled back going into turn 1. Now he's going to find himself even farther back, as meanwhile John Burke and Massimino, 1 and 2 respectively, are starting to pull away from the crew. So I think that now that Workman's up in the third spot, he may be locked into this. There's a 3-car battle for the transfer spot right behind him. That is both Wettengel and McAndrews and Bailiff, if I'm not mistaken, right behind, trying to get a clear shot of him.
So that's Bailiff going by on Tyler Wettengel with help from Vinny Miskelis. Where did Connor Zilish get punted back to? I don't know how far he got punted. Our cameras unfortunately missed it just a little bit there as they went to turn number 1. I think he's the next driver there, the Lone Wolf, back in 7th. So Connor Zilish getting knocked out of the way as John Burke leads them here with 7 laps to go. Massimino second. Workman, fastest lap, up 11 spots into third. 4/10 back from the lead. Finnegan Bailiff digging his way up the order. He gets to 4th. Miskelis to 5th. And again, both of them are close to the leaders. Wettengel 6th and Zilish, I'm sure he'll remember that, but I don't know who he's going to blame there, if it's going to be Workman or Wettengel. But somehow or another, he got really knocked backwards. And now John Burke getting help from Paulie Massimino. Deja vu for both of them as they head through turn 8.
And here comes Workman onto the scene. He is roughly, probably about now within touching distance of Paulie Massimino's back bumper out of turn number 8. Coming down to the stripe. There's still plenty of time for racing. 6 laps to go this time by. Top 3 on nose to tail. Burke, Massimino, Workman catching up. Just off into the distance is Finnegan Bailiff, I should say, in P4. Miskelis P number, or count that as Wettengel P number 5. He went purple last lap with Miskelis just outside in P6.
Through turn 3 here down the back with Massimino pushing on Burke. It'd be really tricky for Workman to get enough of a run on him to pass him for second. So Paulie should be safe here, I think, at this point. Maybe in turn 8, but again, he's pretty strong through the infield. So is Burke. Workman may not be the strongest from 6 to 8, but he looks really good in other portions of the racetrack. So the one hard braking zone that you can stuff a guy in without needing a draft to get a run on him in KA is only turn number 8, and that's where Paulie Massimino is strong enough to kind of hold a bit of a margin back to Weston Workman, although not with a corner like that. Turn 9 lost some ground. They're both going to get a run on Burke here this time. 5 to go, and they're separated up front. And Finnegan Bailiff and Tyler Wettengel have traded the 4th spot back again. Wettengel's back into 4th. Bailiff back to 5th. Miskelis 6th. Connor Zilish is only about a second away from them in 7th. And into turn 4 here with, again, 5 to go. John Burke has been able to do everything he's needed to do, and he's stayed ahead of the carnage so far. There hasn't been a pull away like he hoped, but for his case, it's been a pretty clear race out front.
Yeah, he continues to lean out in the way with a top 3 of, like you said, Burke, Massimino. Workman has moved up 11 positions in total to make his way up into P3. Continues to trail onto the back bumper. I think these 3 may keep it a little bit tamed here the last 4 laps to make their way across the line. The only way we may see anyone from the outside coming in is if either A, Connor Zilish can drive up a second deficit to make it back up into the battle to get between both Bailiff and Wettengel, or if the top 3 decide to go back and forth and then bunch up the pack once again. So they'll make their way out of turn 3, heading into 4 now. Top 3 still nose to tail. Looks like Massimino thought about making a move on the inside line, but he is going to continue to follow in the wake of John Burke.
So let's see here what they decide to do as they go through turn number 6, over into the hairpin to 8. Still nothing. Just going to ride at this point. That's a smart thing to do, obviously, for all of them there with the way it's going. I think that for the run that they're putting together, they could wait till 2 to go and be safe. They wait till 1 to go, they're for sure safe because they're running laps quicker than everybody else. Tyler Wettengel, the best he could do, half a tenth off of Burke. This time by, I think he might have about the same. He matched him. So they've got to continue to do this here to keep that 2-second buffer. Otherwise, Tyler Wettengel will arrive on the scene. Finn Bailiff right there with him. Meanwhile, Vinny Miskelis has lost touch with Wettengel and Bailiff as Workman finally gets by on Massimino. I've been working that for a little bit. He gets through into second, but for Connor Zilish, the comeback drive might get him as high as 6. He'd be the first man out of the show as Burke leads into the hairpin here with Workman right behind.
Yeah, Workman was working the back bumper of Burke going into turn 6, making the way up the hill. Massimino giving a little bit of a push now to Workman. I think Massimino doing a great job behind Burke, giving a huge shove, keeping him the fastest Kart on track, or was the fast Kart. Chase Ham went fastest last time by. But look for these three maybe to start battling out here as they're just now shown 2 to go. No one defends the inside. Burke had to look back to Workman, and Workman pointed forward. Like, I think I'm going to wait here a lap or 2. But anything goes here is headed to turn 4. Let's see if it tries to defend on the inside line. They're going to keep it normal, so I think they might try to play the long game here and wait till the last lap.
Again, that's where you got to trust if you're John Burke, right? There's a lot of drivers that'll point you forward and then they'll pass you the next corner. But in this case here, Weston Workman is indeed wanting him to continue going forward because he doesn't want to bring any more drivers into the mix. They're all safe at this point. All the top 3, no matter how they finish, as long as there's no penalties, they will easily transfer to tonight's CNCPE KA shootout. And so as they head up the hill to the final corner, we got problems here. One driver's around. That looks like Aiden Rudolph. Yeah, Rudolph goes around in the turn 8 hairpin here on the 2 to go signal. So final lap, and Aiden Rudolph was running in 9th. He gets turned around, falls all the way back down the order. Meanwhile, up front, Burke starting to block up the hill to 3. Here comes Workman, bumper, big push for Weston Workman. He'll blow his doors off around the outside. Burke's going to run him wide, and Massimino gets underneath both of them, but he won't have the speed to hold it.
What could have been a giant crossover for Massimino as he is kind of sitting behind the scenes, just pulling the strings of what he wants to see happen as they make their way into 6 now. Burke goes to defend. Massimino takes the normal line, and he is now going to roll the outside. Massimino up into 2. Can he hold it? Workman's going to give it to him. Look for a crossover up the hill. Here comes Workman on the inside, door to door into the final corners for the second spot.
Side by side for second. John Burke going to get to run away with it here as they fight for P2. Workman gets the spot back on him. Massimino crosses him up across the line. John Burke wins heat 1, and Massimino gets Workman by 0.02 of a second. Wettengel 4th, Bailiff 5th. Connor Zilish did get back up to 6th, but Connor Zilish, last year's CNCPE KA shootout winner, is on the outside looking in right now. He'll have to hope for a promoter's pick or fan vote to get in. He qualified solidly. He ends up 6th in the opening heat race, falling back from the front row. So hopefully Connor Zilish ends up with a promoter's pick. We'll wait to see what the promoter ultimately decides to do, but that's kind of what those picks are for, to help out a guy like Connor Zilish who starts on the front row and has some bad luck in that opening heat race and falls back down the order. But in Connor Zilish's case here, he could also benefit from a penalty up front if there is anyone. I don't know if anyone would have one, but hard to tell. Bailiff, Wettengel, they're the only 2 within 3 seconds of him, and then it kind of spreads out a little bit more. Miskelis, 7th. Terranota, 17 spots gained from the back of the grid up to 8th on the RPM. Tony Kart, Chase Hand drove all the way back up through the field as well. Again, Hand also got collected on the opening lap with Frankie Mossman. Hand was able to keep going, got it back up into the top 10. Aiden Hatcher rounds it off just ahead of Gavin Griffin and Noah Rosser. 11 spots gained from the rear for Emerson Reed. For the E-Train, he's up to 15th behind Drew James and Henry Wheeler. So heat number 1 in the books here for KA100 Senior, going the way exactly like John Burke hoped it would, with a heat race win. And he's able to put himself with maximum points and one of the number 1 seeds to go into tonight's CNC Performance Engineering KA shootout. Weston Workman and Paulie Massimino in. Again, unofficially, it would also be Tyler Wettengel, Finnegan Bailiff, and that would round off the 5 till the promoters picks and the fan vote to get the rest of the field on into the shootout here tonight. And that's only one half of the field. The other half is on the grid and ready to go. Groups B and C are coming up next. Oh, my mistake here, getting a little more update. So the way that the points for the shootouts are, it's a combination of quali and heat 1, along with the promoters picks. So it's not exactly the top 5 on the cut there line. It'll be a mix of their quali results and heat number 1. So I won't want to officially announce that. And again, this is all pending penalties too as we watch on the live stream. So quali will still factor in to make sure who gets the top 5 overall. The idea, of course, is you're trying to put together the all-star race, the best of the best in the class so far here tonight, and then put them on an unknown racetrack and give them 10 minutes to work on the go-karts in between sessions with pill pig heats and all the other lights. See who's really the best driver and tuner combination. So with that said, track clearing underway. We'll come back here with KA Senior, Groups B and C for heat number 1, live from GoProMotorplex for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Home Brothers Pizza. So here we go as we get set for the KA100 senior class and the second half of the group heading on to the racetrack now. Alex Stanfield qualified second overall. He towed John Burke around, and by many drivers, they were fearful of how quick he was here this week. Well, he's still pretty quick in qualifying and did that lap for the most part, all of his session leading the way without a tow. He could be very, very dangerous here in the heat race, but we thought the same thing at the U.S. Pro Kart Series finale a couple weeks ago in Newcastle Motorsports Park, and Christian Miles pulled off the ultimate upset. Rookie, senior, debut weekend, got a major win. Christian Miles will join Alex Stanfield on that front row aboard the BJR MDR Lando Norris Kart. Row number 2 will be Lucas Zabo, the RPM Tony Kart to the inside of the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic of Hayden Jones. Row 3 will be Jeremy Fletcher's RPM Tony Kart to line up right behind his teammate in 5th. To his outside, the kid leading the way in the fan vote, 1 spot potentially on the outside or inside, 6th in qualifying for Aiden Levy. Then you go back behind him, Connor Ferris rolls off in 7th, Josh Holtz in 8th, Austin Jers in 9th, and Gia Cicero rounds out the top 10. KC's own Emery Latta rolls off in 11th. And you go down again, 26 drivers in this one as well. So here we go. KA Senior presented by CNC Performance Engineering tonight for their shootout. Everyone trying to get good points as a whole, though, for heat number 1. And out of the final turn, here we go, down the front stretch, all 26 together. Alex Stanfield, a spot he's been familiar with all year. He's got the national number 1 plate to back it up. Down into the tram lanes for the 906 GWR Tony Kart. He's got him underway, and Christian Miles with a big run outside. Going to go a little bit too wide, and he tries to get a good place in line up the hill to turn 2 and 3. Yellow flags waving, no green on the time by. It looked like it was going to be good enough, but ultimately no start on the first try by here, which gives us the opportunity. As soon as we get a moment here, we'll chat with Heat 1 winner John Burke with the leaders headed down to turn number 8.
Yeah, so that outside line that was being led by Christian Miles, maybe just a little bit too far ahead. Looked about 2 car lengths, and they went into 1. So there's a call-off start there by Porter to decide that they're going to send him out one more time. Oh, it looks like we got one coming out too.
So Alex Doncho, it looks like, was a late leave off the grid, and that might have been the other reason for the waved-off start. We didn't notice that there. Alex Doncho was on the grid inside the 90-second rule.
So they're going to make their way around, hopefully going to go green this time by as they're going to get sorted up. But it looks like Doncho just now starting to make his way through the hairpin, so may have to send around even one more time.
I don't know if they will at this point here. Doncho's half the track back. He's digging to try and get there. Maybe cut it or not, but either way, Stanfield and Miles, will they get the green on attempt number 2? We will. Green flag this time. We're underway up the hill. They gave the chance for Doncho to get on the racetrack, but he's going to be about 5 or 6 seconds back. Couple drivers through the dirt up the first section. That was Connor Ferris going for a wide, and we got one turned around in front of the field. Gia Cicero has gone and gotten spun in turn number 3 as the field exits through 4, single file. Everyone else is clean. Doncho trying to get there at the end of the pack. Cicero able to get back going, but Gia Cicero unfortunately gets turned and down to turn 8. First time it's Stanfield followed by Miles. Great start for Jeremy Fletcher into 3rd.
Making the way up the hill now, trying to see if they can't get them sorted out. Single file. Looks like there's no one trying to block that inside line heading into the hairpin or making the way up the hill now through the final 2 corners to complete lap number 1. It's going to be 13 laps to go at the stripe. This time across the line. Let's see him stack up, making the way down to it. Not a huge upset inside the top 5. Still Stanfield leads. Miles P2, Jeremy Fletcher P3, but he is now under attack and is going to fall back 1 position as Aiden Levy moves himself up into P number 3.
1 lap down here, 13 laps to go. Levy getting further forward. That's great news for everybody else because Aiden Levy has such a big lead in the fan vote that if he races his way in, then it goes down to a much closer battle between Travis Varney, Chase Hand, and Nick Terlecki, and even Finnegan Bailiff getting up there in it, who Bailiff should transfer in with the good run he had, getting to 5th there, or at least be really, really close on the bubble. Side by side at the back here behind Levy. That was for 4th. Fletcher under fire from his teammate in Lucas Zabo. Couldn't get the job done, though. He holds the spot, and they head up the hill. Alex Stanfield, Christian Miles, your leaders so far. 2 down, 12 to go.
Making the way across the line, birding one more lap. Last time by, Miles went purple for a moment, but now it's Hayden Jones, the fastest kart on track, running in the 6th spot, just out in the back of that second group. So there's your top two of Stanfield and Miles making the way into turn number 4. Then right behind was Levy in third. And that little bunch up pack there was Fletcher, followed by Zabo and Jones. 3-pack battle there for the 4th positions make their way through. Top 2 still spread out of Stanfield and Miles. There's the rest of the cavalry making the way in behind.
Yeah, here they go down to the hairpin. I mean, Aiden Levy's pulling away. They're fighting hard back for 4th. Look at this. Fletcher was trying to hold back. Hard charging Hayden Jones. He crosses him over. Josh Oates on the outside of Lucas Zabo. Going to get a little bit of the business. The elbow grease from Austin Jers. And it looks like Emery Lida was able to get by him as well. His teammate, Lida, now to the bumper of Jers. Down the front stretch. All the fighting behind the top 3. They're gone. Fletcher and Jones starting to get away. And then it's Zabo and this whole massive gargle as Hayden Jones finally gets the job done on Jeremy Fletcher. These two, they have had a little bit of a history, to say the least, in the last few months. So no surprise to see them racing each other a little bit extra hard here early on in the heat racing. But there again, well, it's not a hard cut on the top 5 in the heat because qualifying points do factor in to who makes the shootout. They got to be careful. The more they fight, the more other drivers get in the mix. And there's big contact back in turn 6. Some barriers got knocked across the racetrack by a few drivers, and so they're going to have to clean those up here in a moment. But heavy contact with the plastic barriers here in turn number 6, and debris all over the racetrack as the track crew scrambles to get it put back together. The leaders will come down the front stretch. Alex Stanfield, Christian Miles coming a little bit closer together as Miles inches a 10th closer at the end of the lap.
It looks like they're also going to have to move those barriers off of the runoff area, so that's not going to allow a wider arc heading into 5. Look for all these guys. They're going to see this as a golden opportunity to take every inch of track that they can heading through the double left as we now continue to watch Stanfield and Miles making the way up the hill. That second pack on back continues to get a little bit rowdy as I think Levy's trying to pull away from him, but they're slowly starting to reel him in here as he's starting to fall into the grips there of that second pack on back of Jones, Zabo, and Fletcher.
They always try to look a corner ahead, if not 2, when you're just hitting the normal line. So no surprise the leaders all quickly took advantage of that extra runoff. Now, bad move by Emery Lida. He got put to the outside. Here comes his team owner, Josh Oates, down the inside. He'll take the 7th spot or 8th spot back away from him. Here's Zabo's group headed up the hill. Then behind Zabo is Jeremy Fletcher. He's been a backward slide since the drop of the green. Hanging on for dear life as Austin Jers and Josh Oates start to bear down on the 922. The RPM Tony Kart. Again, he's on the outside here. He didn't have a great qualifying and not a great heat result. That put him on the outside looking in for the way they transfer. Connor Zilish is looking pretty good here because, again, he had a good qualifying that would still put him, I think, with the way the points structure, either right tied for 5th to get in or on the bubble as they head for 8. Stanfield and Miles long gone. This is 5th on back. Zabo, Fletcher, Jers, Oates, Lida, all the way back even further behind Emery Lida to find Brooke Nachman, who's up 3 spots, and then Connor Ferris, and then even Jake Walker at the end of that train. Ferris, again, he went through the dirt on the opening lap, trying to make up some lost ground. And the TFR Kart Republic has a shot to get at least up to 5th or 6th here by the end of this one with 8 laps to go now.
Last time by, Hayden Jones went purple. He is in the 4th spot. You can see from the top of your screen, slowly starting to close in on Aiden Levy as they made their way out of turn number 4. It looks like we got one stopped. It looks like on the exit of turn number 5.
That is Elliott Cox in the Will Power Kart for MPG Motorsports. The 987 is done on the inside of the front straightaway. So unfortunate for Elliott Cox. His day ends a little bit early here as they head down to turn 8. Christian Miles still pushing Alex Stanfield. Here's that next group. Jers says, focus forward, Jeremy. Let's go get Zabo. And he does. Good run out of turn 8. Fletcher pulls a car length closer.
Yeah, so Fletcher and all of them going back and forth there with Zabo, Jers, Lida, Oates, Nachman not too far back along with Connor Ferris. They're all bunched up there. It looks to be about 8 to 10 karts in that second main pack this time across the stripe. 7 laps to go. There's your top 2. Stanfield continues to lead with Miles close on his back bumper. These two have worked well at the USPKS final rounds at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Look for them to do the same here this afternoon in heat race number 1.
Yeah, 2 young drivers with very good heads on their shoulders, Alex Stanfield and Christian Miles. Christian Miles, again, last night was the recipient of that Trackhouse Karting Career Advancement Award presented by NASCAR Cup Series champion Kevin Harvick and IMSA president John Doonan. He'll get an MX-5 Cup Series test coming soon. Super cool stuff for Christian Miles as now into the hairpin. Jeremy Fletcher starting to block on Emery Lida, and Lida gets put on top of him, and they both go wide out of the hairpin. Fletcher not happy about it. They both lose ground, and Lida's broken the right rear bumper bolt. Emery Lida's right rear bumper bolt is now going to drag as they exit turn 9. Fletcher checks his as well. They both have problems up the hill.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they're going to have any words afterwards, but I don't think they're happy with each other right now. As now you can see Fletcher, I don't know He keeps checking over on that left side. Maybe something with a side pod, or maybe he's feeling
battery.
something. Maybe a battery's starting to fall off too as we switch over to the top two now of Stanfield and Miles continue to go on now.
Yeah, if the battery comes off, Fletcher would come in underweight, and that's also going to put him all the way to the tail end of the field. So bad point stays for both of these two. As on screen, Alex Stanfield and Christian Miles still looking good. Hayden Jones has gotten around Aiden Levy for third. Here's that updated group back for sixth. It's Austin Jers, then Josh Oates, then Brooke Knockman, then Jake Walker, then Connor Ferris. So the top 10 changing hands quite a bit. And Jeremy Fletcher's day again, bad to worse.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a grace. It looks like Emery Lida's still staying out on track with that bumper dragon. He does not come to the pits this time by. It is well over halfway off the back of the car this time across the line. And it looks like the rest of the field from behind getting a little anxious, trying not to get too close to him as we continue to watch the top two there. Stanfield and Miles, and just off in the distance, Hayden, Jones, and Levy are slowly inching their way back up with 5.5 laps left. I don't think it's going to be enough time for him to catch to him.
Yeah, there they go through turn number 5. So, like you said, I don't think there'll be enough time. I mean, Jones was only about a half-tenth better last time by. He's got the fastest lap of the session. Hayden Jones looking really racy tonight. I was talking with Hayden on the grid yesterday during practice, and he was like, man, everyone keeps looking at my go-kart. It's stock. We're running the default setup, standard axle, standard seat, everything the same. We don't do a whole lot here. He's got a lot of laps here. He knows what works. He's running that same setup, no major changes, and he's right at home here with the fastest kart on the racetrack. That time by 2, nearly 3/10 better than the race leaders. Hayden Jones is hauling the mail here up the hill. You go back to the last time he was in a K100 here machine at GoProMotorplex, he was dominant at the Stars Championship Series night fight. So under the lights, KA100 senior Hayden Jones, to me, might be the best pick going into tonight's show with how fast he looks right now. But it's an alternate track. It all changes here as Aiden Levy trails him heading into the hairpin, just kind of riding there in the 4th spot. Solid run in the works here for the privateer Alonzo Kart driver as they exit turn 8.
Yeah, Aiden Levy in a good position now. If they are going to, with the difference between the qualifying and the heat race points, he's in a good spot right now, being well inside the top 5. He can maintain where he's at to be put in the All-Star race this afternoon for that $4,000 grand prize that come across the line now. 3 laps to go. Let's see how much Hayden Jones is able to close up. Only about a 10th that lap on Christian Miles and Alex Stanfield.
Yep, the hill here for him. Stanfield and Miles, again, like you said, only a 10th, maybe, well, no, really almost a 10th and 3/4 for him to the leaders, and the leaders are working together. So while Christian Miles and Alex Stanfield have done everything they can to keep it a 2-horse race, one pass here, and Hayden Jones is there as they head into turn number 8 here. 1.2 seconds was the gap last time by to Jones, and Aiden Levy is also the third quickest. Austin Jers was a little bit quicker, but he's 4 seconds back, but Levy's coming too. So 2 to go this time by in the fight. Alex Stanfield, Christian Miles, and then Hayden Jones and Aiden Levy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down the front straightaway. Stanfield, double sticks in the air. What do we see happen down in turn 1?
I'm not quite sure that these two are going to start battling back and forth. They're starting to defend, I should say, on 2 to go. They'll probably wait until the last lap. Let's see him out of turn 3. And it looks like Stanfield does not defend. Miles does not try to make a pass on him. So they're going to wait until the last lap to try to attempt. They might even come across 1, 2 and just be safe, well within the good qualifying points and also within the race here tonight for the big money. But now there's a good shot as Hayden Jones, maybe 5 or 6 more laps, he could have been with about a kart length or 2 of drafting distance of both Stanfield and Miles as they make their way up the hill for the second and final time.
Through turn number 9, Alex Stanfield, Christian Miles up the hill. They've worked together nicely here. Stanfield looks back, checks Miles, checks the gap to Hayden Jones, who's inching closer. Last time by with them picking up the pace. They minimize the damage. Stanfield going to look to block a little bit, doesn't do it in 1. Kind of runs normally. Miles climbs the curb, makes a little mistake. Jones closing in, and Stanfield's going to have a big lead down the back. He's going to block anyway as they go to turn number 4. Miles stays close into the bowl. Here comes Jones just lurking, hoping for some magic, hoping for some fireworks on this final lap. Through turn number 6. 2-way battle for the lead and the win. Miles is on the bumper again into 8. Stanfield has to block low. Miles goes way wide on the high side. Crosses him up coming out. Not fully. Oh, he hit the bumper coming out of the corner. Got him loose. Through turn 9. Miles is close. He's there. Here comes Hayden Jones. Last turn. Stanfield goes low. Miles has to go middle track. Jones goes wide. Alex Stanfield will win heat number 1. And at the line, Hayden Jones Oh, man, 0.02 of a second shy of Christian Miles. What a close run to the finish there. Aiden Levy ends up in 4th. Austin Jers 5th. Josh Holtz, Jake Walker picks up 8 spots there. Drives through the field in his BJR MDR Lando Norris kart to 7th with one of the quicker lap times of the session. Lucas Zabo falls back to the 8th spot. Connor Ferris in 9th. Brooke Knockman 10th. Lots of shuffling. Jers, a not so great qualifying round. Oh, one of the nitros spun around. Is that Colin Hayes? Not sure which nitro kart we lost there on the last lap. They got turned around. I don't think it was Colin Hayes, unless it was him on the cooldown lap. He crossed the line down in 14th, so he's okay. Might have been one other, but we lost a handful of karts in that session. Of course, Emery Lida, the broken rear bumper, Elliot Cox, Trevor Watson, Dylan Adeli, Alex Doncho pulled in as well. So lots of DNFs and lots of shuffling in Heat 2. Which with the way the tally is, we know Alex Stanfield and Christian Miles are safely in. Hayden Jones will be safely into the CNCPE shootout. Aiden Levy should be into the shootout with the way it all shook out, but he's kind of on the cusp, and so would be Austin Jers. But here's a good look at the scale line here. We'll talk with Alex Stanfield when we get a moment to on that heat race win. Great drive forward for Hayden Jones as well. He picks up a lot. Fast times near the end of the race, was digging towards the front, and like I said, could be a real smart pick for the CNCPE shootout. And all the Mini and Micro drivers, they're looking on. The top 13 Mini and Micros all get $500 up for grabs to see who picks the right one to win the shootout here tonight as they go on through the scale line. But there they go for KA Senior. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back. We'll talk to our 2 heat race winners. John Burke will try and page him up here to the tower, and we'll bring Alex Stanfield up here as well and talk to him also over in the pit lane while the Minis are next up to go here on the order. Live from Mooresville, North Carolina, you're watching the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. We'll be right back here with Alex Stanfield, a very happy heat race winner.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here live from GoProMotorplex as we get set for the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Alex Stanfield, a top run in qualifying, 2nd overall, wins his heat race. He's safely into the shootout tonight. He's down with Kendall.
Here with Alex Danfield, the winner of heat race number 1 tonight. That was a race. What was going on in your head through the duration of that race?
Yeah, it was honestly pretty boring the whole race until the last 3 laps when my seat broke, and then I just had to defend the last lap and just came home with the win.
Yeah, going into the shootout tonight, what are you kind of hoping for? What do you think the race is going to look like?
I mean, for me, I'm just trying to stay out front and stay clean because I know it's going to be a huge battle. I mean, there's money on the line, so of course there's going to be lots of maybe incidents, but I'm trying to stay out in front and stay clean.
All right, well, sounds good and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. Here again, Alex Stanfield. Obviously, they're hanging on for more than what we thought. A broken seat there coming in the final couple laps for them, so they got some damage repairs to do tonight. While the KA Seniors go on through the scale line here and wrap themselves up. The Minis have come to life here. Max Christie, Devin Waltz, Felipe Jesus Benito, Michael McGoy, Max Weiland, your top 5, headed on to the racetrack.
So they're going to make their way out here. So they now make their way around for the first couple of laps. Again, they're going to get 1 flyer lap to try to get those tires up to temperature, and then after that, it is hopefully going to be green flag. The sun is starting to set, and it is going to get a little bit chilly here this afternoon. The high today was only about 70 degrees. So once the sun goes completely down, the lights come on, all the track conditions are going to change. And again, once we come time for that shootout, the track layout itself is going to change. It's a little bit new to these drivers. They had a quick practice session on Friday to try to learn it, maybe get a setup. So when it comes time for tonight, it's a fairly new track for all these guys, and it's going to be one that they're going to have to figure out quickly. And along with that, too, just another reminder, the fan vote is still up for grabs. So if you would like to vote in your favorite driver, you can do that on Kart Chaser's Instagram. There's a link in the bio, along with Facebook as well. You can log in there, pick who you'd like to see inside the shootout race this afternoon. $4,000 is up for grabs. You might be able to change someone's weekend altogether, so go ahead and get your vote in there. Over 1,600 entries so far into the vote for your top pick of a driver. They're making their way down. This is your Mini Swift class going around now. This next time by, they're going to go green. This is going to be Max Christie, Devin Waltz, Philip Benito in your top 3. P number 4 is going to be Michael McGahee, Max Weiland in P5. Alex Mykut, who tried a different qualifying tactic. He went out by himself, was able to put it up into the 6th spot right now. Lucas Palacio will start in P number 7. Landon Brewer will start in the 8th position next to William Kim in P number 9. Jackson Tove will start next to him in P10. That is your top 10 for your Mini Swift. Going down to the top 15 is going to be Austin Warner in the 11th spot. Cameron Marcia, P12. Henry Taylor in the 13th spot. Ethan Tovo in P14. Travis Pettit will start in the 15th spot. In total, there are going to be 28 taking the green here for heat race number 1. 13 laps will be the difference around GoProMotorplex here on this beautiful fall afternoon. The leaves are starting to change. The temperatures are starting to drop, but the heat is going to get cranked up here for heat race number 1. Max Christie and Devin Walls into the final corner now, leading the field around. Look for them to dive into the tram lines. Let's see if they can get side by side. It looks like maybe a little bit antsy there from Max Christie. He's going to slow them back down. You can see their hands out. Their heads are bobbling. They're lined up side by side. Eyes on Porter. Is it going to be green? We'll find out as we got one turned around. The start-finish straightaway. So they are going to call it off. That is the 108. I'm going to look down through the order here to figure out who that is. Stopped backwards on the start-finish rate. That is Kenneth Lewis Jr. You can hear the engines trying to refire as he is facing the wrong way on the start-finish line. So I think, unfortunately, his heat race is going to come to an early end, as they are going to try to push him off. He's still trying to kickstart that engine, but I fear he will take – oh, it is fired, and he is going to take the cut through, not lose much time. So he's going to get back underway there and catch back up to the field. So hopefully this time by, we can get a green flag run as they now make their way out of turn number 6, heading up to the double right-hander of 7 and 8. And for a green flag this next time by, there's your top 2. Max Christie and Devin Walds are going to lead the field down to take the green, hopefully this time by, for 13-lap heat race number 1 for your Mini Swift on this 2nd anniversary of the IAME Grands USA, sponsored by Hunt Brothers Pizza, coming to you live here on Kart Chaser. There's the field in your top 2. You can see him already trying to get the field slowed down. A little bit of a hustle and tussle there towards the back as there's some last-minute tire scrubbing, trying to get the rubber off the tires and get them up to temperature. As they make their way through the final corner, they're going to dive into the tram lines, the outside and the inside line. There they go, lined up. Already got them slowed down before they even get out of the final corner. They get themselves in the tram line, coming down to the line. Let's see if it's green this time by. Eyes are on Porter. They're looking at each other to figure out where the inside line is. Max Christie is setting the pace, coming down to the point. Green flag flies, and they are under power. And a quick dive to the inside line there from Devin Waltz, trying to see if it couldn't crowd down Max Christie. Through turn number 2, we got 3 or 4 all a little bit sideways there coming out of turn 2. A couple of them maybe even turn fully around as your top 2 now starting to pull away. That is Max Christie and Devin Waltz heading into turn 3 now, making their way up the hill out of the bull corner, coming down to that quick little chicane. And it looks like they're all going to get sorted out single file. Through the double left-hander now, coming down into turn 6. Is anyone going to try to take the inside line and pass? It looks like they're all going to take the normal racing line as they come down into the double right-hander and up the hill, as we're now going to set it down real quick to our very own Kendall Head. Just got him a few drivers here this afternoon. Kendall?
With John Burke, who is also a K100 senior win in the A versus D group. Walk us through that race, because there was a lot of people that were trying to come for you.
Pretty easy race. I just, whenever they passed me for the lead, I passed right back and controlled the race.
Where's your head at going into the shootout tonight?
Same plan. Always the same plan every race. Just go for the lead.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck tonight.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. And hopefully we can hear a couple other drivers coming up here soon. And that was John Burke from your KA100 senior class as we now switch back over to your Mini Swift as they make their way down to the double right-hander. If you look down to that turns 4 and 5, you can tell that in between that barrier system is no longer there in that runoff area of the concrete. So now that is going to be a wide open corner. They can arc it into turn 5 a little bit quicker, and that is going to allow for a little bit of a better setup heading into turn 6 for making some passing. Also, the toe is going to come into effect even more so now. Through the final couple of corners, you can see the sun is starting to set as they're going to go side by side for the lead with Devin Walt and Max Christie. Looks like Felipe Benito trying to see if he can't get his nose on the inside for P2. He sets it up, a little bit late pass. He takes it away. So now count Benito up into P2. Or sorry, that was Magahi up into P2. Benito falls back into 4th. Making the way out of 3 now, heading up into 4 up the hill. A little bit of defensive run there from Max Christie and Devin Walda going back and forth. Currently sitting at 11 laps to go. It's going to be 10 to go next time by. What I was talking about, the barrier system, they're going to come down to this double right-hander. They can take that full runoff, and they can arc it so much better into turn 5. That's going to cause a little bit of different for passing opportunities. We see it now, pass on the inside. Devin Waltz goes back up to the point, making their way up the hill to the double right-hander 7 and 8. A little side-by-side action a little bit farther back there. Isaac Malkit trying to see if he couldn't get his nose in. I think he was able to. It happened off camera. I think he was able to move himself up into the 5th spot. We can tell this time. Hopefully we can see him across the start-finish straight. And down across the line on the point is Max Christie, followed by Devin Walls. But now Devin Walls sends it on the inside. He is now up on point. Count Christie back into P2. P number 3 of Michael Magahi is pushing the top 2 out in front. And P4, now look on the inside here for a pass for the lead, is going to be Waltz back up onto point. That's going to push Christie back 2 positions. So now Max Christie is going to fall back just a little bit through that pass into turn 4, making their way in through the double right-hander, coming down into turn 6. So now Devin Walls is going to lead the field. A little pass in the back. I believe that was going to be Lucas Palacio looking to get around Isaac Malkit for the 5th position as he is able to do so, making the way up the hill now. Malkit's going to lose another position. He falls back. Now he's going to lose another one again. Isaac Malkit lost one to both Weiland and William Kim, so he finds himself now back into P number 8. We get a little bit of contact there in the final corner. Palacio got up on 2 wheels. Malkit had to take the outside line to through the crossover. As they're still side by side, they got hand signals up at each other. They are not happy. So Christie continues to lead over Makahi 1 and 2. There it is at the top of your screen. Top 4 are starting to pull away slowly. Isaac Malkit somehow able to keep his nose out of the incident that happened back there. He finds himself up into P5. Palacio was able to hold on to it, even though he had 2 wheels up in the air and the 4th spot. So the top 4 slowly starting to gap away from the rest of the field. That's led by Isaac Malkit in P number 5. There's your top 4, led by Max Christie. Right behind him is Magahi. And then Lucas Palacio just off of the screen. Isaac Malkit making the way up the hill. No one looks to the inside just yet to make a move. A little bit of a look there for Magahi on Christie. Through the final 2 corners, we're going to put one more lap in the books. Here comes on the inside. Magahi tries it. He is going to take the spot away, and it looks like a golden opportunity for Benito to try to make a move on the inside. He is going to maintain his 3rd spot. So now Magahi leads with Christie in P number 2, Benito P3, Palacio P4. All in the while, Isaac Malkit leading that 2nd pack, slowly trying to catch back up. He is leading both Weiland and Travis Pettit to try to catch back up to the top 4. Could easily see a 7-car battle for the lead here shortly through the quick little chicane, through the double left-hander of 4 and now 5. Heading up into the hairpin of turn 6, there's a good passing opportunity, maybe a possible pass here for 3rd. It is going to happen. Benito trying on the inside, takes it away from Christie. Christie falls back into 3rd. Felipe Benito moves himself up into P2. 4th placement of Lucas Palacio is now just sitting and trying to give a little bit of a push. Isaac Malkit went purple last lap, now slowly making his way up towards the top 3. He's down by about 4 kart lengths this time across the stripe. And again, he is leading the cavalry with him of Travis Pettit, Max Weiland. Last time by, Pettit will go purple. He is the fastest kart on track, so they're slowly inching the way up, side by side for the lead yet again. Palacio now on point for the first time. Lucas Palacio in the Kart Republic leads the way over Michael Makahi and now into the 2nd spot. It looked like just for a moment Max Christie had to look there on the inside. He didn't have enough to get it done with Philip Benito in P4. He's getting a little bit of a push there from Isaac Malkit as he now looks to the inside. Isaac is going to take it. He does. Isaac Malkit now up into the 4th spot. Count Benito back into P number 5. Up the hill they go. Top two still giving a little bit of a push there. Palacio giving a little bit of a bump there from McGahee towards the final two corners. And just like that, what was a 4-kart battle for the lead has quickly turned into a 7 or 8 as they make their way through the rumble strips of the final corner, coming down across the stripes. 6 laps to go for your leader. Lucas Palacio leads at halfway and a little wide. Michael McGahee getting a little bit of a help there from Max Christie. Christie's trying to make his way back up to the point after falling back from the lead into P number 3. Looks it to the inside. He tries it. Max Christie moves up into P2, and that is going to push McGahee back a little bit as Isaac Malkut also followed. So now Malkut finds himself up into P number 3. And there's the entire top 7 right now, all nose to tail. The top 4 have just a little bit more separation than the rest. As here's a look on the inside from Max Christie. Christie tries it. He's going to get back up on the point. Palacio falls back to P2. Malkut now saw an opportunity, thought about trying to take it through turn 6, but he just did not have enough to get it done. As they make their way through the final 2 corners yet again, here's Palacio for the pass back. Palacio now inherits the lead, and here comes Malkut on the inside. Isaac Malkut's going to send it into turn number 1. He tries it, backs off of it. Palacio back to the point out of turn number 1.
The sun continuing to set here, and what a big pack of go-karts at the front of the field for the Mini Swift class as they head down the backstretch. Lucas Palacio, again, one of the younger drivers in the field, leads them into turn 4. Malkut back on the inside, fights through, gets by on Waltz, back up to second for Isaac Malkut.
Yeah, so Malkut now making his way up through the field. He's been one of the fastest drivers all weekend long, moving up 3 positions. Travis Pettit, who we haven't talked about much, he is the fastest kart on track, starting the 15th spot, now finds himself in 5th. So he is slowly making his way up to the field. You can see him just there off the screen, off the back bumper of Michael McGahee. He has moved up 10 spots, trying to go even higher with 4 laps to go this time by. They are still bunched up nose to tail, so he could find himself make up even more, maybe even 13 or 14 as they make their way to the final corner. 4 laps to go at the line for your leader of Lucas Palacio.
Yeah, he's even gotten 1 spot ahead of Magoy as there we go. Isaac Malkut to the lead on Palacio in turn 1. And Isaac Malkut, I called it in qualifying. I thought he might be one of the fastest go-karts here, going 5th by himself. He takes the lead. Malkut now goes low to block, feeling the pressure from Palacio. Palacio goes wide. Trailing behind him still is Christie. Pettit up to 4th. Magoy in 5th. Waltz 6th. Benito, Weiland, Thomas Chrisman on the Full Tilt Racing BJR MDR number 152. He's up into 9th. 11 spots gained. Jackson Tovo rounds out the top 10. Hit his personal best last time by. The bubble spot to get the 13 drivers to bid on winners in the KA shootout. Ethan Tovo right now holds it 13th ahead of Henry Taylor by about 1/10 of a second. 3 to go this time by. Malkut leads him up the hill. Palacio pushing him 3 more laps around, and that's another spot gain for Travis Pettit. Put him to 3rd.
Yeah, Pettit was able to make the move heading into turn 6. He is now within sight of Palacio for P2, falling into the toe of your leader of Isaac Malkut, who's opening up a little bit of a lead. That's going to close back up to the draft. Let's see if he defends heading into 4. He does not. So the top 3 are all nose to tail heading through the bowl of turn 4. Next time by, they're going to see 2 laps to go. That's when they may start defending their line.
So there we go. A little bit of a gap thanks to the pass from Pettit. Kind of opened the doors up for them to go side by side for 4th. It's made it a 3-car breakaway. Now Lucas Palacio's waited. Hasn't yet tried to make a bid on Isaac Malkut for the race lead as they head over to turn number 9. And again, 3-car lengths back from Travis Pettit, maybe 4. Max Christie trying to get back there. Devin Waltz trying to get up to him as well. Up the hill. 2 to go this time. Here we go. This is when they run all the way down to the low side. Malkut takes him down at turn number 1. He's going to go nice and low. Palacio will follow because he knows Pettit's right there. Pettit's going to get a run. It'll stack him up. Here comes Max Christie back into the mix. 4 drivers now. It'll be 7 by the end of turn number 4. Malkut goes center track, goes low. Look at Pettit all the way down low. Nearly got to the inside of Palacio. Couldn't quite do it. And they're going to stack them up as they go to turn 5.
Max Christie last time by went purple, and he has closed up onto the back bumper of Pettit. Now let's see if he tries to pass him into 6 or if he thinks better of it and waits. No one defends. Pettit thought about it. Malkut went down the middle of the track. Palacio took the normal racing line.
And
let's see
around
if it's
the outside, Max Christie. What a move that was. Gets up to 3rd, and now Waltz goes by Pettit for 4th. They're side by side for 6 as Michael Magoy gets a spot back from Felipe Jesus Benito. White flag. Palacio inside last turn. He's going to force his way through. Malkut's wide. Malkut's going to lose a lot of spots. 5, 6 cars all trying to go by Isaac Malkut. He gets down to 6. Pettit's into 3rd. And it's a breakaway up front for Palacio versus Max Christie. Christie on the bumper, down the backstretch to turn number 4, opens up for the corner, goes wide to the outside and cuts back low.
Yeah, see, he's not going to be able to do a crossover here. He thought about it, try to get his nose in as they make their way through the chicane, through the left-hander of turns 4 and 5. Let's see if he sets him up for 6. Palacio definitely going to defend here. He looks to the inside of the track. He goes to the low onto the inside. Can Christie cross him over? He sends around the outside. He's got to go door-to-door up the hill. Max Christie
2
now
laps
a
in
point.
a row. Unbelievable. Max Christie around the outside. 2 laps in a row, and he's got the momentum on his side. Up the hill. What a move for the lead and the win. Heat 1. Give it to Max Christie out of Buford, Georgia on the Kart Republic. Palacio made it close there at the end. Got a run out of the final turn. Didn't have enough speed. 500ths shy of the lead and the win. Palacio second. Pettit, 12 spots gained, finishes third. Malkut fourth. Felipe Jesus Benito fifth. Malkut putting hand in the air going by. I believe that, I don't know if that was to either Palacio or maybe, I think it was to Palacio going by. He was frustrated at Lucas Palacio for kind of giving a little bit of extra rough in him on the exit at turn 11, but Malkut again, he gave him space going in. At that point, he was fighting the pass. It's a tough call there. Hard racing there. Isaac Malkut, unfortunately, short end of the stick. Gets himself back to 4th at least. And then Benito, Michael McGoy, Devin Waltz, Thomas Chrisman, Max Weiland, Jackson Tovo, Lucas Brancati, Salvador de la Vecchia up to 12th. Drew Waltz into 13th. Now, I don't know if we're doing top 3 in Heat 1 or if we're doing points for Heat 1 as well as quali in the same way that we calculate who gets in the shootout, of which 13 kids get to pick for the $500. I'll have to check back on the notes for that one. But either way, I know that Max Christie, he was pole in qualifying. He's our heat race winner. And as the sun begins to set behind the tree line here in Mooresville, North Carolina, the racing's just heating up. X30 Junior, X30 Pro, a short break, and that CNC Performance Engineering KA shootout is coming your way. The lights are on. It's the IAME USA Grand National Championship presented by Home Brothers Pizza live on Kart Chaser. We'll be right back.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products Easy GP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
Second to last heat race group #1. Or sorry, the only group I should say for your X30 Junior Pro. Again, you are watching live at the IAME US Grand National Championship, sponsored by Hump Brothers Pizza. Your top running order for your X30 Junior Pro to start here is #1. On the front row is going to be Ernesto Rivera, starting next to Enzo Vamatien. Caleb Graffero will start in row #2 next to Max Taylor. Cameron Brinkman will start in the 5th position next to Telly Masella in P6. Max Garcia will start in P #7 right next to Hudson Schwartz. Rounding out your top 10 is going to be Mason Walters starting next to Anthony Martella. This is going to be 23 drivers taking the green here this afternoon. They're making the way towards the top of the hill. You can see a couple of these kiddos still trying to scrub their tires, get whatever they can out of it, and try to possibly get up to temperature. As Andrew said before we went on break, the sun is starting to set, the lights are on, and it's starting to cool off here, and we're about to go night racing here in North Carolina.
It's about that time here, Caleb. Let's take them down the front straightaway for your X30 Junior Pros. The X30 Pros on the grid. We'll be getting set for them right after this here. 2 more heat races to come here tonight. And again, the light's on like you said. It looks gorgeous. It is a good-looking start here for the front row. And down to turn number 1, we're on the power. We are green, racing and underway and wide for Enzo Vidmontien. He'll hang on to it, lose a spot. We lose 3 in the first corner. No, 4, 5 cars collected all in the first turn. A number in the back is going to spread the field out as they go down to turn number 1. Great start for Rivera. Vidmontien's going to get put in the marbles. He'll lose about 5 or 6 spots here as they exit turn number 4. And Enzo Vidmontien slots in somewhere around 6th or 7th. Problems for Jorge Ortiz, a flat right rear tire for the GWR Tony Kart driver. He's just trying to limp that thing back around to the pit lane at this point. 15 laps in. A lot of time left for Ernesto Rivera with a great start.
Yeah, I think those are making their way through right now. There's a top 2 breakaway as there's the 2. Caleb Gaffera in the second position. Continues to give a little bit of a push there to his teammate of, if I'm not mistaken, that is Ernesto Rivera now on point as they make their way across the stripe. Rivera continues to lead over Gaffera in P2, and now here comes Gaffera taking the spot away, and look for these 2 teammates to possibly work together to catch back up.
Great call there, Caleb. Caleb Gaffera now to the lead. Little radiator adjustment down the back straightaway. Adjust to pull that thing a little bit up because the temperatures are coming down. The speeds are going to go up as the engines run a little bit better with the cooler weather in this track. All the rubber that gets laid down, it'll start to really grip back up when the temperature drops back to a decent level. You don't want to run on ice, but when it gets too hot in the middle of the day, that rubber gets really slippery and greasy when it heats up. Now at the moment, it's probably going to be really, really quick for these X30 juniors with the sun pretty much not touching any parts of the racetrack at this point. Gaffera takes it up the hill, down the front stretch. Lap 2 complete, 13 to go. Caleb Gaffera is your leader. Ernesto Rivera second, and completing the RPG 1-2-3, it's Max Taylor down to turn number 1. Cameron Brinkman up a couple spots into the 4th position. Max Garcia rounds the top 5. Vidmontien, your pole man, down in 7th here at the end of the first couple laps as he tries to lock in and start going back forward, or off pole man.
Yeah, as they make their way out of turn number 4, the bull, you can see just how spaced out they are. They're not quite bunched up. They have equal spacing. Just on the outside looking in, though, of that first 5-pack is going to be Max Garcia as he's trying to slowly make his way back up to the 4th placement of, I think my timing is a little bit wrong here. I believe that may be Brinkman running in P number 4 with Garcia in the 5th spot as they make their way out of turn number 7.
So here they go up the hill to turn number 11. Caleb Gaffera, Ernesto Rivera, Max Taylor looking pretty sporty. He's hunting down his teammate in Rivera. So Max Taylor, that time, purple overall, 49.108, a 10th better than Caleb Gaffera. I think he might make that move down the backstretch. Big run through turn 3 to the bumper. He checks the gap back, looks away, stays in line, and the RPG Cosmics stay out in front here. 1-2-3 for Caleb Gaffera, Ernesto Rivera, and then Max Taylor with a little gap to Cameron Brinkman on the BJR, MDR, LN kart, and then again Max Garcia on that MPG Motorsports Will Power kart headed through turn number 8.
Max Garcia maybe giving just a little bit of a push there to Brinkman to catch him back up to the Cosmics. A 1-2-3, the Rawlison Performance Group's karts. Out of the turn number 8 they go. It looks like everyone else, not a whole lot of passing happened. They're bunching back up slowly after they were spread out so far, but I think they may be playing the long game here with 11 laps to go at the line.
Here they go down the front stretch. Let's see who's got the quick time. Give it to Garcia, then give it to Teddy Musella, who's starting to dig forward here. Teddy Musella with a quick time as he's catching up to that group of 2 just behind the top 5. Vidmontien making a pass on Hudson Schwartz, and now Musella gets onto Schwartz's bumper as they all come together from 2nd back to 5th. Caleb Gaffera still doing what he has to do to hold the lead out in front at about a half-second margin. He pulled a half-tenth over Rivera the previous time around, but we're still relatively early. 15 laps for the club level here is a feature-length race, just due to how many classes they run in the day. For that level in the heat race, that's a pretty lengthy heat race. There's a lot of laps, a lot of heat cycles going on these MG tires for the X30 Junior Pros and the X30 Pro Seniors as they come down the front straightaways. 5 in, 10 to go. Gaffera leading early, but maybe we'll see if that pace holds all the way to the end because he's not pulling away, and some of the other drivers are starting to find their footing as the tires start to come up to heat. Back behind them, pass for 4th. Garcia getting by on Cameron Brinkman. He gets by. So move Max Garcia 1 spot higher in the top 5. He had a quick lap earlier, was a little quicker than Brinkman last time around. Maybe the Will Power kart driver can start to dig his way towards the front of the field.
Yeah, I think Garcia would love nothing more than to break up the Cosmic 1-2-3s as he is slowly starting to catch back up now to the 3rd placement As we see, as Xander said before, Gaffera isn't really pulling away, but he isn't really maintaining. It looks like he's losing just a little bit each lap to his two teammates from behind. They're working 9 laps to go this time by. We're about to be halfway here shortly, as you can see Max Garcia up on the wheel trying to catch back up to the 2 in front.
Yeah, he's trying to close that gap there. That time by, Garcia with the pass went purple, a little bit quicker than Gaffera. Taylor was about even to Caleb, and Ernesto Rivera, I think, a little bit quicker as well. So like you said, just inching their way closer to their teammate who got away early on cold tires. And they're working together, 2 better than 1, just barely. Caleb Gaffera might be quicker on his own than anybody in the top 5, but they've got drafting help where he does not, and that's what's going to keep them close enough to maybe challenge as they head for the Turn 9 complex here. 8 laps to go this time by, 7 complete, all but 2 halfway. And Caleb Gaffera has led it all out of the final turn for the 7:04. Another lap in the books here, 7 down, leading every single one. And Max Taylor starting to make a little more headway, another half-tenth for Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera off the lead. Max Garcia not at the same level, 2/10 off the pace of the top 3 right now.
Looks like Rivera giving a huge push, heading into coming out of 3, heading into 4. Gets his nose a little bit on the inside of his teammate there of Max Taylor. Max Taylor went purple last time by, so he is now the fastest Kart on track. And the gap between the two of them last time by was roughly about 2/10, separating Caleb Gaffera and Max Taylor in second as they make their way through turn 6 now. No one tried to block the inside line, a little too early for that. But just in a matter of 4 or 5 laps, they've closed it down about 3 car lengths between the two teammates of both Rivera and Taylor, closing in on Gaffera, your leader.
Up the hill to turn number 11 and down the front stretch. Max Taylor not a good lap here this time as the cross flags come out with 7 laps to go. Great lap for Ernesto Rivera, though. He picked up another couple hundreds off Caleb Gaffera's time. So Ernesto Rivera from the pole fell back early, starting to come on late as Gaffera leads them into turn number 4. Home turf for Caleb Gaffera. He's grown up here. The likes of Brent Cruz, Connor Zilish, Gaffera himself, and many more champions calling GoProMotorplex their home circuit, from kid karts now into junior and pushing senior ranks for all of them. Caleb Gaffera would love nothing more than a walk-off here this weekend on what has been such an awesome year for him already, and the RPG Cosmic driver to send off his junior campaign before he advances to the pro divisions in 2023. It'd be another feather in the cap for him if he could really dominate this weekend and get a main event win. Down the front stretch, 6 to go. Gaffera leading with Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor bearing down.
Rivera had a tuck on the wheel as he continues to close just a little bit each lap, getting a little bit of a help there from Max Taylor from behind as they make their way down into turn 4. And you can see the gap continues to close back down. It's about to be an all-purple top 3, nose to tail, as they now make their way into 5 and 6.
Through 5, through 6 here. Caleb Gaffera continues to show the way for this group of 3 as they go into the hairpin. So Gaffera down into the turn 8 hairpin here this time. A lap or a car length or 2 between them. There's Enzo Vidmontien down the inside on Cameron Brinkman. He'll get back around him. They've been battling for that 5th spot for the last couple of laps, and Vidmontien playing catch up after losing time early on in the session. So now he's trying to close up to the back bumper of Teddy Musella, who's come through that entire group and is hunting down Max Garcia. So Vidmontien to 6, Musella into the top 5, Garcia still 4th, but he's not got the speed to run with the leaders at the moment as they head down the back here. A couple seconds for them, nearly 2 seconds back to find Garcia from Caleb Gaffera's rear bumper with 4.5 laps to go. It'll be these 3, you'd imagine it, 2 car lengths apiece. Gaffera followed by Ernesto Rivera and then Max Taylor as they head down to turn number 8. Our time monitor not showing Rivera. His transponder must be giving a little bit of issues to the timing and scoring team, but he looks to be fine, and he scored laps early on, so the standard way the ruling goes, as long as your transponder's on the go-kart, if the battery goes dead during the session, you're fine. So there's the top 3. There's the second group. Garcia and Musella headed out of the final turn. 4 to go this time by.
Musella getting a little close there onto the back bumper of Garcia down into turn 1. He continues to edge it up. He'd love nothing more than maybe make it a cosmic 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of turn 3 they go. There's your top 3. They haven't really closed up a whole lot more than what they did previously. They were edging towards each other to bunch it back up. They didn't quite go nose to tail, and there's just a little bit of separation of the top 3. There's a good battle. Looks like Garcia did lose a position there to Musella. So Musella now up into 4th. Garcia falls back into 5th. If I'm not mistaken, Enzo Vidmontien is closing in quickly onto those 2 in front of him.
Out of turn number 8 there for Musella. Now it should be a pretty smooth ending to his heat race here, and he's going to make it an RPG 1, 2, 3, 4 pulling away from Max Garcia and company. Here's the fight for the lead and the win. Rivera trying to put not a single wheel wrong because Caleb Gaffara's got more laps around this place than most of the junior field. Growing up at this racetrack, he knows every nook and cranny, every way to drive it, and he's putting on a clinic right now, just keeping them just far enough away from that. They are not within striking distance. They can't reach him. They can keep pressure on. They can hope for a mistake out of Caleb Gaffara. They'd be hard-pressed to find one. That lap that he just put down, still within a tenth of his best on the session as Rivera loses some time out of turn number 6. That gap opens back up to 2 car lengths here out of turn number 8.
Looking down on the board right now, Hudson Schwartz, last lap in the 5th place, did go purple. He is the fastest car on track, but he is trailing right behind now Garcia, so maybe Garcia might be under attack here more than he was before as they are back off in the distance. There's a top 3 making the way now. 2 laps to go out for your leader of Caleb Gaffara. There's the rest of the field coming on with Musella, Garcia, and then Vin Montien following him is going to be Hudson Schwartz.
So that's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Headed up the hill to turn number 3 with Vin Montien getting around Schwartz that last time. Here's Rivera looking for help from Taylor. Taylor got a great run out of 1 and 2 that time, pulled up to him, pushed him a little bit down to turn number 4, but Gaffara still leads them through turn number 6. Little bit of a slide there for Caleb Gaffara through the infield. First time we've seen anything close to a mistake out of Caleb, and that's going to bring Rivera close. Taylor's trying to push him forward. It's down to a car length away. Gaffara, another mistake. Hits the curb on the inside of turn number 9. So now up the hill to the final corner. Caleb Gaffara's got company. 1 lap to go. 3 teammates getting ready to duke it out here under the lights in Mooresville, an X30 Junior Pro. And down to turn 1. Gaffara's going to block. Rivera puts the bumper to him. Here comes Max Taylor up the hill to turn 3.
Gaffara now, he didn't look like he had to block in lap 2 to go, but now he is going to have to put the pressure on as he drives the middle of the track. Gets a little bit of a push there from Rivera. Rivera gets a nudge again from Max Taylor to make the way up the hill. Still nose to tail. Gaffara on point, but he's going to have to defend here coming into turn 6.
Gaffara again clips the curb a little bit, but he still got through turn 6 better that time than his drivers behind, as now Rivera is going to block Max Taylor. That'll surrender the win, and they're going to fight for P2 into turn number 9. Taylor looking for a crossover. Rivera not going to give it to him. Caleb Gaffara takes them out of the corner. Up the hill, final time, X30 Junior. Heat number 1, Rivera defends, Taylor holds, and Caleb Gaffara leads them all. Wins heat number 1, and Taylor gets him off the line, I think. They were side by side across the stripe there for Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera coming to the stripe. Max Garcia ends in 4th. Enzo Vidmontien 5th. Teddy Musella on the final couple laps. His race falls apart. He gets shuffled down to 7th as Hudson Schwartz gets by. Leo Escorpione 8th. Cameron Brinkman in 9th. Emma Scarborough rounds out the top 10, picking up 7 spots on her own. But the classes for all of heat number 1 have all been run except for 1, the big boys and girls. X30 Pro getting set to get underway for the Hunt Brothers Pizza IAME USA Grand National Championship. Stick with us, folks. The headline boys and girls are ready to get after it here in Mooresville.
Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati, and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
Pro getting set to go green here. They're not the full stars of the night. They're going to wrap their night up tonight. We'll bring some of those X30 Pro competitors to talk to us, not only after this session, but also to have a word with them about the main event they've got tomorrow night with the X30 Shootout presented by MG Tires. This is the second step to get there with qualifying points coming into play, and then, of course, everything else. As we head up the hill here this time, we'll take them onto the outlap and take you through your starting lineup for your first heat race in X30 Pro. Ryan Norberg on the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic will start on the point. Justin Ataconis, the rookie standout here, having his best weekend to date, best qualifying run to date, qualifies on the outside of the front row in the Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarsakak Racing, Lando Norris Kart. Row number 2, it'll be Alex Stanfield in the GWR Tony Kart, and to his outside, Adam Breckley, the highest of the privateers, who will start pitting out of his own garage in the whiteout number 1, another rookie privateer entry who is looking to make a big splash here at the IAME USA Grands. Aiden Ingrata makes it 3 rookies inside the top 5 with his first ever X30 Pro start as well in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Hayden Jones, the RPG Cosmics, already got 2 wins on the season, looking to make a few more here tonight. He starts 6th. Row 4, starting 7th. Nate Cicero and Brian Boley put RPG Cosmics on the same row, and then rounding in the top 10, Jacob Kolar and Wes Duchek, a couple of South Florida natives, with Kolar on the PK Sports Alonzo Kart and Duchek aboard the RPG Cosmic. Norberg has the field together in the lines, looking for the green flag. Ataconis trying to get a good even start down to turn 1. Here we go. Norberg gets through to the lead. Ataconis side by side for second. He'll get the spot over Stanfield, and one got turned at the back. That is Jeremy Fletcher who gets turned around off the start in the 322.
Yeah, bad start there from Jeremy Fletcher. He's had a little bit of a poor weekend when it comes to the X30. He started a little bit farther back in the field, farther back where we normally see him, but he's got his work cut out for him. Meanwhile, the top 3 starting to pull away. Ryan Norberg leads. And how about Justin Anaconez making his breakout weekend, trying to see if he can't put his name inside the top 3 and seal the deal here for heat race number 1 as they're still going to go side by side here out of turn 6. I think that's Aiden Levy getting pushed a little wide there.
That was Kolar there on the Alonzo Kart getting knocked wide. Welcome to the big leagues, rookie. It's not always easy. Dalton Haynes was putting it to him there as Ingrata's got some separation. Up the hill, Duchek, Nevo, Haynes, and a bunch more all down the front straightaway as Alex Stanfield and Justin Ataconis are trying to hang on to the coattails of Ryan Norberg, who is pulling away out in front.
Yeah, a little bit of a lesson here for the 2 running right behind him of both running the 2 right behind, again, that is Anaconez and Stanfield going nose to tail. They have not had the pleasure of having to put the pressure on Ryan Norberg to keep him from running away from the field. Ryan Norberg, one of the most consistent drivers in the X30 series and probably in the country right now, is showing these 2 from behind of how fast they have to be and how much pressure you got to put on him to make sure that he doesn't run away from the field.
Norberg's got a lot of power coming out of turn number 8. Really great exit out of the hairpin for the 348 machine. Ataconis and Stanfield close to him as they climb the hill. And then behind again, Aiden Ingrata 4th. Jeremy Fletcher, unfortunately, cleaned his clock in turn number 1.
So down across the straight, heading into turn 1 this time as there's a good shot of the field. There's, if I'm not mistaken, that may have been Dalton Haynes. We had a shot on trying to see where he's running into the field. He's a little bit farther back in the 11th position right now, trailing right behind Thomas Naveau in P10. So they are just a little bit farther back, just inside the top 10 as they are now following themselves around. There's a good shot of the mid-pack on back. Adam Breckley a little bit farther back as well, farther than we'd like to see as well. Also last time by, Nate Cicero went the fastest. He is P5 right now overall, but he is the fastest kart on track. He's trying to cut his way back up to the top 3. He's just off camera view back there in the 5th spot. He's got to get around Aiden Ingrata, a rookie here in the senior class. Made the jump from juniors into senior. Doing a fantastic job so far. There's a good shot of him heading down into turn 1. For his first race in senior, he's doing a pretty good job.
Fastest on the racetrack that time by was Hayden Jones, 47.3 to Norberg at a 47.6. The top 3 all pretty even that time by. As they head through turn number 4, here comes Ataconis into the mix. Alex Stanfield closing in as well. Both of them hunting down the 7-time Pro Division National Champ as they go to the turn 8 hairpin.
They're going to have to use the draft. I think Anacondas may need a little bit of a help from Alex Stanfield on the straights to give him an extra bit of a push. He's close, but not close enough to get to the back bumper of Anacondas as they make their way out of turn 8. They're about 2 carts separated, but there's about 3 carts in between your second to third placement of Justin Anacones and Ryan Norberg. There's a good aerial shot coming out of the final corner. They're going to put one more lap into the book. It's 11 to go at the line, and it is still now going to be fastest lap again for Hayden Jones that last time by.
Down the backstretch here for Justin Adaconis, Ryan Norberg, Alex Stanfield. They picked up 2/10 last time around. Adaconis is closing in there here with 4 laps in. Still plenty of time to bring the fight to the RPG Cosmic. And this is the final time on the weekend they'll run the standard layout before Super Sunday. As they head into turn 8, look at Hayden Jones digging through the pack. He takes 4th away from the rookie Aiden Ingrata. Nate Cicero has also been digging forward. He's gotten up to the bumper, and he'll be looking for 5th away from Ingrata as well as they head out of turn 9.
Aiden Ingrata, you can see him up on the wheel. He is trying to follow now into the toe of Hayden Jones through the final corner. He is in an RPG sandwich right now of both Hayden Jones running in 4th, Aiden Ingrata himself in 5th, and then Nathan Cicero, the other RPG in the sandwich, in the 6th position. So he is going to not have any friends right now, or allies, I should say, as they make their way into turn 4. He continues to follow, gives a little bit of a push there to Hayden Jones. Out of the bowl they come. They're slowly trying to edge their way back up, but it's still a 1-2-3 breakaway for Norberg, Anacones, and Stanfield now coming into turn number 8.
Justin Adaconis is riding the limit right now. He looks a little bit sideways coming through some of the infield sections, just trying to keep the rear end underneath him. It's free enough where it's fast, but it's on the absolute limit, the ragged edge here for Justin Adaconis to try and close into Norberg. Norberg takes another look back to manage the gap back to him through the final corner. And down the front straightaway, Ryan Norberg opens the gap back up as they head for turn number 1. 6 down, 9 to go. Norberg, the leader, up the hill to turn 3.
You can see a good shot there. Anacones is closer to Norberg. He's trying to edge him back in. Norberg opened it up, but I think Anacones has got a good run now, closing up to about a car length and a half through turn number 4. Out of the bull they come. He's got to keep that back end underneath him through these inner parts of the track and hope for a good run out of turn 8 if he wants to have a run here into turn number 1 on your leader, Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, that's been the spot out of turn number 8 here. Norberg just puts the powers down and rockets away. That little bit of movement there into turn number 9. And then here we go out of 9. You see Norberg taking a wider line, keep the momentum up. He's able to run wider with the way he's got his setup built to his driving style to run that different line. It's probably one of the most technical, if not the most technical corners on the racetrack. And so through turns 1 and 2, up the hill to turn 3. Norberg to Adaconis, down the backstretch here. And they'll go 1-2, pulling away from Alex Stanfield. Adaconis still quickest on the circuit. Up to the rear bumper at a 47.29, Norberg a 47.37. Hopefully he'll be quick enough in the parts that matter. He's got a lot of high speed, not a lot of low speed. Through the infield, Norberg half a car length up. Adaconis could be close enough for a move in the coming laps.
Looks like Ryan Norberg did not power out of turn 8 like he did the previous 2 times. Can Anaconis keep it clean through turn 9. A little bit better, but he got a little squirrely there on the exit. Up the final 2 corners they go. He's got the draft in his favor coming down the main stretch in turn 1. Runs wide again. You can see him up on the wheel into turns 1 and 2. He's got to keep it clean through 2 if he wants to have any chance to stay on the back bumper of your leader.
Again, you'll see him get squirrely partially just because of that push loose understeer effect from the aero wash that you get running behind another driver. In case of Justin Adaconis, it's going to hurt his front tires a little bit. It'll make him tougher for him to ride behind Ryan Norberg as they run through 6. Adaconis goes a little more narrow to kind of keep it close. And now to turn 8 again. He's close here. It's the run out of 8, and especially that run out of turn number 9 where Adaconis is really getting beat by Norberg. But over to the turn 9 complex here, you see the difference in lines going through. Norberg just gets that better exit, runs it up the hill, pulls that 2 car lengths, and then the rest of the lap, Adaconis spends hunting him back down.
Adaconis continues to follow. He has maintained about the same gap as he makes his way through. 6 laps to go for the whole field as we continue to watch the top 2. One of the few drivers that's actually been able to put it to Ryan Norberg here this entire year as he's now going to try to set him up into turn 4. New leader, Justin Adaconis, leads out of the bowl of turn number 4.
What a pass there out of the backstretch into the bowl. Justin Adaconis leads the way here through turn number 6, and the crowd loving it here on the fence line for Justin Adaconis to get the lead on Ryan Norberg, and they'll head over to turn number 9 with a little bit of a gap back to Alex Stanfield. When will Stanfield get up to the bumper of him? But Justin Adaconis, first lap sled in an X30 Pro Division event, mark it down here at GoProMotorplex. Under the lights for Heat 1, 5 to go.
Look for Ryan Norberg making an adjustment to the radiator. It looked like he was pushing down the fan or the cover, trying to get a little bit more air into the radiator. Look for him to give a little bit of a push here to Justin. Justin's about to get a lesson about how to stay out in front. You do it by staying clean and not trying to battle. It's just those two before a little bit of a gap between Hayden Jones, actually Ryan Norberg's teammate, running in third. So look for Ryan to give a little bit of a push here to Justin, try to push him away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Hayden Jones able to run down Alex Stanfield, get by him. Now Norberg going to go to the inside, turn 8. Back to the lead here for Ryan Norberg over Justin Ataconis with 4.5 to go. Right into his best corner on the racetrack. Gets by him in turn number 9.
Out of the turn 9, heading into the final 2 corners. Ryan, who's putting his head back on the wheel, trying to make himself as aerodynamic as possible. Opens up about a half of a kart length lead. Into turn number 1. Justin falls back into P2. Continues to follow in the toe. Up the hill they go. Let's see if he gets a good run out of turn 3. It's decent. And there's the rest of the field now on the drone shot, making the way to turns number 1 and 2. I believe that is Justin Kolar leading that pack. He is currently running a little bit farther back. That was a good shot of 13th on back. So that's Justin Kolar, Thomas Naveau, Tyler McIntyre, Cade Downs, and Connor Zilich up in the 17th spot, making up 9 positions. But meanwhile, top 2 making the way out of turn number 8 right now.
Yeah, out of there here, Ryan Norberg starting to put the hammer down, pull back away from Justin Ataconis, let him get to the lead. Followed him for a lap or 2, learned what he needed to, and is starting to pull back away here in the final stages of heat number 1 through the final corner. 3 to go this time by. And Ryan Norberg that time pulls a 10th away from Justin Ataconis. So a good shot and a little bit of hope, but Norberg trying to dash that back away as he rockets down the backstretch.
Continues to fall in the toe. Ryan has a look back. Justin closing up with that toe into turn number 4. And I think Hayden Jones maybe starting to close up the gap. He is now coming into view of the camera. We'll keep an eye on the time. Last time by, he went about a 10th faster than Justin Ataconis. About matched his teammate of Ryan Norberg out in front. Justin, though, closes the gap back up into turn 8. He's got to hope for a good run out of it because Ryan Norberg powers out at 8 and carries it all the way down to the final corner. He opens up just a little bit more of a gap, takes that wider line through 7 and 8, and now again opens up about a kart length lead coming down towards a start-finish straight. Look for 2 to go this time by.
Yeah, that turn 9 double right-hander there also is probably the worst corner to run behind another driver for the aero wash effect in the X30 Pro class. That's so crucial, and you can see that front end just washing out for Justin Ataconis running behind Ryan Norberg. He pulls back up to him by turn number 4. Just isn't close enough to dive bomb him there. He might be close enough if he gets a good run through 6 to get him into turn 8. Norberg knows it. A lap and a half to go here with that overhead shot. You can see Hayden Jones and Alex Stanfield in the distance. Into the turn 8 hairpin. Ataconis is going to send it down the inside. Justin Ataconis goes wide. Norberg to the outside to 9. He's got to pin him there. Ataconis goes deep. Norberg crosses him up. Ataconis has to give the spot back, and Norberg gets the lead back again.
All the while, we've seen this in the KA, and we're seeing it now from the same driver. Hayden Jones closing up in the final 3 or 4 laps. Last time by, he was about 1.2 seconds. Now it's down to 0.8. I don't think he's going to be there by the time the checker comes out since we're on the final lap. But if there's any drama right here heading into 4, he just might be there.
He's close here. Forces Norberg to block just a little bit into 4. Now he's got to really power out of turn 6. What kind of run out of here can he get? He won't make that same mistake again to give the door open into turn 8 hairpin. A half car length back to Ataconis. Norberg low, Ataconis high. Looking for a crossover. Not going to do it. To the bumper into 9. Gives him a little tap. Into 9. Norberg blocks. Ataconis goes low as well. Taps him again. Here comes Hayden Jones. Norberg making it look easy. Up the hill. Ataconis got to worry for second. He blocks that off. And Ryan Norberg wins heat 1. Holding off a hard-charging Justin Ataconis and Hayden Jones at the line. Alex Stanfield ends up in the 4th spot, getting there late at the end. Aiden Ingrata 5th, Nate Cicero 6th, Adam Breckley 7th, Boley 8th, Wes Duchek 9th, Paulie Massimino picks up a couple spots to 10th, Ashley Rojero Butcher up a couple as well to 11th, Dalton Haynes ends up 12th, Kolar 13th, Tyler McIntyre picks up 9 from way back into 14th. Connor Zilich, tail end of the field, picks up 10 spots, gets to 16th. Granted, Connor Zilich was only a 10th off the pace of the leaders, but the whole top 15 were all pretty even when it came down to their best lap time of the session. Then Downs, Rafa, Benito, DaCosta, Beasley, Fletcher, Simpson, Lego, Eves, Jack Chimura, and Conrad Krowick. So that does it for heat number 1 for the X30 Pro Division. We're going to chat with our top 3 in that one here after this commercial break. So Norberg, Ataconis, Hayden Jones, the top 3 at the end of the first heat race here with a shuffle. We'll chat with them. Also, we'll have some announcements here for our CNCPEK shootout, and then that'll cover our live streams for the heat races. We'll shut the live stream down, come back on at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Alrighty, and we're back here. We're about to get some interviews coming on underway. It looks like Xander Clements has caught up to Ryan Norberg, your winner for your X30 senior class. Xander?
Thanks, Caleb. Down here in the scale line, Ryan, we were just talking to you and Justin about this, of how hard you guys had to drive. 15 laps is a pretty long length for a heat race here.
Yeah, 15 laps is long for a heat race. I mean, I'm sweating really hard for a heat race, but you know, it was a good race. Obviously tomorrow the 15 laps is going to feel that hard with the shorter track, but with this one, with all those high Gs and stuff, it definitely gives you a workout.
For sure, and then not only is it working you out, it's working the tires. We got 15-lap heats, 3 sessions of those, then a longer pre-final. How much is tire management coming into your mind as you go through the day?
It's huge, but, I mean, honestly, the biggest deal is track position. I mean, going into the other heat, that track is a lot tighter. It's a lot harder to pass. So, I mean, if you can sacrifice a little bit of the tires just to get up front and not have to deal with a lot of drivers, you know, it'll probably save your tires anyways. So, yeah, I mean, it's more about track position at this point than it is anything else, and just trying to stay in clean air.
And then where are you, weak pointnesses and strengths coming versus Justin? We saw that you were really good, it looked like, out of the hairpin, out of turn number 9. Anything to take out of this one for you to go to work tonight?
I mean, yeah, we definitely have to look at the video and see what's different. Obviously, I'm in the front, so I don't see all that you guys get to see. I know the places he passed me in. Both are kind of confusing because there's in the low speed and the high speed. So I don't necessarily know where he's faster than me, but we'll debrief tonight and figure out what we got to do for tomorrow. I mean, Hayden was coming on all of us, so we'll have some good data to look at.
Sweet. Ryan Norberg, your heat race winner. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, man.
All right, again, we'll send it back to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Again, that was talking to Ryan Norberg, your winner here for your X30 senior race. A little bit of a standout for this young man who Xander has caught up to as well. Justin Anaconda is having a breakout weekend here this afternoon. Xander?
Well, Justin, we go back. I think we joked about it here earlier this week that your first ever interview on our live streams was here last year when you put it on the pole, ran up front in junior. Then through this year, every time you come to this racetrack, you've been quick here. What's about this place that just seems to gel with you?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I've got no idea. I just came here first time back in 2020. It just clicked. I was just fast first session. And then every single time I've gone on the track, I've been fast. So I don't know what makes this track different to other tracks, but it's just how it goes, I guess.
And then that first heat race, again, we were talking with Ryan. You got a much better view of where Ryan was a little better, where you were a little bit off. To me, it looked like the rear end was kind of stepping out in a couple of the corners in the infield. How was the kart for you?
The car felt pretty good. I mean, we'll have to look at some video, like Ryan said, talk to Brandon. But the car felt pretty good. I think we're a little low on gear, obviously, because I passed Ryan down the straightaway. So I think we got a little bit higher on gear, maybe. I don't know. We'll just take a look at the video, take a look at the data, see what's going on. But I think we got a fast go-kart, and finally, it's been a while. So good to be back up front, and hopefully we can do something with it.
And then last thing, obviously, to battle with him. He's a guy who's won a whole lot of races and a lot of championships. What notes were you taking out of that, in the couple laps you got to go back and forth?
Just the way he defended on the last lap, really. Like, when I first passed him, I was just kind of all over the place. And then when he passed me back, it was like he knew where to put his go-kart and he knew where I was going to try to put my go-kart. So he just kind of knew everything I was going to do. And I just need to kind of learn from that through these heat races and try and put something together in the final.
Well, an awesome run here. Justin Anacondas, congrats. Second place here in heat number 1.
Thank you, Xander.
Back to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Congratulations, Justin Anacondas. Like Xander said, having a breakout weekend. This place seems to mesh well with him as he is able to put it up onto the front row going into the rest of the weekend here for heat race number 1. We're about to get underway here shortly at about 7:30 scheduled time as we're going to start our KA100 shootout here this afternoon. Again, this is the IAME Grand USA, sponsored by Hunt Brothers Pizza. When we come back here after break, we're going to have some good races still to come as Xander Clements is joining us back up into the booth.
Yeah, that's about it here for our broadcast. So for those of you here trackside, it's getting a little bit chilly, and guess what? Well, we've stocked up on a few new pieces of Kart Chaser merchandise. They are available trackside down by the GoProMotorplex lobby. Some hoodies, some beanies, some new hats, some t-shirts, all available here right by the grid. And again, this is going to be the place to be here tonight for everybody when it comes to racing. The CNCPE KA Shootout, we've announced our top 14. We're going to announce them more. The live stream will go cold. It'll come back when the shootout is on. And again, all of our mini and micro drivers can head up to the top of the grid because they got to make their picks of who they want to bet on to try and win $500. But that concludes our live stream here for the first part of the day. Stay tuned. 20 more minutes. We go live at 7:30 here with the CNC Performance Engineering KA Shootout.